Hello and welcome along and welcome back to No Man's Land. As I said in the last video, we have skipped ahead a little bit. We've skipped the entirety of January, in fact. Not much to do in the farm in this time, and it's basically been a nice little rest period for the farm itself. And now, today, we are hooking up the front loader, our weight, and our trailer, and we're going to head out to our silage bales because we have reached that point. If we have a look here in the silage sales prices, 349 it has peaked at. We are beginning to see the price drop now, and you can see beginning of February we've got the peak, so we are going to be selling it at this point and hopefully making a lot of money. £349 a bale is going to give us 1,000 litres is going to give us roughly £1,000 ish, maybe slightly over per bale, because I think there are 3,500 litre bales. So we're looking at 300, 700, 1,000. Actually, we're looking at nearly £1,200 a bale selling today, which is absolutely fantastic news, especially as we are over £1,000 in debt, having not done anything for 3 days. Our target is 15,000. We are trying to raise enough to get the lime production facility, because if we can get that, we can start processing our stones, and we will then start also getting a monthly income off that as well. So that will be good. And that will start moving our farm forwards. I'd also like to have an extra £1,000 so that we can turn our very open, very cold campsite into a full, into at least a shack or something to improve our living standards, because at the moment it's very, very cold, and there's howling things in these woods that we need to get past. So we're gonna try and do that. Back it off a little bit, bring it in, and open up and lift out, and then hopefully we can bring it in, just nudge it to the front a bit. There we go. So some careful stacking we're going to be doing today to get these, to get as many bales of here on as we can. We should make easily the target amount that we've got. I think it's going to take us maybe 2 or 3 loads to do it. As we've worked these fields, we've not got a huge amount of space. We're going to have to drive on the cultivated land a little bit. But we should get these loaded up and done. And it's always fun doing it with this piece of kit, and trying to get ourselves on at the right angle to fully load it up. I'm not sure that we got things in the very well done with where we positioned all this in the first place, but it is what it is, and we're just gonna head along and try and get this trailer loaded up with as many bales as we can, so that we can go and get some sold. Look, that's the first 2 bales on there. Pretty nicely, I think. Now, this is probably the best I've been able to stack this trailer so far, and even doing as well as I have this time, I'm still not going to be able to get a full 8 bales on. There we go. But I can just get a 7th one on the back like that there, and that should work fairly well. It means we should get 14 bales on here. Still means we're going to have a couple of trips, because we've not got 28 bales here, I don't think, but we've got more than 14. So we're gonna get the rest of these stacked. We're gonna go 2 high. I don't think we'll get 3 high, and then we'll be in a position where we can go and sell this. We can go and see how much money we get for our first 14 bales, and then from there what we'll be able to do is go and What I think we'll do is we'll then look at possibly buying something at that point. Break this video up a little bit. See what we can purchase. See if we can get the lime working and going. And then look at continuing to sell the rest of these bales. It is going to be a fair whack of money. I mean, this is our first year's worth of profit, mostly here. And it's the thing that we've been looking to use to set us up going into the second year and hopefully to get us upgrades and changes to the farm that we need. Now, is that in the right place? Yes. Good. Oh, it's a little bit wonky, that. Just gonna come in, grab it, yeah, let it go. That should sort out its positioning there. But yeah, this is quite nice. I'm actually getting better using this piece of kit. With every version of Farm Sim, the bale handling gets better, but so does my handling of the equipment. This is the first time in Farm Sim I've actually been able to use this type of bale grab and not suck at it. Not absolutely hate using it, which is really cool because it shows how things are improving in the game a lot when you're able to actually use the equipment so effectively and realistically. Because as I said in an earlier episode when I was talking about this, I did have somebody say, "Oh, you should be doing it this way with that." And yeah, now that I'm using it the way that it should be used, or I believe it should be used, it's working really well for me, and I'm able to stack these round bales without piercing them with a front loader spike, which is great. Now, we'll just push this one on. Basically, that's what they said to me, is get it on there and then push it in position. And yeah, it works. It works really, really well. Let's get the rest of this done. I just need to strap this one down. And then we'll get these down to the shop and we'll see how much we're going to make. So last bale to load on. And I count 23 bales left here. I thought we were only going to have 2 trailerfuls. No, not at all. We are going to have 2.5 trailerfuls in total, which is absolutely brilliant. Get this one on the back. Yeah, so... Oh, no. I managed to unpack one of them. Never mind. Yeah, so that's a lot of bales, actually. That is going to be a good, a really good amount. We'll be able to basically multiply this trailer by 1.5 times. Or, yeah, 2.5 times, sorry. And then be able to tell exactly how much money we're going to make off this. This should be a really good amount. This should really set us up here on the farm. It's something like 35 bales in total. Well, we've got 14 on this, 23 left, 37 bales in total. That is huge. That is a massive amount of money we should make from this. So, yeah, let's head down to the shop, see exactly how much we make, and see where we are. I'm actually quite excited by this. This could be somewhere between 40 and 50,000 that we make today. In these bales, and as a result it is properly going to set us up on the farm. So bring these in here. I'm going to undo all of the tapes at once. There we go. 17,802. So that's 35,000 off 2 trailers. And another half a trailer is going to give us about another 9,000. So, yeah, it's about 45-ish thousand pounds we're looking to make today. We've got enough money to get the lime station at this point. And on top of that as well, get ourselves a new house, which is brilliant. Those are the first 2 bits of updates I want to do on the farm. So that is absolutely perfect. And we still have a trailer and a half of bales left that we can get down there and get money for. So let's head back to the farm, and I think it might be time to break ground on a new house. So back to our river or our pond side, lakeside campsite. I think it is time to get rid of this. We are going to move the firewood out the way. Hide it under here for now. These are our little trees that we had that we cut off the fields. Not really worth a lot of money, so I've just had the wood hanging around, ready to light fires in the evenings. And we are going to sell this. So let's step back a bit. Head into here. We did have a tractor in the used vehicle sales, but there's nothing in there at the moment. Construction and demolish. Bye-bye tent. Yep, bye-bye camp. £48 from that. And we're going to replace it with something from the Hobo mod pack, which is this. It's a little house that we can purchase. We can just put this here. And it's actually smaller than our campsite, but it should protect us from the animals a little bit better. And I think one of the things that we will have on this is going to be... Look at this. We got our little... We got everything but a bed. I'm guessing the bed folds out. We do have a toilet. Yeah, I think the bed folds out. There we go. Look at that. I love this. So yeah, this is our little shed. This is a perfect little house for us. Nice upgrade to our campsite, and means that our house is now really nice. We also now need to work out where we're going to put this lime production facility. It's gonna have to go somewhere over here, I think. Let's have a look. Construction. Want to come into here. Production facilities. So it's 15,000 for this. We have 15,700. And I think our best bet is maybe to have it so that it comes out on this road here. That should do us fairly well. I'm going to rotate it a little bit. Yeah. So then we can... Yeah, we can come in here, come off our farmyard, and we have somewhere where we can do it from there. So place that there. And that's perfect. We can now load that up with stones. We've got an area to unload it there along the roadside there. I do want to clean that up a little bit because I don't want that sticking into there. But looks great. Landscaping... Painting, dirt, change the shape of it, and up its size a bit. Like so. Perfect. And that then maintains how we had before. So let's go back to our field now that we've spent all the money that we made on our first trailer full. And go and get a second one. I think this is working out really well. We are now nicely set up on here to continue on and start making some money. We've just got these fields to seed come March. And I think what we're probably going to do is I might jump ahead again after this video. If we manage to get everything done that we want to today... And we managed to get everything sold and set up like that. I think it might be wise to jump forward to March, and then we can get the grass field seeded. It would be good to get some animals started as well. That's our next thing we're going to be looking at is getting some animal pens. I think if we have a look, the price of construction for... a sheep pen is 26,000, so yeah, that's going to be quite a bit, and 6,000 for the chickens, it's gonna be a little while before that. Oh, we also want to load some stone in for some lime production, because we're gonna need some lime to get started with doing these fields before we seed those. Should be okay though, because the only field we actually need to do with lime before March is this grass field here. And that should work out fairly well, and then we can get the other fields done in the meantime while we wait to do... while we wait for February to roll around, and we can start getting the sorghum seeded as well. Because that is, yeah, that's an April planting window on that. So it's going to be one of those things where we have to wait a little while longer to get that done. I do want to spread a little bit of fertilizer, if I can as well, on our first field, the one near our house and our farmyard, because there's a big square in the middle of that could do with a perk up. So we might try and get that done as well. But we'll see how we go. For now, I'm going to load up this second trailer, and then we'll head down to the shop and get this sold as well. Last bale for this load, and yeah, even being careful, I managed to unwrap 2 of the bales this time. Thankfully, it doesn't affect the price, but yeah, it is a little bit annoying. You come right in here and get right on them, and it still unwraps a bale is a little bit, yeah, it's not good. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 bales left, so yeah, we can easily fit them on there. It will be a fairly quick load up as well, because we only need to do 6 on the bottom row and then 3 in the middle across the top. But yeah, that is going to be a really, really nice amount for that last lot. Should get about 17,000 again for this. Is the price dropping at all? Let's have a look. Show current prices. Yes, ever so slightly. So yeah, today is the day to be selling it. Possibly the last day of January. When it was still rising and reached its peak, but yeah, we are looking at the peak price now of these bales, which is great. We're gonna sell these at the best price we can, pretty much. So let's head down to the shop and get this lot sold as well, and see how much we make with these. So up once again to the shop. And round, and we will undo the straps when we come over so that we get a nice clean amount and don't mistakenly do the other thing. And there we go, 17,600, so £200 less for our second load, but still a nice big chunk into our bank account. Just 9 more bales to go and collect, so we'll get those collected up quickly, and then I will head back here to the shop, and we can see how much those make. I think I will skip loading up because, well, you guys have seen me load up a lot of bales today already. Last bale on, and I was just going to drive you guys straight down to the shop and sell them, but I figured this was a fairly monumental moment to get the last of our 9 bales on here. A little bit messier than last time. Can I avoid? Oh yes, we actually have all of these bales so that they're not uncovered. Yes, there we go. So nice neat stack of bales on there, and we might hit 30,000 with this load. Quite possibly, if we're lucky. Very, very happy with how this has gone. We expected to make a good amount of money from our silage bales. We are looking at making a really decent amount of money from our silage bales. So we do have a couple more jobs that I want to do today. In fact, we are at a point now where the sun is staying up a little bit later, so we're not having to finish quite so early. So let's get these down to the shop, and then we can see how much we've made in total today. I think it's going to be around the £45,000 mark, which is absolutely fantastic. And then, in preparation for getting some lime spread next time, what I want to do is get that lime production facility filled before we finish off. And then we'll be in a position to skip ahead to March, where we can do some lime and get some grass in the ground. So back up to the shop. And we'll get these all sold, see how much they're worth, and then see where we are from there. I do have a question for you guys. So I'm not going to actually get any animals set up today. What I want to know, and unlock it all. There we go. Another 11,000 to 29,414. So nearly 30,000. What I want to know from you guys is, should we hold off on the animals until we get a little bit more money in, and maybe get something like a greenhouse going, or should we try and get the animals going as soon as possible? Let me know in the comments down below, because I want your input on here. I want to see which way we should go going forwards. Now though, I need to get back to the farm, and yeah, we need to get this lime production going. There's so much I still want to achieve before we get into further into this year, but 29,000 is only going to get us so far. One good thing though is that it should... Oh, I just clipped my hooks there. I'm going to drop that off the front. Right, there we go. What I do want to achieve though is sort of getting ourselves... Well, no, what we have achieved, sorry, is getting ourselves to the point where we should have money coming in every month. The lime production will do that, will bring us in money every month. It's quite useful from that point of view. I'm going to park my trailer over here. We do need to build the farmyard up. We want to get various bits and pieces going. We have the ability to do all of that here. What we don't have right now, and what we are going to go and have to spend some money on, is I should have picked up a bucket while I was down at the shop. So I'm just going to pop down there, grab that, and we'll then head right back. Unfortunately, not picking this bucket up, or not having this bucket, because I actually thought I already had it, is a bit of a waste of and time that we don't really have. She gonna walk off? No, she's standing there and talking to me this time. Let's have a look. Anything new in the sales? Nothing in the sales. Anything in the front loader tools? Right, we want... Yeah, this will take everything, but I'm not going to use that. It's not going to be good for stones, that. So we're going to use the Albert Universal Bucket. We will buy one of those. Okay, thank you. That does take us back a bit. And do this. But yeah, getting this started today does mean that we're going to be able to skip forward a couple of days. We're going to be able to then do lime and get grass done after that. Which will work really well for us. But we are now losing the light. Yes, it's light later, but it's 5:30, and the light is fading fast. One thing I do love about this map is just how alone you do feel. You do feel like you're rattling around on a small homestead farm in the middle of nowhere, without another soul around for miles. It is an absolutely amazing map. So different to pretty much everything else I play. And yeah, I absolutely love it. I need to get into here for the stones. There we go. Oh, look at that. I'm so pleased we left the weight on the back of this tractor, because it's going to be a bit of a hard push. Now, is this tool enough to get into the top, or are we going to have to tip it in the bottom? No, we're good. We should be able to get into the top. So, tip it in. He's lifting it up a little bit. Little bit of metal scraping. You can see our production facility hard at work now. And I think we've got about 4,000 litres here. How much does this hold? So this holds 1,000 litres. And yeah, I think we've got about 4,000 litres here. Let's see if we can get some work lights on. There we go. An overloading bucket would be really useful for us for this. Because, yeah, we get to the top, we scrape a little bit. And then we lift the front of the tractor off the ground a little bit when we're actually tipping. I could tip it in the front, and there's actually a mechanism, it looks, for doing it at the front. But, I don't mind. This is working okay. And, yeah, this is going to start bringing us in some serious cash in the near future. One of the ways this brings it in, this actually has solar panels built into it. So it brings us in about £1,200 a month, I think, from that. So that actually should now offset our loan that we've got, which is great news. The lime, of course, we'll be able to use on the farm, and we'll have a use for throughout the year, because our first two fields currently aren't limed, so they're going to need redoing. This is pushing these stones along a bit. We had this problem on Haute Belleron, where the stones we would pick up and they would fall out of the bucket. Bring this around. Whoa! And that's why we have to be careful. If you're going too fast forwards and you lift this very heavy bucket up, your tractor will tip forwards. Oh. Yeah, this is not the most realistic of loading. What I really want, as I said before, is an overloading bucket. If I had one of those, that would make this so much easier. And a bit more realistic. Right, let's get these ones. And then we've got the other ones up by the rock to get as well. Come on. No, we're not on the floor. There we go. Yeah, take it to the point where it's full. Looks like this might be our last load. Yeah. We're so nearly full. No, we've got one more. We've got a small pile of stones left. The moon is now out. Thankfully, this is all nicely well lit. And in. There we go. One last load. Just kicking around the edge of this rock. There. Oh, come on. There we are. Another 286 litres, and that finishes it all off. And now, in future, we can just back up our rock collector, our stone collector, to the back of this and unload it, which is great. And that's got it. Right, so tractor back to our house. Just want to have a quick look here. And yeah, we've got a very large capacity in this. 5,285. It turns 1,000 litres of stone into 4,000 litres of lime. I know this is getting an update soon. It's going to require water and it's going to be adjusted a little bit. So we will be using that at that point. We are going to activate it now so that starts processing our lime and starts creating that. But it should give us about 20,000 litres of lime, which is great. We can't... yeah, we can sell the lime, which is great. So once we've finished, and we've got enough, we can go from there. But yeah, so next time we'll be able to get some lime on our fields and get our tractor all, get our fields all sorted and running. And that is pretty good. I'm very, very happy with that. We have headed straight up to the shop here today because, as many of you pointed out during the comments to the last video, our little tractor is a wee bit in need of some TLC. So we're going to give some repairs to this up here first. So into here, and oh, look at that. 3,553 to repair it, but we do need to get our little tractor back up to full whack. At the same time, I've also come up here with it because there's an upgrade that a lot of you have requested I get. Nothing in the used vehicle sales. We have jumped forward to the beginning of the March, I should say here. But in here somewhere, we have something that you guys have been requesting for a little bit. I think it might be under miscellaneous. And that is this. A little front 3-point that we can put on our Massey. That way we can put the Mur on the front and the windrow on the back when we're doing mowing and speed things up a bit. Now we've got lots of colours. We could put a Massey Ferguson red on it, but I think I'm just gonna leave it the black, and we will buy that for 2,500. So back out with that. And that should really get our little Massey set up. The other thing people have suggested is that I give this tractor a clean, which is probably a good idea at some point. But at the moment, we're still doing a fair amount. Today on the farm, we have got a few things to do. The first thing I want to do is get the lime done. Our lime production facility has converted all of our stones to lime. There we go. And so that is looking good. And then after that, we might see if we can start getting the grass seeded. But to be honest, our main job for today is getting that lime spread across our 3 fields, trying to up that all-important yield bonus. And speaking of yield bonus, we actually have quite a bit of a discrepancy in that field there, our first field. Let's just come around here. This is the reason why I want 3-point on the front. We can connect up our front weight. Gives us a little bit of... Oh, wow. What I need to do, actually, is lift that one. There we go. That is probably not what I want to do. That's quite a lot of weight on the front of this tractor. So let's move that back there. Then we're going to have to get a smaller front weight to go on here, because that is a bit much. It's meant for us to lift bales, so that's why we've got that weight. I think we should be okay with our lime spreader here, but we'll just see how we go. So hook that up and all of that. We will take... I don't think we've got the cover remover on. No. So there, I think there is a manual cover... Oh, hang on. Maybe I pressed the wrong button. Let's try. No, we haven't. So I think there is a manual cover remover for external. But, yeah, we've not got it on here at the moment. And we'll pull ourselves underneath this and hopefully be able to get this unloaded. Is it right under this? There, maybe? There we are. Fill up with lime, and that sorts us out for this field. Now, what I want to show you is on here. If you have a look on here, you can see where we go down the end of the field, you can see we've got an 82% yield bonus on here. We're 98% fertilized around this part of the field, but we step into the middle of the field and it drops rather dramatically to 0, and our yield bonus to 38%. And you can see this on the map as well, where the original field here is that we expanded. We now have this giant area around here that is just, yeah, has no fertilization at all. So I want to up that. We also, you can see, have 2 fields up here that have no fertilization. Well, only have 1 stage of fertilization on them as well. So we want to get all of that done. We're going to buy some fertilizer to do that. How much lime have we got in here? 6,000 litres, which is great. I think we got 24,000 litres out of here. Yeah, no, 21,000. Yeah, we have a lot of lime. I'm fairly well expecting this to do all of our fields that we have, though. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem. And then we can sell the rest of this lime. We do need to do our remaining 2 fields, but this will give us an idea of how much lime we can sell. And we can sell it through this, through that production facility as well. There's no specific place, I don't think, that we can sell lime. But we'll have a look. If we can sell it separately, we will try to sell it separately. And I'm going to start with the left-hand field here. And we'll go round and we'll do the headlands first. Not quite sure of what width this will do at. We'll get a good idea of that in a moment. So that tells me that we want to be there-ish. And perfect-ish. Yeah, it's probably going to have to go around, and we can see how quickly we go around this field as well as to how much we'll need to go and cover back on the sides and things. But it's a great little spread of this. Perfect for a farm of this size, perfect for what we're doing on here, and as a result we're able to get these 3 fields increased in their yield. And yeah, I'm still impressed by this little tractor. It is doing an absolutely cracking job of everything we throw at it. This is a 110 horsepower spreader, so uphill here you can see it's struggling a little bit, but in general I'm pretty happy with how well it's performing. You won't get a very good load up the hill. We'll just go and do this headland, and then we can swing back around and get into the field. But it's yeah, it's doing really well, and everything we've thrown at this little tractor, it has performed and done, and we've got 12 hours on it now, nearly 13 hours on it now, and it is just a great little tractor. Look at that, it's not actually spreading when I don't have any lime. So that is something that didn't happen in previous versions of Farm Sim, I don't think. You ended up wasting lime. It seems to have a little bit of a variable spread on it now. Now, one advantage to having similarly sized fields is that we basically can estimate how much of a given item we will need for each field. So here I'm just finishing off these little patches, making sure that we have got full coverage on here, because I like to make sure my yield is at the maximum everywhere I can get it. And that is 40%. So we used 60% of our lime on from this trailer on here. So I'm actually going to go and do the other field, the grass field next. I think 40% lime should be enough to do this and get it finished off. So should be useful for us from that point of view. And then we'll be able to come back and do our other field. Will this get this whole corner? Just about. Yeah, there we go. And get everything down the side of this woodland here. Yeah, that means that we should only use about, I think, probably about 10,000 litres of lime to get these fields done, which is good. Absolutely perfect. We'll have about 11,000 litres to hold on to, which means we won't be selling any. We've got 2 more fields to do once we've harvested them this year, and yeah, they're going to take about 11,000 litres of lime to get done. So yeah, it's one of those things where we create just enough lime from the stones we've collected on our fields in order to spread lime on those fields, which is pretty brilliant. Now, we've had lots of suggestions in the comments for the last few videos about what we should do going forward with the animals and possible greenhouses and everything like that. Free. And yeah, I actually love those comments. Please keep them coming. We've got a difficult decision to make, and I think the way I'm going to do it is probably go with a greenhouse for now. And we might get that today. And that is simply because the greenhouse will be a brilliant way for us to spend a little bit of money. It'll cost us, I think, 10,000 to get the smallest one. And then we can go and make money off that during the next few months. We'll have to get a water trailer or something to fill it, obviously. And we've got a few options there. And just keep on ticking over and making a bit of money from that. And then when we get the harvest in towards the end of the year, we will have the ability to get the chickens and get the chickens going. We ran out right at the end of that field. We need to go and refill this. Yeah. Wow. That was 40%. I was right. Did exactly the grass field. We need to go now refill, and yeah, that'll give us, well, if we fill up to about 60%, that should be enough to do this second field. So I filled my lime spreader up to 59%, and hopefully that is going to give us enough to get this field done. It is a similar sized field to our other one, so it should work. We'll bring it onto here. And yeah, away we go. So yeah, this is going to give us a good boost to the yield on these fields. If I just double check, so we'll check here. Oh, let's turn that off. Don't want to waste all that lime. So here we've got no yield boost. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it just says needs lime, doesn't need lime. It would be interesting to see what the yield boost is. I think it's either 5% or 2.5%. I'm sure someone will correct me in the comments, because you guys are awesome at doing that. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good little boost. We didn't get it done on our first couple of fields because we didn't have this at the time. It's actually been a little bit of a fortune to get this lime spreader. That's the thing. We were not expecting to have a piece of kit like this early, and it just happened to be cheap enough for us to get it. So yeah, it wasn't my original plan to have this, but we're going to take full advantage of it now that we do. And yeah, boost our yield as much as we can. But I'm not 100% sure how much it's going to do it. Getting back to the point I was going to a minute ago, because yeah, I like to do that in these videos. Getting a greenhouse is going to be the cheapest and most cost-effective way of us to make some money. We've got, we'll only have to get a water trailer to do that, as opposed to having to also buy chickens and buy feed for them, because we don't have any feed yet and all of that. So we'll be able to start making some money from the greenhouses, or from the greenhouse, fairly quickly. Will also leave us with some money to customize our farmyard a bit. We do need to get a shed in, really, to store our tractor as well. So yeah, lots to be doing on the farm, and lots of places that we want to spend money. And we still need a combine harvester. I'm still waiting to see if a combine comes out. Otherwise, it may be that we rent one this first year and go from there. But I would love to own one on the farm. But if it's just not cost effective, then I'm not going to do it. How good was my estimate? We're down to 3%. We got a tiny little bit left at the edge. Oh, man. Yeah, I've got 77 litres here. Small burst. Small burst. And wow. that is pretty spot on. I've got a small patch here. We can get rid of that. And yeah, I want to try and use this up if I can. Make sure I've got all the bits covered. And then just this corner down here. Last 15 litres. And yeah, that will make me happy. There we go. We are empty. That's pretty good. That is a very large coverage with our lime spreader. We completely emptied it. I'm actually quite pleased. 60% would have been absolutely spot on. But 59% has given me the coverage that I want, which is pretty good. Now what I want to do, actually, is get a bit of fertilizer while we've got this on the back. And just go and do that. So which way does this open? I want to turn it round the other way. Like this. And we're going to go and grab ourselves a bag of fertilizer to use on this. We'll do this. And we might pick up another front weight while we're up there. Let's bring this around. And I want to see if I can... yeah, should be able now to hook this up on the front. And hopefully it won't get interfered with. No, we can't do that. So if we're putting the front 3-point on, we need to take the front 3-point off to put the front front loader on, because they interfere with each other. So good to know. There we are. And then reverse this up. Grab ourselves some forks. Like, oh no. Make that up. Yeah, we don't jump out to do the front forks. And then I want to hook the trailer up as well. Should be okay, I think. Well, what I might do is grab another front weight. Something a little bit smaller so that we've got something to put on the front of the tractor to offset stuff. Should be able to hook that up to the back as well to get this back. But yeah, let's head down to the shop. We need to go and grab ourselves a bag of fertilizer, and then we can continue on from there. So back where we started this video, up at the shop, and we can pop into here. I'm going to disconnect the trailer and then pop into the shop and grab some fertilizer. Now, I want to kind of do the big bags, I think. They are not that expensive. So, yeah, solid fertilizer is 1,800. Whereas big bag pallets, yeah, 1,900 there. And I don't think... Oh, yeah, we've got it here. Solid fertilizer, here we are, 14. This might be a better way to go, actually. 750 litres for 1,400 versus 1,000 litres for 1,800. Oh, maths on the fly, not my best thing. That, I think, is the most expensive one. I'm just going to grab a pallet. 750 litres of fertilizer should easily be enough for what we want. So this will be the least cost to us. I don't know if this is the cheapest fertilizer, but this will cost the least for us. So we'll buy this. Yes, okay. And then we can head back out here, put this on our trailer. In general, I think people have said that the big bags are the cheaper way of getting pretty much everything in the game. But I only need a limited amount of solid fertilizer. So it's better for me cash-wise to... Whoa! And that is why we need a weight. Let's go and grab ourselves a small weight that we'll be able to put on the front of our tractor then. Which will be in here and in weights. So the one we've got is that one, the 1100. I am just going to get for the front of my tractor maybe something like a 650 Agco, 600, 650. Yeah, they're all much of a muchness in price. So yeah, let's get a 650. I want to get it in the Onyx Black and buy that. Yes. Okay. There we go. And then we'll have to drop those off so that we can get this on the back. And yeah, this should just make things easier for our little tractor to work as well going forwards. It's still quite a big weight for this small tractor. It really is. Look at the size of that. There are smaller weights that we can get. But yeah, that still looks pretty big. Right, let's bring this in. And this should offset it enough for us to pick it up. Yeah. It's not perfect, but it will do. We'd probably actually sell that other weight. I think the 1100 may be a bit big for what we're doing anyway. And that would just make everything that little bit more versatile if we did that. Right, strap that down. Come around and hook this up to the front. Yeah, to the back. Because we can't move our weight. Like so. And yeah, let's head back down to our farm. And go and load up some solid fertilizer. And see if we can sort out our fields. Now, the reason I need to do this fertilizer now is because as we've entered into spring, the field, these fields here are going to start growing again. We're going to get another growth stage shortly. At this point, I can use my non-care wheels that we've got on our spreader and things to spread the fertilizer. As soon as they go another growth stage, I won't be able to do that. We're going to find ourselves in a position where it's grown too much to use non-care wheeled wheels on it. So I need to do that in order to make sure that we are okay and not having any issues. I'm going to leave my front forks on here actually. I'm doing this, and then we can hook this up to here like so. Right, and then refill it. Perfect. It will take all of this, as we know. It's not very much. It's only 12%. So let's jump back out of here and just test at the side of this field. Yeah, our crop is okay. We'll cover that up, and hopefully 750 litres is going to be enough for us to just get the middle part of this field sorted, where we know that we've got this issue. So let's bring this here and go, and we'll see how long we have. And yeah, it's not going down massively fast, so that's really good news. The 750 litres is easily going to cover this field, which is just going to boost our yield on here no end, and mean that we are in yeah, just a really strong position going into more of the year, and means that we can do this with our other fields as well. We know roughly how much we're going to need as a result of doing this as well. So yeah, it's all good. It's yeah, it's all really positive as a result, and I'm pleased that this is working out this well. You know, we are going to be positioned fairly well going into the year with our yield levels. We're only down to 10%. We might have enough here. I think one more pallet of this is probably going to be enough to do our top two fields, looking at how well this is spreading at the moment. So yeah, that's really strong and really good. means that we are... it means I'm just happy. I'm happy that we're gonna get a good start after our first year. Right, so that is this field done, I think. Yep, there's the edge. It's difficult to tell. The wheat, the barley, sorry, is the young barley melds in with the grass a little bit. But if we check our fertilizer levels here now, yeah, you can see we've got a stage of fertilization. Now this is a bit of an issue because we still have quite a drop in the middle of this field where we're missing fertilizing. And so while we've got an 83% yield bonus here, that drops to 60% here. So this part of the field is still going to produce a lower yield, but it's at least doubled from where we were. We only had a 30% to 38%, so we've gone nearly 1.5 to double the yield on here, and we still have 538 liters left. So yeah, that's really good. And I'm actually going to leave the fertilizer in the spreader because we're going to be using it on the other fields later once we've got those planted, and that should work really well. I'm running over my new front 3-point. So let's take that off and that off. Get out of the way of my front 3-point. Drop the front loader off. So drop off that. And then we'll just back this up. And I want to see how much better that front 3-point works with the new front weight that we've got. Because that is going to be quite an important thing. Bring this over here. And connect that up. Perfect. And yeah, you can now see the difference in size with those front weights. We'll bring this over here. And this will just help stabilize us for when we're doing bits and pieces. There we go. So yeah, we are still down at the front. I'm not sure we actually need a front weight. Yeah, I'm not sure the front 3-point is useful for anything to us other than really putting the mower on there. No. Wow. There we go. So let's put this over here. I need to work out where we're going to build our farm and everything. So let's turn this off, and that's kind of going to be our remainder of today. We want to build the farmyard out this way. We know roughly that it's going to be all over here. Where I put the shed and what shed we do, we've got a nice big milk and water trailer that's come up. For 9,000. I think that's a bit much for us at the moment. So let's have a look here. So we've got this area here is going to be the farmyard. So sort of in and around here, going around there. I want to separate it from where the house is a little bit. And the shed I want to put in is going to be, yeah, there's a few sheds we've got, but most of them are out of our price range at the moment. We've got this shed here that comes with the farm. And that actually would fit there rather nicely. Or alternatively, would fit there rather nicely. I do like that, actually. Sort of there-ish. As we come into our yard and open up the yard a little bit. Yeah. Where is going to cost the least? There would cost the least. That's actually a really nice place for that barn. So 5,083. Let's purchase that. Put that there. I like that a lot. And then that leaves us with 1,300. Which then brings me into the production side of things. And greenhouses. It's only 3,000 for that. Wow, I thought the small one was 10,000. No. We can do a greenhouse up here. We could do a large greenhouse. The large greenhouse, not as big as I thought it was. Yeah, wow. So we could have a greenhouse area around here with a couple of greenhouses in this space, which would do us pretty well. Now, before I go and place a greenhouse here, what we do need to do, yeah, look at that. We're going to have to do the landscaping for here. What I do need to do is see how much a water trailer is. So we've got 3,000 for that one. 1,600. Sorry, 8,000 for that one. And yeah. So the second-hand one actually is down to 9,000 from there. 9,000 would give us 4,000 to work with. So as tempting as it is, and that old water trailer holds 1,000 liters. I think I want to go for one of these smaller ones to start with. We've not got a huge distance to transport the water. So I'm thinking this. I am thinking this little one. We can run this with our truck as well. So that makes things a little bit easier. So we'll have to go up to the shop and pick up one of those in a minute. Does mean we have 10,000 to play with for placing a greenhouse. So let's do that. Somebody did mention that there's an easier way to get into the menu, which is very true. Basically, this construction menu, it is Control P will take you straight into the construction menu. Right, I think if I put that one there and have this as our greenhouse area, that will work pretty well for us. Or I could actually, well, I could put it there, but I'm going to clash with trees. So we'll go with the £10,000 one. We'll put this here like so. There we go. And then we're left with 3,000. And that will give me the ability to go to the shop. That will then, yeah, that then leaves us enough money to go to the shop and purchase a trailer. And then we can see if we can do a little bit of landscaping. Disconnect that. Bring that back a little bit and then disconnect. Nope. Ah. There we go. I've disconnected it. And I'm just going to drive my tractor through. We're going to move. I'm going to move all of this stuff around and we will we'll get some more bits and pieces done. But yeah, nice big shed for us, which is brilliant. Let's head over to the truck and down to the shop. I think this has been a good use of the money from our silage bales. We've managed to upgrade a lot of the farm. We've got some extra income coming in, and means that we're able to move forwards as a result. Where's our piece of equipment? Right, let's just double check. Yeah, the only thing, we've got another item in there. Yeah, the only thing is that one, but we don't have enough money for that anymore. We are going to have to go with what we can afford. And what we can afford is this Albi. I don't mind having extra trips to fill up the water if we are in a position where grey or chrome. Oh no, adds. Wow, that adds so much cost. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the black rims. And we need to change this. Right. BF 001 no man's. There we go. Black only, main color. Yep, perfect. Okay. And by that, we're back to £325 in the bank. I hope this has been a good expenditure of our money. We are very much in a position where just got no cash left. Yeah, BF01NL. It's going on the truck, so we might as well put the truck's license plate on it. We have everything we need otherwise, and I don't think we'd have been able to have done the chickens. It would have been cheaper to get the chicken area, but I don't think we would have done as well from it. So I don't know. Let me know in the comments. What do you think to our choices here? Do you think we've gone the right way? Do you think I should have done it differently? I want to hear from you guys and know what you think. But yeah, we're going to head back. We're going to fill this with some water, and then we're going to get our greenhouses started. So we should be able to load this up from water here. Somebody said before that they weren't able to do this, and I'll be slightly worried if I can't. So let's just bring this back here, back it in. Why can't I refill it from here? This is a really good question. Is this something that's not been allowed on this map? Because that would not be good. Let's stick the tractor on it and try that instead. So disconnect that. Park our car outside of our shed. Our little house. Which I love this little house. It's absolutely brilliant. And grab this. Otherwise, we've got to put a water tank in, and we do not have the money to put a water tank in at the moment. It would be silly to have to put a water tank in right next to a water source. Right, there is nothing else to connect up on here. Do I need to turn it on, maybe? Okay, we'll give it a try. Back it in. It doesn't seem to want to work, which is a bit weird. There's no unfolding of the trailer or anything like that. I'm just not sure we can fill this water trailer from here. What are our alternatives? Where else on this map is a water source that we might be able to fill from? This, though, seems to be the only water source on this whole map. It really is. This is the only lake on this whole map. And yeah, doesn't seem like you can fill from it. Let's have a look at here. Is water a thing you can buy? No. So water is not something you can buy. That means we're looking at this. 3,000 for a water tank. I think I'm going to have to find something alternative to do the water tank with before next time. Because we need to be able to fill this up. What I'll probably get, actually, is a standpipe. That will be a little bit more realistic for having that right next to a water source. Let me know in the comments, though, if you've had similar problems on here, because it does seem a little bit weird. I'm just surveying my farmyard a little bit for, well, what it is at the moment. We have a bit of a problem on here. So I've been doing a bit of research since the last video and discovered that there is no collision on this lake. So it is impossible to fill the water from this lake, unfortunately. So, as a result, we've got to place a water tower. Now, I've had a look at a few hydrants and things. Nothing really worked or sat well or anything like that. So, we're going to put in one that Alien Jim has actually included with the map. That is found here under containers. And it's this one here, which is quite cool. And I like this, and I want to kind of place it on the edge of our space here. So that we got this. Trouble is, it's £3,000. So the only way I'm going to get around this water problem is to borrow a little bit of money. I didn't want to. We were getting to the point where the farm was self-sufficient enough to not have to do it. But if we're going to get our greenhouses working over there, we're going to have to do that. So what we're going to do is we are just going to borrow 5,000. It'll take us up to 330,000. But will give us that crucial money we need to get things moving forwards. I'm very much trying to not rely on borrowing money going forwards. Now, the closest I can get it to there is there without changing it. Or without turning on the toggle free mode. So we could turn that off. And that would do that. But we'd need flat land first. And you can see here that it's ever so slightly not. So I'm going to go there. It raises it up a little bit on this corner here. You can see here, but we'll just smooth that out quickly. So back into the construction, landscaping, and the smooth tool. And just give... Oh, we're standing a little bit close to it. I don't actually like that about this tool. Is the fact that if your character is standing a little bit close to it, you can't actually do the job. But we'll just smooth that edge out there a little bit. And just make that work a little bit better. And then we go and have a look at it. And yeah, that works much, much better. And now we've got a nice water tank here that we can use and we can play around with. Also gives us a little bit of money to play around with building our yard. So we might have a look at doing that a bit today as well. There's a couple other jobs. We need to start looking maybe later at getting our grass seeded. We do need to get that into that field, and that will probably be a good job to do today. I'm not sure we actually have any seed, and we may still have some seed. So if we've got some seed, we'll get that going as well. But I wanna do that. I also want to get rid of one of our weights. We established last time really that 1100 weight is a little bit big for this tractor. And we actually don't really need it. It's not a weight that will be useful to us going forward. Now we have that 650. I also want to have a look at how we build the yard out around here and how we bring everything together. So that's something I want to look at today as well. And then we may be able to skip the last day of March and go into straight into April and keep things moving here on the farm. Let's open up the cog on this and refill it. There we go. Now, very tempted. I was tempted to just bring this in and then cancel out the money because of the lack of collision on the lake here, but I think we're basically just going to say this water tower is how we pump the water out of the lake here, and then can we not close this? Okay, so you can open it but you can't close it. That's interesting. Let's bring this around then. We'll head back out here and round this way, so that we can go and fill up the water and get our greenhouses working. But yeah, so that's basically how I'm approaching it. We'll try and repay this extra 5,000 that we've borrowed as quickly as possible. I want to get this loan down, and at the moment we're just sort of increasing it quite a bit, and that's not overly helpful. I also want to see how much water that our greenhouse here takes, because ideally what we want to do is maybe just fill this up every day and see how far it goes. Wow, that is not much water. This will do 15,000 cycles a month on the tomatoes. 1,536. Yeah, we're going to need to probably do 2 or 3 of these water tanks today to get this started. But I'm going to do all of these products because I want to produce as much from here as we can and bring in as much money as we can. So yeah, back to the water tower. We're going to do a couple more loads into here, and hopefully that'll be enough to keep it going for the rest of March. And maybe we can just fill it up each day and just keep it topped up and keep things running. So I've given it 2 more full loads of water, and we're just going to add a 3rd one. So we'll take this up to 8,000 litres. I have discovered that the valve on here is on a timer. So sometimes you'll get to loading it up, and it will stop halfway through because the valve will have automatically stopped, which threw me off on the last load. This load we seem to have made it through before it closed and I had to reopen it again. So it's pretty good like that. I kind of wish you could open it and close it manually. That'd be quite nice. But I do like that there is a manual process to it. We are in a very good position here with this water, though. By my reckoning, if we turn on and activate the production of all of the stuff here in the greenhouse, we should end up with needing about 4,000 litres per month. We are currently putting in... let's unload this. We're putting in about 8,000 to start. So when we jump out of here and go and have a look in here again, you can see that cycles per month, you get 1,500 from here, as we've established, 768 from the lettuce, but it's doubled. And then we get 1,500 from the strawberries as well. So we are looking, we're looking at having about 4,500 litres needed per month. We have 8,000 litres in here. So this should easily be enough for a little while to keep us going. Let's turn this on. And if I can put 2,000 litres-ish in a day, this will keep nicely topped up as well, which should be good. So we're going to get production going on all of those and get a nice full greenhouse going, which is going to be great. It's going to be a really nice little earner, this, and hopefully we can pay back the 5,000 that we've used to buy the water tank, or 3,000. Yeah, the 5,000 loan that we used to get the water tank. And the rest pretty quickly. I'm going to park this water tank up here now and leave. Just leave this here. It's nicely out of the way. It's not doing us any harm, and we don't need to worry about it in the farmyard. We need to move most of the stuff out of the farmyard to rebuild that area as well. So I'm keeping my eye on that. Now, do we have any seeds in our seeder? Do we have enough to actually get this grass field sown today? Is the question that I've really got. And I think we probably... I don't think I need weights on the front. We kind of established weights are not a big thing that we need. So let's just reverse this up. Hook this up. And see if we have any seeds left over. We do, which is great news. Hopefully, 313 litres is going to be enough. So let's switch over to the grass. And then we can go and get that planted. And the thing is, going into into April, we're then going to be planting the sorghum and getting that sorted. So it's really a case of it's going to be a fair amount of planting now, and getting the farm set up and ready for the year ahead, preferably while we have some money coming in. But that's kind of the trick at the moment, is making sure that we keep enough money coming in. Now, I'm not going to do this headland area of the field here, down that side there, until we're coming to the end. So we're going to start over here. We'll start this up, drop it down, and pretty sure this is grass I'm putting in here. I hope it is, because if it's not, it's going to be a very big bit of egg on my face. Now, one of the big reasons why I didn't want to have this field as an arable field is because of its shape. It is such an awkward shape. This field just does not work for me as an arable field at all. The end bit here isn't too bad, but it's when it starts going off into it's sort of like two rectangles have been smushed together the way we've created this field. And as a result, I'm not overly keen about how it works. There we go. So we're sort of doing this rectangle here, and then as you get into the next bit of the field, it kind of wants to go a different direction. So it begins to curve around a bit and begins to become a little more difficult to work. We could, as I said many times or several times before, we could take that tree out, get the bump out, and you could actually take about 3 or 4 trees out of the back of that woodland there, and sort of square this field up a bit. It's not something I feel is necessary at the moment. Getting a bigger and bigger headland down here. But it's something that I think we may end up doing at some point as our farm expands. We just need this at the moment because when we get the sheep, we're going to need some way of creating hay for them before we expand the farm and cut more grass to then create more arable fields with. So this is why we've got this as a grass field here. I'm going to try and use its awkward shape to my advantage, but I don't know how well that will work. But we are getting it in. We're getting it in almost as early as we can. We could have planted it last time and been a little better, but we're okay, and we're doing well, and everything is going as well as can be expected, which is good. As I was mentioning before, this is probably the point at which I'd want to take the extra trees out, go straight across there, and sort of get that kink out of the field to make things a bit easier. However, it's not been horrible to seed this. It's worked fairly well. We are leaving an extra big headland area down here just because it's easier to go straight up and down this section rather than, again, have a kink sitting out of it and getting it all a little bit harder to work. We do have a headland, a single width headland around the field, pretty much. I've been trying to preserve that a bit and keep that working around there for us. And yeah, it should all work well and go pretty well. Actually, I'm thinking about it now. I'm wondering if taking those trees out would be a great way for us to get the extra 5,000 that we need to pay for the money we've borrowed today and get things back on track. Might work really, really well for us, and I hadn't considered that, which is not great. So yeah, that might be the way to go. Let us know in the comments if you think that would be a good idea. Just knock out those 3-4 trees along there, get those sold, and see if that's a good way to pay things off. I would really like to know your thoughts on that. I don't want to do a lot of forestry on here, but a little bit of forestry to pay for some of our stuff on our farm would be pretty good. Especially we do have the chainsaw, and we do have, well, we've got our little truck and we've got a flatbed, so we can probably cover most of it. Right, let's bring that back around there. And look, that's going fairly well. So it would be, let's just stop here. So coming from this corner here straight across, yeah, you can see you'd go straight across here, take out this tree and take out that tree, and just go straight across there to open this up a little bit. Or you could actually, you could leave those trees in and just go right up to them. So skirt the edge of it there, like that, and just take this one out. So either way, I think it's a feasible way of doing things. Make sure we don't leave any patches. But we'd need to probably do it in the next couple of videos. So yeah, we'll have a think about it. I'm trying to record a little bit further ahead But I would like to know your feedback anyway, whichever way I go about this would be cool. Right, I think we're a little bit wider at this end. So I'm going to have to do a couple of headlands here. We still have a ton of seeds, which is absolutely brilliant. Somebody did say after last video, oh, I should have bought the big bags. You'd have had fertilizer left over. We ran out of money. We needed to spend for the smaller amount because we didn't have the money to do with the bigger bag, as was evidenced by the end of the video. However, as things turned out, it didn't quite work out for us how I'd liked it to. Right, back down this way, and I'm going to go around this rock, and then we'll get the other headland done. It worked much better to take this this long strip this side of the rock just as one big headland. Again, not something that would have suited us very well if this had been an arable field, but doing it as a grass field, it should work pretty well for us and allow us to work the field fairly well, especially with the new setup we're looking at using. I'm looking forward to doing the whole the whole mower on the front, because so many of you have been requesting that I put that mower on the front. So when we do the next set, we're either going to do mower on the front and tedder on the back for hay, or mower on the front and windrower on the back for when we're doing silage. Both should work well. Both should be well within the horsepower of this tractor. And yeah, just should work really well for us. And then I don't want to do mower on the front and baler on the back. To me, I have not yet found at any point anyone who does that in real life. If anybody does have a video or anything, drop it into the Discord. Let me see it, because yeah, I just cannot find any real world examples of that at all. We have got our grass seeded. It has worked well. Yeah, that was our grass, which is good. As I said, egg on my face if that hadn't been grass. And we can get this over here. And I think what I might do is just... We've got... I think we might put some tarmac or something down in our shed quickly today while we're here and can get this done. So back into our build menu, landscaping, painting, getting under here. This is where the fun is going to be, because I can't get at the right angle to look under that shed. So we've got concrete at the moment. I think I might try and put some asphalt under there. So I want that. I want to change my shape. I want to enlarge my shape and see how much under here we can get. We can always repair the edges outside, but I think we've done fairly well, actually. I'm pretty happy with that. So we'll make that smaller now. So reduce that down. We'll square off this edge a bit. Give ourselves some grass back down the back here. I want to be careful not to delete out any sheds or bit. And we are spending a little bit of that money, but while we've got it here, we might as well use it. There we go. And then plants. That's a bush. That is grass. Just put the grass back in. Again, change the shape. Perfect. Happy with that. Right, and then we'll do the same thing down here. So painting, asphalt, there. Enlarge it. Oh, no. Grass. I want to even that up down the side here. Again, I don't want... I'm going to have that as a pad separate from our shed. Like so. Good. Clear that up a little bit. There we go. And then we'll plant some plants. It always keeps defaulting back to that square. There we go. And then we can put some around here as well. So that. Perfect. Right. So having done that, I want to put a bit more asphalt down. Enlarge it a bit. There we go. And we'll take that right out to here. Like so. And we'll give it a little bit in front of our shed here. Just out a little bit here. This is where I need to move out of the way again. We've got asphalt over here as well. Right. And back in. Construction menu. Landscaping. And just building our farm. Right. There we are. Right, so then we're going to bring it out here as well. And the problem I got, can I get it under my equipment? That would be good. Trying to get a nice straight line around there. And then the rest of this, I kind of want to fill in with some dirt. So we got dirt there. I'm going to enlarge that. And we'll bring this round. And that round there like that. If I can keep... Oh, and we're out of money. There we go. So we've spent all our money. We've run out. We've not quite got everything where we want to. But now we can go and rearrange things a little bit. And make our yard a little bit clearer. Hopefully, we'll start selling some stuff soon. And making a bit more money. Because... we really, really need to finish off doing things in this shed and in this yard. But we have got ourselves nicely set up at this point. So put that there. We'll then go and grab this. We need to move some stuff out of the way. So at the moment, a lot of it is in the way. Right, I'm going to move some stuff around the yard, and I'll show you where I've decided where everything will go. So, I've been around the farmyard, and I have collected up most of the equipment from around, and we are nicely settled in. We have got a couple of little more bits we can do. In fact, I can go and sell that weight. If we can get rid of that... that will give us a little bit more money and allow us to finish off our farmyard here around our barn and just get this little bit of grass that's still kicking around in the middle of it out of the way. So I'm just going to park the mower over here out the way. I'll just get rid of this little bit of grass in this corner as well. I'll drop that down there. We actually have space to enlarge this yard later as well. And I think that's going to be something that we do. Is both the yard, both our farmyard and our house and everything are going to increase and change and improve over time as the farm expands. And it'd be quite a cool thing to see, I think. We'll have a nice setup from that on here. Actually, I'm going to put this in the shed. Can I squeeze around here? Yeah, there we go. So I've got most of my equipment in here now. Certainly the stuff that's a little bit more, well, I want to say delicate. But certainly the stuff that I think should be in the shed is now in the shed. The stuff that I think we can leave outside for now is outside. We're going to stick this on the back and take it down to the shop and get it sold. Next time, we are going to have to go and roller our grass field. We need to go and get the roller out on that and get that done, because that's you know what we're going to need to do in order to get the most out of the grass. Otherwise, it's going to be rollering the grass and doing stuff with our greenhouse again, and just trying to get the farm moving forward. So yeah, those two jobs aren't going to take us very long to do though. So it's going to be, we may have a look at what else we can do around the farm. It may be a case that I do get rid of those trees I was talking about earlier, expanding that grass field and sorting that out a bit. I'll have to do that before I do the other bits. But yeah, I think it might be one of those things that's worth doing. Right, there we go. Get our tractor well out of the way. We don't want to be selling this. We do want to be selling this though. And yeah, 947. Repair for 2. So as long as we get more than 976 for it, we'll be good. Yes. 977. It was worth it. We get extra £1. Right, let's sell that. Yes. There we go. £973 into our bank account. We can head back to the farm and very carefully get rid of those last couple of bits. And maybe, just maybe, we'll start next time in the black. So we're back at the farm, except I've run out of fuel. Oh, man. I could have refueled while I was down at the shop. Thankfully, we do have some fuel up here that we can deal with this and get this done. What an end. What a surprise. Although I'm betting that several of you were screaming out as this video was going on, refuel your tractor, refuel your tractor. Because, yeah, this is what happens when you don't refuel your tractor. Oh, man. There we go. Get into the right gear with our truck and get our fuel up. We do have 238 litres in here, so we should be all right. How much is this going to take? There we go. 105 litres this little tractor takes. And, yeah, I can't believe I ran out of fuel. Well, I can't believe I ran out of fuel. It happens on a fairly regular basis. And all I wanted to do was get this back to this shed and park it up. We are going to... I do want to put a fuel pump or a fuel tank here at some point. But I'm just going to park our tractor there. And now I need to go and put my truck back as well before I do my last little bit. To start the engine up. And we'll spin it round and get it back to our house. That's a little bit mad. There we go. And this is why we have a portable fuel tank. There we go. Right, one last thing to do before we go today. One last little bit of construction, because I just want to get rid of this little bit of grass here and this little bit of grass here. So we want dirt. We want to enlarge this a bit. Yeah, it does take a fair bit to do that. Turn that down. There we go. And then I'm happier with that. I would like to do, actually. Just tidy that up a little bit. And take the size down there and tidy this up a little bit as well. There we go. That's pretty cool. I quite like that. It's still a little bit of a mishmash of a yard, but it's looking good. We've got our lime production facility we can be making money from soon. We've got our greenhouse up and running over there, and we've got our farm yard construction begun and looking rather nice. I'm quite happy with this at the moment. We've got a few jobs to do today to sort of clear things out before we get to the seeding next time. We need to get some rolling done on the grass that we seeded last time in order to get the maximum yield we can out of that. I want to get those trees cut, I think. We're not going to be able to do anything further really with that area today, but I would like to get them cut and at least get the area a little bit prepared. That way, if we have any seed left over from doing our sorghum planting next time, we'll be in a position where we can put the extra grass in, get it plowed and get it done. So I want to get ourselves into position for that. We also need to do our daily loading of water into the greenhouses. I want to have a look at how they're doing as well, see how we're producing so far. We've only had a day on it, but we should get a really good idea for how quickly stuff will come out of there from that. Now, given the shape of this field, I think we're going to start in this corner here. So let's unfold this, reverse up to ease its unfolding a little bit. There we go. And then drop it down. And I'm going to try and do this field without lifting this roller if I can, because you wouldn't really do that in real life anyway. So that makes sense. And if we go along this line here, that should fit the shape of this field a little bit easier. So I'm going to do that way. Spin it around here. Yeah. Now, my aim is to get the vast majority of this field. We might go over and roll the headlands at the end again, just to make sure that everything's flowing the right way. But in general, I think we should be fairly good to get things done on here. And yeah, this is going to have a big effect. Why are we rolling this? Mainly because if you go over to here, you can see the effect that this has. So this has, this takes the rolling requirement off this field here. And if we jump out, you can see here, we have a 97% yield bonus on here. So we're nearly at full yield bonus. Whereas over here, we've only got a 95%. So it gives us sort of 2-3% yield bonus to do this on here, which doesn't sound like much, but you know, can make a difference. So I'd quite like to make sure that we are getting the most out of our fields we can. And while we've got the time to do it, we might as well do it. We might as well give the little bit of extra TLC to these fields. And make sure they can produce as well as they can going forwards. So yeah, you can see we've got these 3 trees here are the 3 I want to remove. So it's this one here, this one here, and this one here. I think we can remove and then bring our field basically straight through where these 2 fields are, 2 trees, sorry, are at the moment, and just sort of takes this kink out of this corner here, and makes it easier for us to work this field overall. Because the more I work this field, the more that its odd shape annoys me, to be honest. So, right, we want to come around here. We're going to turn at this point, bring it round and back and through like that. There we go. And that then means that, yeah, we've got a good set of rolling on here, and the field is going to do a little bit better as a result. Main body of the field is done, and it's just really this headland to finish off, which should be able to be done fairly easily. And then, yeah, we've got a good level of yield bonus across this whole field. 100% yield bonus actually is pretty good. It shows that we've done pretty much everything we can to this field to make it work. And hopefully we'll get a nice large amount of hay off here. If we have a look at the map again, we can see we've got a couple of places that we could just really do with going over, but it's only a minor bit, so I'm actually fairly happy with that. So we'll just take this to the corner here, come off and fold it up. And when the wheels touch down, yeah, I want to drive forward slowly to help it fold, like so. And then we can take this back to the yard. And the next thing I want to do is go and hook up and get some water for our greenhouses. So back up here, and our water tank is down here. I'm kind of thinking I'm going to move where the water tanker is. We're doing lots of journeying back and forth to get the water and to come here and grab it and do all that. So what I'm thinking of doing is, instead of leaving the water tank here, we'll leave it down at the water tower. It's pretty much the only bit of kit that we use with the water tower. So it makes sense for us to have it in the yard here. And I'm liking the yard at the moment. It's really, really working well. We've got space to expand. I mean, we can put another shed or another area in there, and that will work very well. It fits all of our stuff quite nicely at the moment. Yeah, it works well. So it's good. I'm pleased with it. And we did it for not a huge amount of money either. Now, some people did suggest that I cheat the money back in to recover the cost of our water tower. I'm not going to do that. It's something that is part of the map. It's something that I possibly should have known before I came into it, and then reserved enough money to actually do something about it. So yeah, it's going to be part of the loan that we need to repay. Which brings me on to another point. Somebody suggested that I just get the maximum loan I can, and then buy extra land and everything. To be honest, to me that presents us with less of a challenge. I want to borrow as little money as I can. I don't want to suddenly max everything out, get a whole load of machinery and everything. No, we're going to build this farm up, and we're only going to borrow enough money to actually get us started and get us moving. Once I'm beyond that, I want to earn the money that we are going to be using and that we're going to be spending. And actually, a prime example of that is getting the money for seeding the sorghum. I don't want to borrow money to seed the sorghum next time. I want to buy that with money that we get off the farm. So yeah, there's that to look forward to and sort. The way I'm going to do it, I'm going to try and sell some wood. That's the other reason why I want to cut those trees. Let's just have a quick look at our greenhouse here and see the setup. So, yeah, we're running tomatoes, lettuce, and strawberries. So far, we've got 341 litres of strawberries, 170 litres of tomatoes, and 85 litres of lettuce. This bears out what we know about this. The tomato and the strawberry cycle being roughly twice that of the lettuce cycle. Therefore, we have half as many lettuce as we have tomatoes. But also, the strawberries producing 2 per cycle as well. So they are, yeah, producing at a greater rate. Producing at twice the speed of the tomatoes. Hence the reason why we have so many more strawberries. So yeah, it's going along well. Some people have suggested that if I went for a single crop, these are split 33% at the moment. I've not seen that So, for example, if I open this up, it tells me, and I go here and say I turn tomatoes off. Do the cycles for these go up? No. So it still does as many cycles per month, even if I turn one or the other off. So I'm not sure it does produce more if you're not doing all three. Interestingly, it's still some experimentation I need to run with the greenhouses. I'm still unsure of how they fully work. So yeah, I think I need to play around a bit and sort of compare 3 single produce ones to one that's producing all 3, and see if I get more out of those singles than I do out of the one producing 3 of them, or all 3 of the greenhouse products. Let's disconnect that. We're going, as I said, we're going to leave that there. And now we want to get our trailer and we want to get our front loader, because we're going to try and deal with those trees, I think. First, I need to actually test that I can sell the wood. So we're going to go and get our existing logs we've got. We're going to put them on the trailer and head down to the shop. And if they sell, we're going to go and grab ourselves a wood log grab, so that we can load more onto this trailer and do that. I think there's a version out of this trailer that you can add logging sides onto. I might have to look into that. That would be a really useful trailer for us to have on this farm. Now, the logs we've got to sell, we cut a while ago. They were the ones that were on our fields. They are just here hiding in this bush. So we're going to pick them up and put them on here. I've got the new cursor mod on here. It only displays something if there is something for you to interact with, which I really quite like. It also does it with different colors. So you've got green for items you can pick up, or green hand for items you can pick up. I believe it goes to a red hand if you're unable to pick the item up, which is pretty cool. Really nice, quick visual representation of what you can and can't do. And then it does, it's got a couple of other bits and pieces that it highlights as well. But from what I've seen so far, it's a cracking little mod. Really, really makes a difference. We've got the additional field info mod on here as well, which should give me more information, although I've not seen it fully working yet. Do we have another one under there? No, it is just those 4. So let's strap those down. Yeah, this is why it'd be nice to have the logging one, especially if we're going to be using the log grab. It's going to be a little more difficult to load logs with that. I'm expecting the sell point for this wood to be this one over here, if it is going to be one. Seems to take pretty much everything else. If not, we're gonna, it's gonna be a requirement of the sawmill, and that is beyond us today. Yeah, this is, nope, this is not a sell point for wood. Oh, hang on. Yes, it is 215, but that is important because it means that we can come over here and buy ourselves a log grab. And she's run off again. So, yeah, nothing in the used vehicle sales for us today. Front loaders. No, that's front loaders. We want front loader tools. There we go. We want a good little log grab. We've got that one. In fact, yeah, that is the only one we've got. 3,000. Wow. Okay. As we're not looking at doing a huge amount of logging on here, we can rent it for 153, so we're going to lease this. That is not how I wanted to do it, though. 3,000, wow. I was expecting it to be like maybe 400 or 500. 3,000 is a lot more than I expected that to cost. But we should make, well, we'll make back the money we're using to rent this fairly quickly. There we go. And yeah, we should make enough cash to not only do that, but to also buy us some seeds later. So we're probably going to try and get the forks on here on our way back as well. Another mod I picked up today is the one that tells you the repair status for each item depending on what you have selected. So if you look at the bottom right hand corner and the spanner icon, as I go through the different pieces of equipment, it tells me the different repair levels of them, which I think is absolutely brilliant. It gives you a very, very clear indication of how everything is doing and whether you need to get anything repaired or anything like that, which is just absolutely brilliant. Now, I want to get this trailer here, so I've got the easiest setup for it. And I'm hoping that we're not going to need the weight for the back. I mean, we can go back and get it, so it's not awful if I need it. That's interesting. Do they need connecting up? Do we actually have? Oh, they do. There we go. So, yeah, manual attach. We needed to collect up the hydraulics for them. So, let's go over here and jump out. I want to get rid of that. Best bet, I think, is going to be to take this tree out first. It'll give us a little bit more space to maneuver. Well, actually, it won't really because there'll be the stumps. So, yeah, let's take this one out. So I'm going to take this, hopefully not too tall tree, and try and miss my greenhouses. So, like that. I'm taking it away from the field. Yeah. There we go. And then tree branches off. Oh, like so. Clear it off. There we are. Right, with that all cleared off, what I want to do now is sort of take it this way. Oh, look at that. It does tell me, it tells me the overall length. It would be good if it told me the rough length I'm cutting as well. So how much should I cut there? So that's 4.3 meters and that's 20. So another 4 meters would be about here-ish, I think. How do we do? 3.4 meters. Okay, a little bit further. There. .1, so that was a little bit longer. Yeah, trying to judge these is fairly difficult. Right, and then we'll take the end off at about here-ish. And that clears it. Good. So now we're going to jump back into our tractor. And we're going to try and get these collected up. And moved out the way. And it really is yeah, the question I've got is whether it really is worth removing these other two. I think it's worth removing this one next to us at the moment. The next one is a little bit more debatable. It's getting this kink out of this corner is the real thing we want to sort and get done. Whoa, okay. Yes, we're gonna need the weight. Right, let's go get the weight on this tractor, and then hopefully we're gonna be able to get these trees picked up. We've got the weight on the back of the tractor, and we've actually got a fairly good route through the trees there at the moment if we wanted to. And sort of another way to get to the field if I wanted to put a roadway through, which isn't always that bad an idea. And the weight is enough. It's not a massive weight, but it's it's a big enough weight to give our little tractor here some stability. Although the way I've put the trailer is not the easiest for me to load it up without running on the field at least a bit. I'm alright. There we go. Right, and we want to be very careful and place these on here. And this is what I was talking about earlier. This is not going to be the easiest of ways to do this, simply because the finesse that we have with picking stuff up by hand is not something we have with this piece of kit. There we go. Back round and get the second one picked up. And as I said, I want to look into that logging trailer, I think. I think that would be something very useful for us to have on here, especially as we go further. Looking at the line across here, we can get away with doing this without removing those other two trees. We're also in a position where I think trying to fit more than a single tree's worth of wood on here is going to be problematic at best. I think we're going to end up with a situation... Oh, man. That is not quite where I want it. A situation where we'd get... very difficult to get the extra wood on here, so I'm going to limit it to just this single tree at the moment. We'll see how much we earn. If we earn enough to get the seeds, then I'll be happy with that, and we'll go from there. But you can see the fun I'm having at the moment trying to get this stacked on here and just trying to get these in the right place, because if I don't get it in the right place, it's just not going to be stable enough as we put more on. I think we've got one log, maybe two more to go. So I want to... I might have more control if I try and get this side. But I want you to slot that bit there. There we go. Carefully does it. And yeah, stay off my freshly rolled field. Yeah, you can see if we draw a line along the edge there, that would work fairly well. We would, yeah, and there's a tree behind that one, so it doesn't actually help us much to take out those two trees. We've still got to cut across at roughly the same place. So I think we're going to leave these two larger trees for now. I am intrigued to see if the smaller trees that we've got here grow into larger ones over time. Because obviously the map is dotted around with several smaller trees. I'd like to see if that is something that would happen on here. Or whether the small trees just stay as small trees all the time. Bring that in. And there we go. I do like this this log grab. It works really, really well. And I don't know if it's the improvement, just the improvements to how logs and things handle on here, but yeah, it handles so much better than previous games and the log grabs we had on those. Alright, and then this one. There we go. Right, that's got them all on there. Fairly happy with that. So I am going to hook this up now to the trailer, and we're going to head down the shop. What I'll probably do is drop the... Oh, no. Before we do that, if we try and drive off like this, that is just all going to fall off there. There we go. Probably drop the weight, and I don't think we need to drop the log grab off. But I'm going to drop the weight and the log grab off at the farm. We'll pick up the front forks as well, because if we have the money, I want to get some big bags for some seeds, so that we have enough going forwards into the next day. I ended up leaving the weight on the back of the tractor, or bringing it up to the shop, because as I remembered, the big bags tax this little tractor a little bit, so we want to make sure that they can work with this properly. We're going to bring this up to here and get these unloaded. So undo the straps, like so. Right, and sell the wood. There we go, 2,237. That is great. That is going to allow us to get a couple of big bags of seed, which is brilliant. Exactly what I wanted. So let's put this here. I think a couple of big bags should be enough for us to do those 2 fields. A bag of field, yeah, should be enough. Right, so let's head into the shop quickly and do that. Is she going to run away from me again? No, she stayed here this time. Let's see. What have we got in the way of big bags? We've got, yeah, a couple of big bags of seed with 1,000 litres in each. Customize that and give me a couple of those. That should be more than enough for us to do our farm at 1,600. So there we go. Someone did mention last time, why didn't I buy the big bags for the fertilizer, which is very much cheaper. And it was more because I was trying to save money. We didn't need a huge amount of fertilizer, and as a result, it didn't make sense to buy a bigger bag of fertilizer than I needed. Even though the cost per 1,000 litres basically was more to buy it that way. It was we didn't use anywhere near the full set. Oh my lord. Yeah, this is why we had the bigger weight on the back. Because yeah, this little tractor does not weigh a lot, and 2 sets of big bags weigh an awful lot. Right, let's see if we can raise this really slowly. See, it moves. The thing about this is, as it moves backwards, it pulls the weight back a bit as well. So you actually saw the weight shift towards the back of the tractor as we lifted these just then. And that's the advantage of that. And thankfully, it works fairly well with us in doing that. What are those signs down there? I'm really intrigued. I've never really looked at them. Let's just bring this back here. Right, there we go. And we can head... Oh, no. Don't want to lose the seeds. Let's strap those down. Yep. Right, and now we can get these back to our farmyard. Ready for seeding next time. First, though, I am just going to jump out of my tractor and find out what these 2 signs are over here. Cutting this signpost with a chainsaw permanently remove all the trees from the map. Oh, wow. And cutting this signpost with a chainsaw permanently remove all the rocks from the... So that's how you remove all the rocks and all the trees. I'm not doing that. I want to work with the trees and the rocks on here. I think it makes for a much more interesting farm for me to have those things in here and to work around them. We'll have a lot more character on our farm with those. So now that we've got this back to the farm, we've got to drop this off in here. I think we'll just, yeah, drop this off at the back here. We'll have to pull the trailer out to get the seeds off, but we've got no other use for the trailer right now because we only have one other job to do today. So, yeah, let's just drop this back here. And we'll drop that off. Now what I can do is drop my weight off and drop my front loader and forks off. There. Just drop the forks off. We'll bring those in a bit. And drop those off there. Like so. And then we can just go and hook up our last bit. I'm actually going to leave the front loader tool on because I have no space to put it anywhere at the moment. I want this, which is our stump grinder, which is going to be what we use to clean up. There we go. That's a very, very satisfying clunk just then. Again, I'm very tempted to make this an actual road through here, although it kind of does run over a little bit the spawning point for our pallets from the greenhouse. It would be useful to be able to get through to here, although at the moment it's just really useful to get through to this bit on here. So yeah, maybe not. Certainly it's a good little, maybe just a little dirt track through the woodland there would be a good thing to do. Let's turn this on. Actually, going to turn it on. Let's extend it out. Extend it down. I like that. Perfect. Reverse it up. And take out our stump. There we go. Nothing more to do there. This cleans up stumps really quickly. Wow. Turn it off and fold it up. Don't think we hired this, did we? I think we bought this because we just had a few stumps to sort of get rid of early on. But yeah, taking that tree out, I think taking just that tree out is the right way to go with this. Yeah, we're now in a position where we can get that cut or get that ploughed and look to seed that once things are moving forward a little bit more, which should be good. Just going to park this up. Actually, going to drop off our stump grinder here and then park this up because yeah, that is pretty much us done for the day. There's not much more. I can go and actually sit in my little shed and read my book. There we go. Go and park our tractor in our shed. Get it nicely under cover in the middle, like so. And yeah, we're going to be using our seeder next time to get our other two fields seeded, which would be good. Can I close this from here? No. It's open because it's right next to the bags of seeds that we just delivered. We are into April. It is time for us to get seeding our sorghum. So, yeah, I'm going to pull the trailer out with our seeds on it and then get our seeder out. And, yeah, we can then load that all up and get that going. We're going to seed and roll the field today. I want to get these two fields. Well, I say fields. We want to get both of them done today. I also want to try and get these bags, the big bags we've got on the trailer there, unloaded and put at the back of the shed here. Presuming we have any left. I think we're going to. We've kind of over-purchased on the seeds a little bit. I did do that on purpose. So I would have a good amount around for a while. We want to switch over to sorghum. Right, and drop it down. And then disconnect it all again. So yeah, if we can get this all loaded up and sorted and all of our seeding done today, that would be really, really good. At the moment, it's a little bit of a case of moving stuff around in this shed. I do want to replace this shed over time. It's like everything. I want to upgrade this farm that we're building over time. As we get more money in, I want to replace the buildings, get things that are a little bit better as we can go along, which should work out fairly well for us, I think. Get the pallet fork on. There we go. And yeah. That will be an aim, and one of the things I want to do as this series progresses is get our farm is to see the changes to our farm as we're doing it. Let's pull those in because those are quite close. There we go, and then we should be able to get both of these on. Disconnect that one and disconnect that one. I don't really want to fill from both of these, but I've got both of these on the front, so we might as well. Yeah. Whoa, we're doing a bit of a front wheelie at the moment. And as we learnt in the past, getting these on here, yeah, they're both gone backwards. I might get myself a big bag hook. I mean, we've only got £750 at the moment. Putting both of these on the front here, I don't think is a wise choice, though. So I'm just going to put these to the back in the middle so that they are out of the way. And then we'll grab just one of them to load into the seeder, because we won't need much more than that. So pull them fairly close. And in we go. There we are. Because we need to get some good height on this. This is the thing. With if we actually had a big bag hook, we'd be in a little bit of a better position with this. Because we'd be able to get these a little higher. As it is, we kind of have to tip it and hope we can get it over before the bag shifts backwards. There we go. There we are. And that now is on there, but that is not a safe thing to do. Forward slightly. We want to get it on the tip of this. And then tip it up. And that should, yeah, fill it like so. Perfect. And that's all in. So we'll put this back in the shed. And then we'll be able to get everything hooked up and head down to the field. So drop the front loader off and the forks and the weight. And that means we can hook up now to our D9 3000 Super. Lift that up, close our back, and yeah, we can go and put some soy gum in the ground. Now, one thing I will say is that the shop is teasing me. We've got a TX32 for 29,600 in the shop. I'm not going to buy it because yeah, it's a little bit well. It's not the combine I want on here. It's great, and I love that it's on here. But the combine I'm keeping an eye out for is actually in here, and it's one of these. And look at the price. The price actually for the 4400, which has a 6,000 litre tank, so it's larger than the New Holland. The 4400 is only 21,000. So yeah, the price of that TX isn't quite low enough for me to go for it. But yeah, I think it is quite funny that my favourite combine is currently available second-hand on here, and yeah, I don't want to buy it. So the two fields we are putting the sorghum in today is going to be these two here, which I'm dubbing fields 4 and 5. We're going to do field 4 first. It's a little bit strange having a map that basically I don't have field numbers for. They are just whatever I want to call them. So at some point we might actually give names to these fields. But at the moment, yeah, it's just field 4, which is the one that we're doing at the moment, and field 5. Yeah, we're both going sorghum this year. Then we've got barley in our other two fields, other two arable fields, which are fields 1 and 2. And then field 3 is permanently a grass field at the moment. But we might look after the next cut to expand a little bit into that area where the trees were that we decided to cut, or the tree we decided to cut down last time. So take that kink out of it after the next cut and go from there. Expecting that to hopefully be late spring. We'll keep an eye on it, but yeah, if that happens late spring, that would work out really, really well for us as well. Not using the seed too fast, so yeah, we have over purchased on the seed for the farm this year, but that's fine. That will mean we don't have to worry about it post-harvest later on, which will be very, very good. I really like these Amazon seeders. They've been something of a staple for me over the last couple of games. I think they were base game in 19, or certainly the D8 version was base game in 19. The D8 came in as part of the Modern Classics DLC, I think it was, in FS17. And yeah, now we've got the all variations of them coming in as early mods in FS 22, and I really like it. They are cheap and work really well and complement this tractor, especially on smaller farm stuff. They complement things really well. So yeah, I'm a big fan of these Amazon seeders. They for my setups, they work really, really well, and I love using them. And the 4 meter versions are really useful too. We've only needed a 3 meter version on here because we've not got massive fields and we've got a small tractor, and it's all working fine from that point of view. But certainly, I tend to use the 4 meter versions a lot as well. And it is just a really great starting seeder to have available to you. Oh, we've got a small area there. I just need to... We're going to have to double seed it, which isn't great, but there we go. Get back on track and make sure we don't end up with a line in the field like we've got in the middle of field 2. Besides the combine, there are still several pieces of equipment that we need to purchase for the farm. We're going to need a mulcher for post-harvest time, especially during the sorghum here. We've got quite a bit of stalk and bits left over from these to get mulched afterwards. We are going to need... We're going to need a roller for the grass. So after we cut the grass, we really, really want to get that rolled with the grass roller. We have an option for that along the same lines as the roller we have for the fields at the moment. So I'm gonna look at that as well. We need other bits and pieces. We need. There's quite a few that we're gonna come along at the point and need them. I think those are the 2 big ones, a mulcher and a roller that I'm keeping my eye out for at the moment. Everything else we pretty much have bar the combine. So it's there's a few bits of equipment that we still need to pick up. And still need to grab. At some point, I will probably need to grab another tractor. I think it would be wise to have 2 tractors and spread the load a little bit. Whether we have something with a lot more horsepower or whether we get something a similar sort of size, I don't know. There is one that would actually fit us really well on here. And that is to grab ourselves this. If you haven't seen my first look on this, I highly recommend it, or my spotlight on this, highly recommend it. But cracking little tractor this, and yeah, we could use that on here. This would be quite a good little tractor, I think, to use on this map. 95 horsepower at its most powerful, which is a 7840, and yeah, I think that would be a great little tractor for us to have and use on here. Would work really well with the kind of setup that we've got. Thinking it over, it's only really going to be worth us getting a second tractor when we've got extra land. So when we're needing to get more jobs done at once, or just trying to speed things up a little bit, that's when it's going to be a good time to get a second tractor. And at that point, I think we're not going to want anything overly more powerful than we have now, because if we're looking to hire somebody and to get a job done with the equipment we've got, all our equipment is set up to work with this little Massey, so it's all around the 100 horsepower mark. If we were looking at something that required a little more horsepower, then it's worth getting a bigger tractor at that point to deal with that. But while we're sticking with the current equipment, it's really a case of not needing to grab that extra horsepower. Having said that, of course, we can't buy equipment that requires higher horsepower until we have a tractor that can do it. So it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg thing, really. Do we buy a tractor that requires lots more horsepower first, or do we save up And when we look to get that bigger equipment, look to get a bigger tractor at the same time. We are coming to the end of this field, though. We need to do this little bit of headland that we've got at the edge here that I've left. I've not done headland on most of this field because it means that we're not double seeding. But we do have this slightly odd or slightly misshapen bit down the bottom of the field here. So we're just going to run along the edge, do a little bit of double overseeding. Just to cover this up and make sure that we're right to the edge, and that then will work fairly well for us, and we'll continue this. It means that we avoid spending a lot of time or spending a lot of seed, going over land that we've already gone over, and we want to get as up to the edge as we possibly can, and that then finishes this field off and puts us in a good position for where we want to be for the second one, because this field we're going to do at a slight angle because it does lend itself with its overall shape to doing a slight angle a bit better. And I'm not going to go straight into the corner, so we're probably going to have a little bit of a headland on here. Something that does concern me a little bit at the moment is that we've got rain on the way. Checking the forecast, it looks like that is due around about 5 o'clock, so we should be able to get through all of this and get this seeded and rolled today before the rain turns up. Not overly wanting to roll in the rain because it will mean that we have means that realistically we'd end up with a lot of mud and topsoil and things sticking to our roller, so we want to kind of avoid that happening and pulling up seeds and things. So I want to get that done before it rains, get that all finished, and then if the rain comes, what we can do is then get the water in our greenhouses topped up, which we are looking to do on a regular basis. If we can get this all in and done today, I'm not sure there are any other springtime jobs we really need to do. So it may be a case that we again get to jump forward a little bit, maybe into May, and then start looking at what's going to happen with the spring cut of grass and happens on that field there. Having a look at the moment, the grass is growing. It is currently at... it just says growing, so it doesn't give me a percentage at the moment. What's that lower percentage? Fertilized now. Yes, it's fairly well fertilized, that field. I know there is a section towards the tree line, actually, that isn't fertilized. But the rest of the field is pretty good. And I'm not too worried about it. I might go over it. We might go over it with the fertilizer, with our solid fertilizer spreader, just to cover those areas that need it. But yeah, I'm looking to try and get a spring cut of the grass in, even if it hasn't fully grown, and that way we can also at the same time get that field finished off and do not quite far enough over, and make sure that we are doing everything that we can with that grass field ready for hopefully later in the year getting some sheep that we can feed the hay to. Now you might wonder why I'm doing a headland on this field when I didn't do one on field 4, and it's simply because we are right up to the edge on this side, and I've had some problems down the bottom. You can see a few bits where I've got missing patches right up at the edge of the field. And it's because it's going, you don't own this land, and then not immediately triggering the seeder. So in order to make sure I get right up to the edge and right up to the side of the land I own, I need to get that. I need to do a headland at this side of the field. And then the other side of the field, it's purely that curve at the bottom corner. Makes it very difficult for me to get right in there and do it. So I'm doing a headland here so that I can more easily do that curve at the bottom. And actually the little bit of curve at the top as well, and get that all working properly, so that yeah, we make a tidier setup on here as much as we can. It wasn't necessary on field 4. Field 4 we had a lot more space to work with, and a lot better setup to work with. Field 5 is a slightly more awkward field. And therefore having just even a single 3-meter headland is going to help us to be more efficient doing this field. As we get up to the top end of the field, you can see why doing this at an 81-degree angle is helpful to us. It seems to be roughly the same angle as this top section here, and means that when we come to do the headland at the top, it's a nice straight bit around there. The rest of the field will end up doing a sort of a bit of an angle as we get to the top there. But it means that we get a nice straight bit up the top here. And it means that about probably 67% of the headland we do is nice and straight and works together, as opposed to if we'd done straight along the top here and worked our way down, you're looking at about 40% of the headland having an overlap with the seeding. So yeah, and us all coming into an angle all the time for it. So it makes more sense to do it this way, and means that we end up with a neater setup at the end. I want to just sort of come into this point here. That then gives us a nice bit of turnaround, and yeah, we come around there, do that bit of headland then, while we come in at an angle around the end here, and yeah, keeps us all on the field and doing the minimum overlap and setup for that that we can, and just works better for us overall. And now with the main body of the field done, what we can do is just head down to the bottom here and go round the field, and we'll end up in that bottom corner over there, and it'll work out well for us. So bring this down here. I do need to reseed the grass at the side of these the side of this field. We still have bare patches from where we did our landscaping, and so yeah, need to clear that up. But yeah, got this pretty much spot on going up this headland here. I'm really pleased with that. We've got minimal overlap in our seeding, and yeah, that should work fairly well for us. We bring this up here. We can then do this headland up the top. And yeah, and now it should be one continuous run pretty much. We might have to turn at the top corner. I'm in the wrong place. There we go. But we're all right. As long as I don't miss bits. This is the thing. Got to avoid doing the missing bits. But that is a very nice run, and I'm really pleased with that. That headland has come off very, very nicely around here, and we've only used 45% of the seed that was in here. So yeah, we over purchased on seed by a long way. We didn't have that much in our seeder initially, so we did need to buy one big bag, but yeah, 2 was unnecessary. Not a huge loss of money. It cost us 800 to do that and get that second bag by mistake. So yeah, not a massive loss of money, but still not great, and should last us for a long time though. The seed we've got, which is absolutely brilliant. Means as we expand, we probably won't have to buy more. So with both fields seeded, we're going to head back to the farm. It is 20 to 4 in the afternoon, so we're getting very close to that rain. Fortunately, our roller works faster and is wider, so the majority of our job today has been getting this done. I'm looking at it and wondering if if it's getting close enough to the rain to worry about. Maybe it's wise for us to go and do our water for our greenhouses, see how those are doing, and do this next time. But I really would quite like to get this done and out of the way today. Would be pretty good for us to do that and then be able to move on. And then we could concentrate possibly on those greenhouses next time, because we might have our first crops produced from them. So yeah, let's get the roller. Let's get that done. And our greenhouses have enough water for a good long while. I'm just trying to get it up to its maximum capacity by doing that once a day. But this should work fairly well. And yeah, I think we've got time. We've got an hour before the rain is due. So we should be able to get out of this and get this job done. And yeah, we've got a pallet. I'm guessing that's some strawberries. So up to the field. Let's get this unfolded. We will reverse it up as that unfolds. Yep, there we go. Right. And then what I want to do, bring this over here. And yeah, we want to put it down and not raise it up again until we need to. Until we finish, really. And get these rolled in. And improve our yield on these just by getting the field rolled is massive. I love all the extra groundwork that you have in FS22. Maximizing your yield is a really interesting thing to reach and get done. So I'm loving that in 22. It's absolutely fantastic. This is a much quicker job than seeding. Well, we're 23 minutes after 4, and we are already well over halfway through this field. It is yeah, much quicker job. As I said before, there's a roller very similar to this that we can get, that we will be able to do our grass field with. And so, and these are inexpensive. I mean, these are a great set of rollers. Mod available from the mod hub, and just, yeah, brilliant set of rollers to use on a small farm like this. Highly recommend them. And they have, I think there's 3 different ones. There's the grass roller. There is the, let's just have a look in here. Rollers. I think there's a set in grassland care. So yeah, there. I think it's a well, it's an Eastern European, possibly Russian make, but yeah. So it's only 4,200 for those grass rollers. It is. Where are other rollers on here? Here we go, rollers. And they got this one as well, which is the one we're using here, which is 4,500. And it's only 70 horsepower to use it. And I can't remember, is the last one a mulcher maybe? If they've got a mulcher as well. Yeah, and they've got a mulcher too. So I was talking about mulchers earlier. I think we might end up grabbing that mulcher. Because the rollers have done us really well. It would be brilliant to have a set of all 3. And use the other ones as yeah, use the mulchers to do our fields post-harvest. Almost got the first field done, and the rain is starting to fall. So yeah, in the interest of being realistic, we'll finish this field off, which should just be one more run, and then I'm gonna go and do the greenhouse, get the water into that. We don't want to be rolling in the rain, really. It won't do us any good to our land to do that. We'll just end up clogging up the roller. So just want to do this last little corner bit here, and yeah, we still need to get the other field rolled. So what I'm going to do is fold this up, and we're going to go and put the rollers at the far end and just park them down there, so that we can easily just come out here very quickly next time and get the other field rolled once the ground has dried out a little bit, and we won't just be clogging the rollers up with mud and getting everything to stick to them. So let's just leave these here like that, and then we can head back to our farm, and I want to just hook up the water quickly, get our greenhouses topped up, and we can check on the progress of our fruits that we've got in there. Rain is coming down a bit heavier now. I think we finished that rolling at just the right moment. Let's bring this back here. Hook this up. Oh, a little bit further back. There we go. That's got it. Right, and then open up our stopcock. Refill this. And then with that filled up, we can head over to our greenhouse and top that up. See how we're going. And keep this going and keep this topped up, and it'll be fine. We'll never have to worry about it. In fact, we'll get to the point where we can probably come in and just top this up once a month once we've got it fully filled. So let's unload that. Perfect. And then once this has emptied out, which is going to do fairly quickly, I'm just going to pop into the greenhouse and have a look at the status of everything in here, and get out the rain as well. So how are we doing? We've got 11,297 litres of water in there. Brilliant. We have, looks like, got our first lettuce out. I'm not sure. We've got our first... No, we haven't got our first lettuce out. We've got our first strawberries out. So those are producing really nicely. And yeah, I think these are doing well. And how many strawberries have we got here? We have 500 litres of strawberries. Can't pick that up, which isn't surprising. But yeah, that's pretty good. I'm very happy with that. So we're going to leave this here today. So we will probably pick up with this a little bit next time and have a look at the greenhouse. If we haven't got much released from here, we might go to the end of April and see if it produces a little bit more. It's going to be a fairly busy day today. We are basically clearing up everything that we've been doing in the first part of the year. We've got a few bits of fruit to do. We've got our first 2 crates. Oh, no, that didn't work. We've got our first 2 crates of strawberries out and our first crate of tomatoes out. Why is that not refilling? Let's try this again. We've got no money, so we can't refill. We'll have to come back and do this later. This is one of the weird things. You can't get water, even if it's free, if you have no money. Rather ridiculously. So yeah, we're gonna have to do the other stuff first, but that's all right. We've got plenty to do today, as I was saying. We've got our first fruits out of the greenhouse, and as we have a lack of money, we are going to go and sell those as an early job. We've got to finish the rolling, and we need to do some fertilizing as well. We've got a couple of fields that are in need of it. Our grass field needs a bit, and our 2 fields that we did previously need some. Now, the one thing I do want to check while we're here is, are we going to need to purchase any fertilizer? Because we don't have any actually here at the moment, unless it is in this. Back up a little bit further. There we go. Right, connect that up and just have a look. So we've got 500 litres of fertilizer. We will have to see how far that goes across our 2 fields. But hopefully we won't have to buy any more, because, yeah, we're not going to make a huge amount from our initial products from the greenhouses. We'll need to get those sold, and I think we might make about £1,000 off it if we're lucky. But I don't think that is going to be the case. I think it's going to be just under, really. Trouble is, fertilizer is not cheap. It's going to be... Let's have a look in here. Nope, not in there. In there. I think the only one we're going to be able to afford is... Yeah, pallet of solid fertilizer, 1,400 for that. So that's not cheap. If we go back, big bag of fertilizer is 1,800. So that's not cheap either. And then the final one, yeah. So it gets gradually more expensive. We don't have enough money for fertilizer. We're not going to be able to do that. So it is very much going to be a case of going with what we've got and surviving with that. I'm going to put this trailer here so it's easy for us to load up. Disconnect it. And then come round and out over here. I think I eventually want to put another greenhouse in when I can afford it. Get ourselves producing some more stuff. And as people have said to me, very much it's a case of the greenhouses, if I turn everything off except for one item, then it will just produce that one item 3 times as fast. So I think having separate greenhouses for our crops might be a good way to go. I don't know. It's a possibility. I'm kind of liking doing 3 crops at the moment because it gives us a good spread. If we suddenly find ourselves in a position where we have a big run on strawberries or a big run on tomatoes or something, then we should be okay to have a few of those aside so that we can do that, and allows us to spread selling over the year a bit. We've got a fairly good price at the moment for both strawberries and tomatoes, which is lucky because we need to get some money in, and hopefully the greenhouses are going to help us to keep money coming in throughout the year and on a regular basis. Yep, you accept water there, not strawberries. A little bit we can do with the weight on the back of this tractor, I think, for these. Definitely don't want to be trying to do 2 pallets at a time with this little tractor. I need the weight on the back an awful lot with this. It's not a very weighty tractor. You can see the front of it just going down. If we keep the pallet low, though, until we need to rise it up, we should be fine. And then just rise it up as we're getting a little bit close. So slowly up. And then in and onto the trailer. Like so. Should do it rather nicely. I'll drop it down slightly and back off. And there we go. Nicely on. I'm quite pleased with how well those are loaded on. So we've got... How are we doing at the moment as far as prices go? Tomatoes are 899 per 1,000 litres, but we've only got 500, so it'll be 450. And strawberries are 450. So we're looking at, yeah, we're looking at making about 900... Yeah, about £900 off these 3 pallets, which will be good. Going to take us to pretty much 800, so yeah, definitely not enough to buy any more fertilizer. We'll have to hope we've got enough to last those 2 fields and the little bit extra we need to do. For now, though, we're going to head down the shop. We're going to get this sold. And we should make, as I said, about £900. Now, we're not selling these at the best price. Not by a long shot. It's sort of a very middling price we're getting for these at the moment. You can see the strawberries for April are sort of heading for this middle price. Tomatoes, similarly, are heading towards this middling price. If I didn't need the money right now, I probably wouldn't sell these. I have a feeling they sell at the same place. Yeah, there we go. We'll get these out and we'll take off these so that they can be easily unloaded. And we'll see how much we make. We're reckoning about 900, so about 820-ish, I think we're going to end up with on our total overall. That's still going up quite nicely. 899 pounds worth of produce sold. So yeah, that's good. I'm very, very happy with that. That means that we're back in the black, which is good news. We want to try and do that, and soon we're going to have some lettuces to sell as well, which will be good, and that will bring us. Well, I think we're steadily going to start making money now that we've got our greenhouse up and running. Next thing to do is give it a top up of water, I think. With our greenhouse only having cost us £10,000, it's not going to take very long for it to pay for itself at this rate. 3 pallets has brought us nearly a tenth of the way there. So yeah, 30 pallets should do it in total. And in fact, the lettuce will give us more, so that should work out fairly well. I want to turn this around here, drop off the forks because we're not going to be using them again today. So drop that off there like so, and then we'll put the front loader out where we had it before. And basically we're back where we started off today's video, trying to get some water for our greenhouse. We want to do 2 trips of this because I skipped a day and we didn't put any in the last game day, so I want to do that. So let's open up the cog. There we go. Or open up the valve. And there we go. So now we have money. We are able to fill our water trailer and actually put some water to our greenhouse. So I'm going to take this over there and then we'll come back and fill it up again and head back again. And I'll jump forward to that point. So I've got my second trailer of water, having already emptied the first one into here. Let's get this one empty as well. And while that's emptying, we can pop into our greenhouse and look at the status of everything that's in here at the moment. And looking in here, we're nearly full up on water, so that's good. We have a way to go yet before we have our first thing of lettuce. We've only got 345 litres so far. 190 litres of tomatoes in here and 380 litres of strawberries. So, yeah, looking good. We're heading for another pallet of most things in the near future. And I'm pretty happy with the way this is going. So we need to now turn our concentration from this over to getting our second field rolled, the one that we didn't roll last time. And then, yeah, as I said, we need to sort out getting some fertilizer about. Fertilizer, we're going to do the grass field today because we've not got any germination on our other fields yet. So it's a little bit early to do those, and we may be able to actually afford some extra fertilizer by that point. I'm thinking at the moment we're probably going to have to borrow money for a combine or lease a combine. But even leasing a combine, we don't have a lot of money unless we get a whole load in very quickly. Yeah, leasing the combine is still going to require us to borrow some money to do that, and that is a really expensive way to do it. I'm trying to avoid heading down that route. I left my roller up at the field, so let's go collect that and yeah, get this second field rolled. So I keep saying that this grass needs a bit of fertilizer, and it's because a couple of patches on it have none on at all. And a couple of patches have just a first level. And we're looking to cut it next month. So in May, we want to get a cut of that grass done. If we have a look in here, you can see what I'm talking about. So this field needs to be rolled. So I'll take the rolling off and we'll just turn the fertilizing on. I find this is the easiest way to check stuff here. So we know about this patch here. We've not really got a way of fertilizing that unless I get a sprayer or something. It does mean we'll have a yield drop in that section of the field, but there's not a huge amount I can do about that. These 2 fields, as I said, I want to get them fertilized as soon as we're able. It's this field here I'm talking about. You can see down this edge here, we've got several patches that are in need of some extra fertilizer, just to even get them off the ground. So I want to make sure this field, this grass field here, is as fertilized as I can make it before we get a cut in May. This section here is just an area of grass we cut before, but isn't part of the main field that we've got there. So I'm not worried about that. All in all, though, we also have this stretch down here, actually, which has nothing. So, yeah, there's a fair amount of fertilization to do on these two fields. In the meantime, though, we do need to get this second field rolled. We're going to apply the same thing as we did last time in seeding it. We're going to go around and try not to lift this. What we want to do is get it onto the field in this corner, though, and drop it down. Now, I will correct something I said last time. I said I thought that this roller and its compatriots were Russian. They're not. They're Ukrainian. So this is a Ukrainian brand that we've got here with the roller. And, yeah, it's one that is working very, very well for us. So I am, yeah, I want to correct that because somebody did put it in the comments. There we go. Around we go. And, yeah, between this and its other two, I think we're going to get the mulcher from it, and I think we're going to get the grass roller from it as well. Should work pretty well for us, I think, all three of these rollers. They're only 4,500 each, and yeah, you can see that they've worked on our fields really well so far. Made a big difference to our yields and everything, so yeah. A good set to go forwards with. As I said previously, they are on the mod hub, so if you want to grab these and have some really useful, effective and inexpensive rollers on your small farm, I really recommend them. They're brilliant. If you ever have any questions about anything I do in this series, or just want to come and chat and talk about it, or anything else for that matter, I stream on Twitch every Wednesday, Friday and Sunday. All are welcome. It's twitch.tv/virtualfarmer. If you've missed any, because we've been doing the realism experiment on there, I actually have a second YouTube channel as well that I put all of my VODs on from the Twitch streams. That is Virtual Farmer 2. If you search for that, you will find the channel. And yeah, I am currently posting VODs from the realism experiment on there. So if you want to catch up on that, you can go and do that there as well. Very much open to chatting about everything I do on here. Because, yeah, I want to know your feedback. As I said many times, leave a comment down below as well. I very much welcome them. I've learned a lot from your comments on this series so far. Last little bit. Just come up to this corner here, and then we can do the headland across the top. Has, again, worked really well, as I was saying earlier. Really love this little roller. It has worked out on our farm massively well. I have plans for this woodland area at the top here. My only trouble is I don't know if it's the area I want to expand into next. I quite like this here, and maybe putting a roadway through here into this area down here and having a good, field in this dip here would be quite nice. Quite a good area for a field. The only thing is you've then got this area up here that is, yeah, you have to have a road up here. Actually, look at that. That is just a great area to expand the farm into. But would need to really think about it, because while this bit is interesting and would probably add some more character to the farm, I don't know if it is the actual area I want to head into. We've got lots of space either side of us as well that has a similarly nice setup and texture and everything to this one. So yeah, it would be something we'd have to look at when we got the money. At the moment we have 1% of the cash to buy another area, so it's meaningless to really look that deep into it. Let's bring this around here. And as I said, what we want to do next is go and hook up to our fertilizer spreader. See if we can spread some fertilizer on this grass field. Hopefully it will have grown enough by the end of May to get a cut out of it and get some... Well, I think what we're going to have to do is put off getting the sheep a little bit longer and maybe do some silage on there and raise some cash from silage in order to try and buy the combine or get us close to being able... Well, even if it gives us enough money to rent the combine for the harvest, that would be good. And then we don't have to borrow anything. So, yeah, I think it's going to have to be a silage cut off of the grass field first time in order to try and raise some money and get ourselves moving forward again a little bit. And yeah, bringing in that harvester, because we need the harvester, we need a mulcher, and we need a grass roller. And without those things, it's going to be difficult for us. So, yeah. We're going to look into getting those and getting that sorted. This, though, as I said, has 538 litres left in it. If we can get a grass cut, actually, and get some money in, or just have some more money come in from our greenhouse, we should be in a good position. Let's get this open, though. And it's not going down very fast, but that's because it's not needing to spread very much. As somebody pointed out, a lot of my talk of realism, overseeding and double seeding and things, not really a thing in Farm Sim. And yeah, when I talk about stuff like that and trying to avoid doing stuff like that, that is very much me trying to play a little bit more realistically. And trying to keep an eye on the realistic aspects of the game, rather than me actually talking about a gameplay feature, because yeah, there are lots of things that are realistic that aren't covered so much in Farm Sim, but I try and adhere to it as much as I can in most of my gameplays. So yeah. That's what that's all about, because I know it did cause a little bit of confusion last time. So I hope that clears things up for those of you who were a little bit confused by what I was talking about when I talked about those aspects. You can see the little bits and pieces here where it's where it had missing fertilizer, but that should now have cleared up that field. Yeah, not bad. We still got some pockets. Not much I can do about those. We might actually be able to put it on when it grows another layer, another level of grass, and put some on then. Will probably be fairly good. We're going to need to do some extra fertilizing down the side of that field at some point as well. I think a sprayer in the long term is going to be a little bit unavoidable. So we're doing quite well today. I've managed to clear everything up and get everything done by about 10 to 1 in the afternoon. What we'll do, though, while we've got this little bit extra time, I think, is to... We'll rearrange things in here a little bit. We've got a... yeah, for some reason, our bale wrappers moved forwards, so I want to back that up. I'm trying to make everything a little bit more accessible in our shed with the space we've got. We've got a couple of items that are outside, and eventually I think we're going to put another shed or a lean-to or something like that in here, and just have things under cover a little bit more. At the moment we're good. We're going to need somewhere to put bales, though. I don't have a bale storage area, and when we eventually get the sheep, we're going to want to do that. We're going to want to have somewhere to store the bales. So let's take that off and that off, and that is all good. Right, so we're going to do the thing that we need to do, that we know we have to do, and want to keep things topped up. So I'm going to add some more water into our greenhouse because we can. We've got money at the moment, so it will actually allow us to fill the water, and that is good. Do I go and try and earn a little bit of money with a couple of trees? I'm still very much of the mindset that we could get a little bit more money in from accessing the resources we have around our farm. And the one resource we have around our farm more than anything else, of course, is the woodlands and is the trees. I don't want to destroy the aesthetics of the farm. You know, my idea here is not to just empty all the trees off my land. So I'm quite happy to take a couple of trees off if it benefits us. But I don't know about taking too many. And the question then becomes, do I come and get these two trees? So that tree, possibly I could take. I am less certain about this one. If I come off here, straight through there, that tree is right on the edge. It would have to be, yeah, we'd have to come back here to make it worthwhile. And I'm not convinced of that. I'm basically going, right, this is the corner here. Those two trees line up. We can go straight through here and not touch either of them. As much as having that extra wood would be useful and selling it. But we do need the money. We do need to get money from somewhere. And we do know that the trees are worth a decent amount if we cut them the right length. So yeah, I'm not sure. Let me know down in the comments, what do you think? Should we go into the woodland bits that we own and maybe cut a couple of trees down from the center or something, or do you think we should leave it alone and maybe try and find somewhere else to earn this money from, like doing silage bales? This should be the last tank of water we need to deliver to here today. Just empty that out there and have a look. Let's see. Yep, 20,000 litres. I doubt we're even gonna be... Yeah, we've not even got an empty tank, so that's good. Still making the noise. Right, so let's get this back over here. Yeah, I really don't think there's anything else that we need to get done on the farm. We are in a really good place. As I said, we're in a situation where we could raise the fertilization state of our first field. With the middle of that kind of needs doing. I don't have a piece of equipment I can do it with at the moment. The spreader we have does not have care wheels, so it's, from that point of view, we can't actually do anything with that. I think we can get care wheels on this Massey, but yeah, we cannot get care wheels on this. So this is very much a lime spreader and a first stage fertilizer. Looking in the shop, yeah, there's no, wow, there is literally nothing in here that we can use in the sales at all, and we couldn't afford it anyway. To get a small sprayer, it's 34,000. There might be one available as a mod I can have a look for. I don't have enough money to see how much that would cost to lease. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be cheap. We could get away with a little cheap sprayer, so I might see if we can have a look for one of those. But it is going to take a couple of days worth of work to get in a position where we can do that. So yeah, it's not a situation that is good for us. I would like to have a sprayer on the farm just to be able to do sort of late stage fertilization and do something a little bit different. But I need to find something a little bit older that will work with our farm rather nicely. And yeah, we can go and cut a tree down if we feel the need to. and get a little bit of money in for that. But as I said, let us know in the comments for that. I'm going to leave this here, though, because we've done everything on the farm today. So, yeah, we'll be moving on to May next time. We may move a couple of days into it. We'll see how we go. Starting here today because, look, our barley is growing very nicely. It's up to about knee height at this point. So that is really good. It's looking really healthy. We do still have a little bit of a fertilizer issue with it. We've got an 83% yield bonus on here. Most of that is caused by the fact that it wasn't mulched. And it wasn't limed before we did this. But if we step out into the middle of the field, this drops as low in some places as, here we go, 60%, where it's only half fertilized. So yeah, we want to try and do something about this before we actually get it harvested. So we're probably going to be looking at getting a sprayer or something at some point just to top that up a little bit. However, what we need to fertilize with this today is our other two fields. Our two fields over where we've put the sorghum in have both germinated as well, and as a result they are ready for us to do work on. I love the way the sound echoes in these sheds. It's absolutely brilliant. But yes, but we only have 409 litres of fertilizer to do this with. Is this going to be enough to get both these fields done? Probably not. So I'm thinking today what we're going to need to do is probably head into the woodlands and cut a few trees down. And my thought is for that, I'm going to cut some of these smaller trees inside the woods down. We'll thin it out a little bit, replace the trees that we know aren't going to grow any bigger, and then we can come and plant them, replant them with ones that will grow to a larger size later and thicken the woods up again at that point. Now, I'm going to start with this field here. Field number 4, I think I named this. Someone did suggest I name all my fields after patrons, and I'm very tempted to do that. So we might see how that goes. If you do want to support the channel as a patron, there is a link in the description. I would be very grateful. Not a necessity, but yeah, I would. I would, as always, be very grateful. Same goes for channel members. I think we might do something with channel members as well. So if you want to do that, you can do that with the join button just below this video too. 2 rows in, and we're looking quite good. We might actually get at least one field done with this. Getting a little bit wild in the turn, but yeah, we're about halfway through this field, and we've used less than 100 litres of fertilizer. And yeah, and we are actually getting good coverage. It's fairly hard to see, but I am at the edge of it, which is good. If this is if we have more than 200 litres left at the end of this field, there's a good chance we might actually get both these fields done today. I find the easiest way to do this is from an aerial view. We can see how well our coverage is going. But this might be the bigger field. That would be absolutely brilliant. So let's turn everything else off. Easiest way I find to do all this is turn everything else off this. And yeah, look at that. That's a really good coverage we've got of fertilizer on here. And it looks like we're going to get the whole of this field done for, well, 200 litres. If we can get this field done for 200 litres, that really means that we've got a very, very good chance of getting both these fields done. And is that enough to cover that whole bit? Right, I do need to check that quickly. Let's have a quick look. Now that was expected because we knew we had a missing bit there, and we've got a tiny bit missing there. So yeah, I'm happy with that coverage. So on to the second field, and we've got 225 litres left. This may be so lucky. We might actually get all of this field, both these fields done for just what we've got in this spreader. So we are now down to 129 litres and about halfway through this field. Trying to get these lined up at this end and see where we need to be in this is quite a challenge. It's not overly easy, and I'm trying not to get too much of an overlap. The more overlap I have, the more it wastes fertilizer, because it doesn't have a variable spray rate on here. But it does seem that we are getting a pretty good coverage the whole way around here. I think this will probably cover the whole top end of this field. Just going to stop there and check. Yep, I'm very, very happy with that. Wow. And yeah, there we go. So this means our sorghum is going to be properly fertilized. We've got 67, 64. We've got enough left to complete this. I am so pleased with that. I am so massively happy that we had just over 400 litres. We have managed to get everywhere we needed to get covered with that. The only place where we got this issue is that large area there. But we don't need any extra money. We don't need to go and earn any extra cash today, because we got it within 44 litres of it, which is amazing. We can probably wait till this grows another stage and then just drive along the road a bit and fertilize the road. Not overly realistic, but it would definitely get the edge of that field, the bit that's missing there. The only area now that we have this have missing fertilizer is in the middle of field 1 over here. So this field here, where we need to get, well, as I said, we need to get a sprayer into the middle of it. I haven't found a small sprayer that would do the farm. One that, you know, isn't worth a huge amount of money. I don't think there's anything in the shop today that would fit the bill. No, we've got, wow. It has been giving me some fairly useless things most of the time on here. We did get this spreader, which was a fantastic purchase, it turns out. But yeah, we could have done with some other bits and pieces. A small sprayer is something I'm on the lookout for. Not seen anyone or anything on the mod hub or on King Mods at the moment, so yeah, we could do with something with that. Now we're going to be doing something today that we're doing every day. We need to hook up to this. And I realise I've not had my time running at the right rate, but that's okay. I don't think we had a full day's worth of work to do on the farm anyway. We got a little bit here. I don't know how much water has been used, but we'll take this up here. And now it might be a case of leaving our water tank. I opened that up and then didn't fill this, but I don't think it's going to take all of this. But yeah, it's going to be a case of leaving our water tank up here when we refill it, I think, going forwards. What happens when you rush things a bit? There we are. So empty that out. Yeah. So yeah, we're not using much water a day at the moment. I think we'll take this back down to the water tank and get it filled up. But it's going really well. We have massively got the farm into the right place. As I said, we've only got that one spot where we are low on fertilizer. And I think with this time we've got leading up to harvest, what we're going to have to do is do a little bit of forestry work. As I said, we need to thin out these trees. So we're going to do that. So I'm going to bring this here, open this up, which it still is, thankfully, and refill it. And then we can go and drop it off. I don't even think we're going to need the front loader for what we're going to be doing today, tree-wise. They're all small trees. We've picked them up by hand before. And yeah, they should They'll probably fit in the back of our pickup. The one thing we'll probably need to do with the front loader is get the fuel tank off the back of the pickup truck. Because at the moment, it's got fuel in and it's going to be too heavy to lift like I originally did to put it in there. So let's drop that off and we'll go and get the front loader on this, and then we can try and get the bit off the pickup with the forks. So let's bring this around here. I'm just going to put it here. Something I have realized that I'm going to be doing in the near future, and actually a reason why we need to do this today is because we've got to get our grass cut. Now, cutting our grass, not an issue. That will work fine. It's what we're going to do afterwards. We need to get a grass roller, which we don't have the money for at the moment. So we're going to need about 4,000 in order to do that, and in order to get that. We're not going to be doing hay yet. Original plan was with our grass field to do a bit of hay, but at the moment we need the money more. So we are going to still do this. I'll bring these in a little bit. Yeah, under the fuel tank. Yeah, there we go. And out. We'll just put this beside the shed. Like so. So if we need to refuel, we can. Oh, off. There we go. So that's got that off there. And now we can just park this up here and leave our tractor where we are, because that is done. But yeah, as I was saying, what we're going to be looking to do in the near future is to go and sell silage bales and cut the grass, wrap it to silage, and then sell the silage bales once they're fermented. We will need a grass roller after we've done that, but before they fermented, because A, we want as much money as we can going towards the combine harvester, and B, we want to get that done before the end of May, and those aren't going to ferment before the end of May at the rate we're going. So we need to cut some we need to get some wood and some trees. Let's turn off our engine. There we go. And our best bets are, as I said, these small trees. We can pick these up by hand. We can maneuver them easy. And it clears them out from in here so that we can replant with bigger ones. I have said before that I've been thinking about putting a roadway through to here, maybe going forwards. So this might be a good thing for here as well. So let's get these little trees cut and see if we can make a little bit of cash off them. They won't make a huge amount, but they will make some. And as I said, it's going to help to grow the woodland back a little bit bigger. Shouldn't need to cut anything off the ends. So we'll put that away. And yeah, we can just pick them up. And then we will just slot them down here. I've left the boot open because obviously they hang out quite a way. And it's going to be better for us to sell them as long as we can. So let's take this one this way. There we go. And yeah. Yeah, so these are what I'm calling stunted trees. And it's all about... it's all to do with sort of my woodland management for what I've got here on No Man's Land. As I said from the start, I'm very much not looking to make a huge amount of money from forestry. I'm looking to... Wow, that's actually quite tall. I'm looking to make money from actually running the land and maintaining the character of the areas that I'm farming. Right, I'm going to cut this about here. There we go. No, my chainsaw suddenly stopped working. Now it's working again. It's a little bit weird. Oh. It could have something to do with the pickup, but yeah. The ability to pick this up or not. Because we do have the crosshair mod working on it. I need to keep an eye, see if it happens again. Right, I'm going to cut these two. Wow, that is moving very fast now. Okay. There we go. Trim those off. And that's a little bit better. Yeah, 3.6 meter logs we're getting off here at the moment. So back to this one. And I think, yeah, just sort of taking these, seeing how much we get for these. We won't get as much as we get for the bigger trees, of course. It'll be a lesser amount, but it'll still be a decent amount of cash, I think. And it'll help us overall in our forestry management going forwards. Some of these are really quite... Wow. Oh. I'm going to just put this beside the truck so that I can cut it to the right length. Right, that is the front of the truck there. So want to go to about there. And want to cut this to about here. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely having some strange issues with my... with this, it's not behaving itself really as it should, and doing a couple of funny things. Especially, it's when I bring the big logs over here, it seems to have a bit of an issue. Right, we've got this one here as well, so let's come over here, drop that down. There we go. And you can see why I thought where we're taking these out would be a good place to put a roadway, because there's not a lot here really to get in our way now. Right, and that's the irrigation going. There we go, and this is going to be about the right length as well, I think. So, yeah. Just take the end off. There we go. That's cut off. So yeah, those little jumps, those little edits are because I've been having trouble getting this to actually cut properly. Right, there we go. Get that. We'll get these between the wheel. Between the wheels. There we go. And then there and there. And there. Thankfully, this being no man's land, we're not going on any public roads, so that'll be fine. Do we have any other small trees to take out in here? Oh yeah, there's one more. We'll just take this one out as well. Might see if I can cut this to the 3 meter lengths before we move it. So 3.5 meters is what I'm aiming for. And a bit there. Right. Where's the end of it? There it is. So, I think about here-ish. Wow, that did take the top of the tree off. Good. What? 6 meters? Really? Wow. Longer than I was expecting. So, likely, yeah, won't fit in here easily. There we go. That's cut in half. And that can go in on the top. And that can go in on the top. So how much do we think this is going to be worth? I'm not thinking a massive amount of cash. Maybe we'll get 1,000 for it. Maybe a little less. There's a few trees here. And they are all of a decent length, I think. So, yeah. We'll get these down to... the sell point and get them sold and see how much money we've raised towards getting a roller so that we're able to sort our grass field out after we cut it. We're coming up to the sell point, and yeah, so much quicker doing this with my truck than it would be if I was doing it with the traction trailer. So let's see how much we're going to make. First things first, I want to unhook this. So that, and that. And then we go to here to sell. Wow. 564 in wood. We're going to need more than that by quite a way. That might actually stave off our money for our loan and our rented equipment. But yeah, we've got quite a way to go before we're going to be in a position to get the equipment we need, I think. Now, one thing we might get before we are looking to use that roller is a little bit more from our greenhouses. Let's see, what do we got here? We have got 433 litres of lettuce, so we might end up with a full thing of lettuce. We might end up with more strawberries, and we might end up with more tomatoes, based on the rate at which they produce. So yeah, there's a good chance that before we need to get that roller in a couple of days, we're going to have some of these about. And if we have these, the advantage we're going to have is that we should be able to sell them, although the price won't be great. The lettuce we can sell for about 800. The tomatoes we can sell for about 400, and the and the strawberries we'll be able to sell for about 400. So yeah, that should be good. It will give us a decent amount. What we're after, unfortunately, is a little bit more than that. Not in there. It's in the grassland care. So we want this. We need 4,200. So we're only gonna be at around about the 2,000 mark. So we still need to probably sell some more trees, but we can't keep doing it at the rate we were doing then. So we're gonna have to go and look for something a little bit bigger, somewhere a little bit better to thin out, I think. And I think our best bet is probably going to be going into this woodland here and maybe cutting down a larger tree or two, thinning this out a little bit. They're not overly close together is the only thing. So picking a tree or two that we can do is not going to be easy. We've got these small ones intertwined. I'm going to take this one, I think. I don't think it's going to be... Yeah, it's not going to be massively missed. And if we get a couple of trees sort of this sort of size, we should be able... Timber! Oh, wow. That is stuck on that one. Okay. Oh, which is the other side of the... Really? I have no idea how I'm going to get this cut. Let's take the branches off it. This is a really unsafe way to do this. So I've cleared the branches off it. I'm going to have to try and... It's not letting me cut anything on that piece of land. So I'm going to have to try and cut it and make it drop. And then hopefully I'll be able to pick it up and get it back onto this side. The other way to do it might be to try and take this stump out. Let's see if we can do it that way first. See if we can do it the realistic way first. But this stump is definitely holding this in place. Right. And cut it again. Right, and those out of there. Nope, that has made no difference whatsoever. So I've got it down. I ended up cutting a piece, and you can see it's here. And I don't have access to this land. But these are all too heavy, so we need to get the tractor in here and get that in here with our pickup. Oh, with our trailer. Sorry, we've got our pickup here, but it's not gonna. That's not gonna work. We need our log grab and our tractor, and then we can get this collected up. This is why I held on to the log grab after we got it to do that first tree. Was because I knew I would probably end up doing a little bit more forestry work. I didn't really have much choice. It was, you know, it's one of those things where I was saying earlier, I don't want to get trees just for getting trees, but at the moment, we need to get trees in order to actually afford to do our stuff. Oh, we need to hook up that. Come on. There we go. And then the hydraulics will work. Yeah, there we are. So open that up. And I want to get as long a piece of wood as I can that will still fit on my trailer. Over 4 meters is what I was going for. 5.6 is a decent length. So long as our tractor can still pick it up, it's all good. Yeah, thinning out the forest a little bit is not too bad. We can refill it a little bit later. I am very pleased that I put this weight on the back of this tractor. That would have, well, it's not very happy, is how I'll put that. Right, where'd the last piece go? There it is. Oh no, 2 more pieces. That's good. So, swing this round here, bring this back. Can we get both of these pieces at once? Is this a mechanic that actually works in Farm Sim now? Not too bad. It's still easier to pick up logs this way in Farm Sim. Should be able to slide this underneath and get it to work, but yeah, it doesn't quite. And then, if I bring this round here, having picked up these logs, I can slice off that end bit. So, let's slice off there. There we go. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with the cursor mod and picking things up, putting them down, and then getting the getting something like a tool to work with it. Just doesn't seem to quite be right. It's a pity because I think it's a cracking mod, but it's not. Yeah, it's not working quite as it should at the moment. Let me know in the comments if you've had any issues along that lines. There we go. So we've got a tree on here. I think we'll go and see how much this is worth. So we got 6 trees into the back of our trailer last time, or into the back of our truck. This time we have a single tree cut up into 5 pieces. I am intrigued to see how much more this tree is worth than the other one. Oh, no, that's connected to the wrong place. There we go. I'm going to connect it to the weight, not the tractor. See if that works. Yeah, there we go. Right. So, we're going to head down to the sell point and see how much our logs are worth. So now the moment of truth as we come up to the shop and the sell point. Bring this round. Like so. Undo our straps. And I do like the shot. The fact that I'm able to get a tree, even a tree over here, is great. Wow. How, what a difference that is. 2,500 for a single tree versus 500 for 6 trees. I know that they were small trees, but that is just crazy. So yeah, I think we'll cut one more tree down today and get ourselves in a good position going into the next day, because next time what we're going to do is we're going to start on that silage, and we've got a new way of doing the cutting. You guys have given me a lot of feedback on how you want me to use that mower that we've got, so yeah, I'm going to be doing it slightly differently next time. So looking at the tree line and trying to identify a tree I want to take, one of these tall ones is just worth so much. What about on this corner up here? As I said, I don't want to destroy the look and the feel of my farm, really. But I think... Can I do that without taking out... I think that will still take out too much. I think it needs to be one in this woodlands here. If we've got a woodland area that we're looking to treat as an area for doing logging, I think it is this piece of woodland over here. It does have a good amount of trees and a good area for us to work. And I think we might take this one, actually. So carefully cut it away from my tractor. But try and give myself enough space to work. And also cutting it this direction means it shouldn't fall, hopefully, too far into the neighbouring area. We'll see how close we can get. Oh, wow. Okay. I am deep into the other side. Oh, you are letting me cut it. Wow. That is definitely beyond where we were last time. This is a big tree. That's good news. Right. I need to cut it into shorter lengths so that we can get it loaded up. Okay, I think I've got it cut into some decent lengths. So we've got a 5.6 meter, a 5.2 meter, 4.8, a 4.6, a 4, a 4.9, and a 4.3. Yeah, those are decent lengths. So should be able to get these loaded up. We'll try and keep it away from the actual stump. Disconnect that. And yeah, now I've just got to work my way around this tree here to get these loaded up. But yeah, there's quite a few bits on here. This is going to be worth more than the last one. Definitely going to get us moving for next time, for getting that roller and getting us set up just from 2 trees. And you can see why so many people go for the forestry startup on here. You get given a piece of land, you go in, you cut a tree down, and you start making quite a bit of money straight off the bat. It's a lot more shorter term than than if you have to build your farm up arably early on. You can just cut a whole area of trees down and make a lot of money very quickly. This is very unbalanced. I am at this point regretting selling that bigger weight we had. Those first 3 logs that I've put on here have, well, they've been making the tractor very nose heavy. I'm hoping that now that we've got those out the way, this will be a little bit easier. Yeah. It's a little bit less nose heavy now. But managed to get them on, and we've got a fairly good foundation for getting the rest of these logs on here. We're going to try and dump them on the top. This is definitely a bigger tree than the last one we were doing. It's the chunkier logs that we're getting off it. And more of them as well. You know, we're up to... We only had 5 logs off the last tree. This is the 5th log. So it's going to be more money, which is great. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing we needed. We needed to get a little bit more cash in. Need to get ourselves moving a little bit more forwards, and yeah, sort of open things up for us. And as I said, without completely destroying the aesthetic of the farm. You know, I don't mind taking 1 or 2 trees out, and having. You know, thinning the forest out a little bit, so that we can make some money. I just didn't want to cut it all down and do it. I like the area that we're based in, and it makes sense to me to try and preserve it as much as possible. while still doing a little bit of woodland management at the same time. So hopefully this one will go on the top. We're getting to the limits of the height this tractor can do stuff at. Oh, wow, that's okay. Got the deer in the background. There we go. Just nudge that in. Right, we've got one more. Can the last one be picked up by hand, or is it too chunky for that? Yeah, it's too chunky for that. So we need to get the last one on. And this is where precision is going to be so important. I move that. Or do we have 2 pieces of wood left? Because I've got a piece of wood there. The tree fell like this. I must have moved it. I must have moved it. Oh yeah, I can pick it up by hand. We'll do it that way then. That'll be much easier to just stick it on the side. In fact, if we turn it round, it'll go a little bit easier onto here. And just hope it just stick that on the edge. Pick up a little bit higher then. And nope. Oh, catch it. There's more space on the other side. Oh, there's more space on the other side. Right, we'll do that then. Pick it up, and yeah, that will fit better on that. No, go on, get on. Oh, might have been better doing it with the forks. I can't get it to go on the top. There. Strap it on. There we go. Probably fall off when we get to the other end. I think we're all right. So yeah, let's get our tractor hooked back up and head back down to the sell point and see how much we make from this load. Spoiler alert, I think it's going to be more than we made from the last one. And so our last trip today up to the sell point. I'm expecting to make more money off this. What, we made 2,500 off the last load. This is a bigger tree and more logs and thicker logs as well. So should be a really good amount of money. Let's see how much we're going to make. 5,900. Wow. Well, we've got enough for our roller now, which is absolutely perfect. That means that we are in a really good space going forwards. I'm massively happy with that. Today, we're going to be doing some grass work. We're going to be cutting the grass. And yes, I am putting... Oh, I am trying to put, yeah, the mower on the front of the tractor. And then we're going to run the windrower off the back. And now I'm hoping this isn't going to throw the windrows into the path of the mower for the next run round. But we'll see. It's a little bit wider than the mower. This may not work. This is my solution to what a lot of people have been asking for, actually. A lot of people have been asking me to run the baler behind the tractor. And I decided that, to me, that's not very realistic. It's not something I've ever seen. I've got nothing to work with for that. So instead, I've decided to do it this way, so that I am matching up with power levels and everything. But I think this could go slightly wrong. And not quite work. So we're gonna try it. We're gonna see how it works on this first row. If it doesn't work, I'll leave the mower on the front and turn the windrower off on the back, and then we can go and do the windrowing afterwards straight away. I must not have connected something up, because that is not turning on. Ah, there we go. I had the wrong bit selected. Right, and then turn on that. Drop that down. Drop that down. And hopefully... Oh, wow. That is too low. The mower doesn't work on this front 3-point. We're back to what we were doing before. Yeah. I can't... There's no way this front 3-point will work with this mower. Look at that. It lifts the front wheels off. So no, we can't do it this way, unfortunately. We're back to doing it the way we were before. And that's unfortunate. I had hoped that that was going to be something we could do today, but nope. So yeah, I tried. Right, let's take this off, and then we can pull this forward. But yeah, that means this front 3-point link actually is completely useless to me. I can't do anything with it. I can't believe it lifts. Yeah, look at that. Just lifts the tractor clean off the ground. So, oh. Disconnected the wrong bit. Never mind. Let's reconnect you. No. And let's lower first. And then do that. So yeah, we'll get rid of this front 3-point link. It is of absolutely no use on our farm. And instead, we're back to doing it this way. And slightly worryingly, we've only got about 3 hours before rain starts to fall. So we need to get this road, cut and road and then baled as quickly as we can. Because, yeah, we got some rain. We're not fully grown on this, but it is harvestable. And that is because we are on the last day of spring, and I want to get it into a place where we get 3 cuts this year off our crops. And we're either going to get a low cut now or a low cut later. So we might as well take the low cut now, to be honest. And then later we can come back and get more hay for ourselves later in the year. Now, coming into this corner here, what we're going to do is go and cut across as we'd planned to before. And this is the reason why we are cutting on the 2nd day of May and not on the 3rd, because I want to go right across here and mark out where we're going to plough and extend this field a little bit, going into the next bit. And this should allow us to plough and seed that small corner before the month ends, and in doing so allow us to expand the field and get that little kink out of it that's been causing us so much trouble. I'm also considering planting some trees maybe in this area and possibly down this side here. I know this it would get rid of a little bit of field that we've got here, but I don't know if it's worth it or not. We want to put some trees in. I want to put in some trees that I can cut down. That way I'm not going to be damaging the layout of my farm doing it that way. Trees that I put in myself, I have no issues cutting down at all. And as we demonstrated last time, trees are worth actually quite a bit of cash, and should probably be a good bit of what we do here on the farm. So yeah, I need to look into that as well and look at places where we could probably plant half a dozen to a dozen trees ready for us to harvest later. The other thing I'd plan to do to this field next time is get a grass roller on it. Make sure that we get it rolled while it's low, get the most out of it for the next time. Somebody did mention in the comments last time that the grass roller I've got in that little Ukrainian equipment pack, that doesn't actually work apparently. So I need to get that a test before the next episode, and hopefully it'll work. And if it doesn't, I should be able to have a look at the settings for the base game stuff and get that fixed. Maybe if not, then what I should be able to do is get hold of another mod. There are a few others. I don't think we've got anything in the shop today, have we? No. Ooh. 55,000 for that John Deere is really good, but we do not have the money. A second tractor, one with a front 3-point hitch, as we've discovered now, would be really good. How much is this front 3-point hitch worth, actually? Because obviously it is not much use to us. So we might get about £2,000 for it, which would be really useful. But if it's lowering stuff way beyond where it's usable to us, we might as well drop it. It's not going to do anything for us. We could put a weight on the front of the tractor is about all it's useful for, and we're not putting anything really heavy enough to require a weight on the back of our tractor. So, no, not putting anything on the back of the tractor that really means that we need a weight on the front of it. So, yeah, I think that's probably something we can drop and chalk that up to, unfortunately, something not working as it should. Taking that kink out of the field at the far end there has made this field a lot easier to work. We've got a straighter, more rectangular setup, and we still have this big rock in the way, but that's fine. It's all part of the character of it, and you work around it. But definitely, there's now. It feels like this field is a little bit bigger, which is good. It's exactly what we were going for with the removal of just a single tree. So that is absolutely great. We now want to get this road up, so I'm just going to go and drop this back off at the farm, and then we'll be able to come and sort this. We've got several areas here where we could plant a few trees actually, and do that. So we might look at that at some point, maybe over the summer. Maybe see if we can hire a tree planter and get that done. It's 120 horsepower to run the tree planter is my only worry. And this is only a 95 horsepower tractor, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, 95 horsepower tractor. So we'd be underpowered by 25 horsepower, which is a little bit more than I think is probably wise. We do have a couple of implements on the farm that are a little bit overpowered or require a little bit too much power for our little Massey here. But it runs them okay. I think going up to 120 horsepower, though, is probably pushing it a bit. Especially with actually a piece of kit like the tree planter, where I don't know a tractor where I haven't had to put a front weight on it to actually use it. So that might be an argument for keeping this front 3-point if we're looking at that. And then we might actually be able to do that. But I'm not really wanting to do that, I don't think. Now, somebody last time asked me why I don't just get the baler behind on this. And then I can do it in less things. This merger here merges 3 rows at once. You basically merge an outer row into a middle one, and yeah, saves you a lot of time doing it that way. And the way to do the ends as well. Let's try and get this. I realise here I've missed a little bit of grass. That's not great, but I missed that. Might have to go back and get my mower in a bit and just get that cut and done. But yeah, see, so now we've taken 3 rows into one instead of having to go 3 times. Yes, we end up doing a couple more runs over here, but to me it works quite well. I think this is pretty good. But yeah, I like this merger. This little merger is great. Now I don't want to do that way, but actually probably got all 4 of these into here. We'll have to come the other way because I want to pull that away from the edge. And we've got the same thing around here. I want to put all this away from the edge. I'm going to leave that top corner so that I can actually sort that out and get that done. But let's just go from about here-ish and come along here. I'm very aware that we have rain coming around midday, and I'd like to try and get this baled before then. It's already 11:23 though, and I think it's going to be a case of trying to get this baled up as quickly as possible, even in the rain, which is annoying. But yeah, not much I can do about that. One of those days, it's gonna, with any luck, it'll be a short shower. We don't have a weather station on the farm, and I do keep thinking that that might be a good purchase at some point to make sure that we get accurate weather forecasts, because it could rain sooner or later based on the weather forecast we got at the moment. So yeah, I'd like to try and get it so that we're as accurate as possible in the weather, and so that we know what's coming when. Bring this around here, get this all away from the edge, make our lives easier. There we go. And do the same along here. Try not to scrape all of our pines across the rocks. And there we go. So yeah, we'll get this road up, and we'll see whether the rain comes before we're done or not. And so, pretty much spot on time, the rain begins to fall. Oh man, we want to get this all rode up and baled as quickly as possible now, and get it as little water and as little wet on it as we can. It's thankfully not something that decreases in FS22 based on rain at all. But from a realism point of view, I don't want to be leaving this out in the rain too long to get soaking wet. So we want to get this collected up as quickly as we can and get the whole of this row in. Oh, not quite. There we go. Round. Like so. And what I try and do, the way I approach this, is try and get the middle of, or get my end section here, the base plate, get that in the middle of the next row to try and then place this current row as close to the middle of it as possible. Then when I come back for the next row, I can do the same, and therefore try and get 3 rows into one rather than 2 rows into one, which works really, really well for the most part, and just means that we end up with bigger piles to work with, which is good, because we want to be as efficient in this as we possibly can. And I'm going to come back to here, and yeah, so plate in the middle of this row, and hopefully it will gather up all of the next row into this. And if it does miss some, then we need to try and gather that into the next row. But most of the time, if the cut has gone well, it will work, and it will do it fine. Oh wow, that is really coming down. It's supposed to rain for 3 hours. Yeah, so 3 o'clock we're looking at the rain stopping. So it is a fair old whack at rain that we're getting down here. Unfortunately, I would like to small shower. This is not one of those. Last row to merge, and we're gonna actually have to merge this in a little bit more because we've got a sort of a separate branching row there, so I'm gonna merge that one in as well. Otherwise, this has gone pretty swimmingly, pun intended, because of the rain. We've got not that many rows to bale up, which is fine. Should get that done fairly quickly. And that will then complete this bit of work for us today. We might see if we can merge in these bits. I also need to go and just cut that last little bit of grass that we missed. Because that's annoying that we don't have that. So I need to get that in. We need to get just these few bits in here. So just a little bit of clear up where we weren't quite wide enough to get these bits. We can throw them into the sides of these rows, and that should work okay. Yep, and then we want to do the same on this row here where we've got a few bits. So that needs to go across into this. Seems to be the going from west-east. I was missing these bits for some odd reason. Yeah, I should be able to get these in a little bit further over. Hopefully this isn't too wide to then get picked up by the mower, but we'll see. Sorry, by the baler. The baler has quite a wide pickup, so I think we'll be okay. Bring that in and bring this round and see if we can get that close enough. And yeah, we just need to go and get the mower quickly and get that little bit of grass done. And then I'll get all of this back to the farm and we can go and... Okay. And we can get this all baled up. Right, let's hook up the baler. So, like so. And get that out to the field so that we can get all of this baled up. It's 2:05 and the rain is still going. So, yeah, it's a bit of a soggy day and I'm not overly happy. Thankfully, we're selling these bales and not using them. But, yeah. I would say, oh, I hope the quality is good enough to sell, but it doesn't actually make any difference to it. Let's pop out. And we've got an almost full bale straight off the bat, which is really good. So get that opened up and off. And that's a really good start, because that is about £4,000 straight away. I would like to thank everybody for their suggestions for a sprayer. There's been a couple of good ones. There's a couple of ones I'm following up. We do want to get a field. Well, we want to get field 1 sprayed. So I want to keep an eye on that and hopefully get a little bit of money to do that. Very much I'm keeping an eye out for the combine at the moment. That's our big thing that we still need to buy next to the next to a grass roller. Right, and that. Oh, no, it turned it off. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. That's the next big thing I need to buy next to the grass roller. So we're looking at needing about 30,000. I think whatever we make on these bales, we will make the difference up with selling a couple of trees, maybe cutting a couple more trees down, thinning out the woodland a bit. The little trees, as we now know, are not really worth anything, but I would like to try and clear them out because they are sort of a low-level bit and get in the way of us planting ones that will grow into bigger trees. So... yeah, there is that I want to do. Oh, wow. This sometimes lifts this tractor. I think it's when it hits a particularly high piece of grass. The tractor gets lifted at the back. It takes... it has trouble getting that much grass into the baler, which is quite something. There we go. There is no... I really would quite like to see an issue with trying to bale with wet grass or things like that with rain. You know, something like the machine slows down or you get a slightly or it takes slightly longer to bale it up. That would be good. So if it's raining, then it takes longer to bale, or you get slightly less than the baler would be good. But it's a difficult mechanic, really. There we go. I didn't overly like the one in Seasons in FS19 where you lost a lot of the material on the ground if it rained. It got a little bit sharp and a little bit. It was a little bit too much of a penalty. But I do love that they had something in there that makes a difference. You know, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Is that I wish there was some mechanic in there. I think it was just, yeah, I think it ended up, especially if you had rows on the ground, you would lose about half of whatever you had on the ground just by it raining for an hour. And it just, yeah, it was a little bit much for that. And it was the same with the bales. The bales rotted very quickly. There we go. Let's get this backed up. And out. Right, so we've got a decent number of bales on here. How many are we at the moment? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're heading for 8 bales. That is a really nice number off this field. Shows this field is actually a really good little grass field we've got here. Will be absolutely perfect for us when we get the sheep. We'll only really need to do maybe 1 cut a year if they're going to eat. Even if they eat that much hay, I'd be surprised if they did. So it should work really well for us. I don't think we'll get another bale off here. There's not a lot of grass left on here. Yeah, that's only 14%, and we've only got this short road to go. So 8 bales is a really, really great number. We can easily fit 8 bales on our trailer as well. So I am very, very happy with that. That has worked out well for us. There's a little bit of grass left here. Let's just grab that quickly. There we go. Right, baler off. 30% grass left in our baler. And yeah, we can now head back and get this switch out for our bale wrapper. So let's drop off the baler. And then switch round to the bale wrapper. I've made everything accessible in this shed now. Just parking the tractor in the middle. Really good. Keeping my eye out for a second tractor eventually on here. That way we could hire somebody to do one piece of work while we're doing another. Although, to be perfectly honest, with running 3-day months, we have more than enough time to get everything we need to do on here. Do we have some lettuce? Oh, we have our first pallet of lettuce out. So, beginning of summer, we're going to be selling some more produce as well. We know that we can get a decent amount of money for that. So, we should be okay. We are all connected up. Let's unfold that. Perfect. And then we can start wrapping some bales. And we're going to do the same thing with these as we've been doing with the others. We're going to plonk them into this small grass area here. And just let them ferment. And then they are out of the way and we can continue to work the field, which is great. Somebody did say actually in one of the comments, I think for the last video, is if I was treating meadow grass as a crop, why not treat the trees as a crop? I actually wasn't. I was treating the so I was cutting the grass first to help us raise a bit of money, and then going from there. The grass on here, the idea is actually to use it to feed the animals, and do it that way. But at the moment, we're having to use it to make money because we have no other means. Once we get through the first harvest this year, I think we're going to be much better off money-wise, and going to be able to expand the farm nicely. I also have a little bit of resistance to doing too much forestry on here for 2 reasons. One, everybody does forestry on here. Forestry is a a thing that you watch any creator who's on No Man's Land, they are probably going to be doing forestry. And the second is that I like to shape my farm around what's naturally here. So taking out all of the forest and cutting it all down, it means that I'm changing it a little too much. I don't mind taking out the odd tree here and there, but I want to try and maintain the woodlands as they are. Which is why I was talking about earlier looking at planting some trees, so that we do have a little bit of woodland crop, and you know, and we go for that a little bit more. So yeah, there's a couple of reasons why I'm not going the forestry route on here, and just trying to do a bit more of an arable and farm setup as well. So yeah. Let me know what you think. That's my reasoning. That's why I've gone the way I've gone. Right, just 3 more to go, and then that's actually gonna be a really good day's worth of work. Getting this field done and dusted. We're gonna plow that little kink out next time, get that reseeded while the grass is nice and low. We're also going to get the roller, a grass roller on here, one grass roller or another. We'll see what we can pick up. We have raised the money to get one, so I want to do that. And yes, we are still on the lookout for a sprayer. So if we can get that and sort that as well, that would be good. Last bale. Come in, grab that, and then we can head back this way. And that is then our bales all done and collected. I think we're going to put honey on this point at in the end. Put a beehive and probably try and make some money that way on here as well. I think certainly the animals are how I'm looking to progress after the first harvest. So. We're keeping an eye on that, and yeah, looking to go that way with that, which should work well for us, I think. But there we are. That is that field done and dusted for the day, and it is 4:30. I think we're pretty good. I think that's a nice complete job. Next time we are going to go and plow that kink out of the field. We will then get it all set up. Well, we'll plow the kink out. We'll get rid of any stones. We can then go and get that reseeded. The rest of the field rolled, along with obviously where we seed. And yeah, get that field done and dusted. And if we have time, we might get some... We might get some spraying done if we can find a sprayer. But our field over here, this I think has some more growing to do before we reach a point where we can't spray it. So it may be something that we look at doing in the summer, in sort of June time. Otherwise, I think we're all good. It is the last day of May, and we're going to be finishing a few things off, clearing a few things up, and basically preparing our grass field for the next cut that we have, which will be at some point, probably towards the end of summer. To do this, we need to clear up this little kink that we cut last time, and make sure that that's integrated into the field. And we need to get this field rollered as well, so that we can get it up a level of fertilization and basically reset it. So we're going to start off by doing this bit here and getting this brought into the field. So I'll turn on field creation, and we'll drop this down. And yeah, it's just this area across the field here where we cut the tree down. And then this time we went and, or last time, we went and cut this extra little bit of grass here. This currently isn't part of our field, and therefore we need to make it as such. And just trying to keep it nice and close to the edge of this as possible. I think that's, yeah, it's curved a little bit, but that's all right. There we go. And so, yeah, by getting this done and doing this, we can get this reseeded fairly quickly and integrated back into the field as part of that. And then what I want to do is get the stone picker over this quickly, get this, get any stones that we pull up with our plow done. We also need to get a little bit of lime on here because this bit of field being a new bit of field, oh, there's a little bit missing at the end there. That won't have any lime on it either, so we need to get that done as well. And then finally we need to get some seed in it and get some grass seed on this and get that rollered in. So it shouldn't be a massive job to get this bit of the field ready, but it is just, you know, one of those jobs we need to get out of the way. And after we've done that, we need to go and find ourselves a grassland care roller, because we need to get this field rolled so that by the end of summer, it should produce another set of grass. And whether we then go and use that other set of grass to do the to make hay for the sheep that we want to eventually get, or whether we use it to do another set of silage bales, we'll see where we go. It might be quite useful to have that little injection of money around the time that we're doing the harvest, just to give us a little bit more. As a few people have pointed out in the comments, we don't just need a harvester going into harvest. We're going to need somewhere to store the crops as well. So we've got that to do. We need to grab ourselves a silo. Right, so that is done, and we've added that nice little bit of the field in there. We'll go and grab our stone picker now and get the stones collected up off there as well. Not going to be very many, but we'll put them straight into our stone crusher and get them making into lime, and then we can spread some lime on that area too. So we're back with the stone picker, and I'm going to start from the other end because of the way it sits out. Otherwise, yeah, I'm going to be trying to drive through trees. But this should allow us to get these up fairly quickly. Turn it on. Drop it down. Oh, no, fold it out. Turn it on. Drop it down. There we go. And then just run this over here. We'll run it over here completely. Make sure that we get all of the stones that we can. 11 litres off here already, actually, just off one row. And this is why I like having this about and doing with this, because we are going to quadruple the amount of lime we get off here at the moment. I think there's still an update on the way for our stone crusher that we've got on here that is going to reduce the amount of lime, and it's going to require water in it as well. But it's not out yet as far as I know. And there we go. Perfect. One more run, I think, to get the top one done, and that will then just smooth all this out. Make sure it's a cultivated setup. 19 litres of stone off here, so that's really good. Next up, I think we need to get some lime on here. Let's have a look at the state of our field. So you can see our new section there. In fact, you'll see it easier if I turn on the grass. So yeah, you can see our new section of field here that sort of evens up and makes our field a little more workable. It's currently showing as cultivated, no weeds, fertilization. We're at first stage across this whole field. Doesn't need ploughing, does need lime. So yeah, it needs some lime on there. Doesn't need rolling, doesn't need mulching, and doesn't need stones. So yeah, lime is the next thing that we need to get on this bit. So we'll go and hook up our lime spreader. I think we might need to take some fertilizer out of it. And then we can get this bit of field prepared a little bit more. I've seen several people in the comments saying, "Oh, you need a trailer for your harvest. You're going to need a trailer to actually collect stuff from the combine." This flatbed here, we can take it to the workshop and put sides on it and make it a trailer. So yeah, this trailer will do us absolutely fine. We don't need to buy another trailer for that job at all. This does have a little bit of fertilizer in it, this spreader, so we'll just unload that here. So open this up and unload it. Where did that? Oh, that put it over there. So we'll need to put that away later. But yeah, so we don't need a trailer. What we do need is a combine. Without a combine harvester, obviously we can't do anything. The option is there to rent it, but I'd quite like to buy one, especially with those John Deeres not being that expensive. It kind of depends on our money level at the time. Right, a little bit of that. We don't need as much as we put in here. And so, yeah, I'd like to get one of those John Deeres for the farm. If not, then, yeah, we'll have to rent one if we don't have the money at the time. I am not going to go into any further debt on here to get new equipment or anything like that. It doesn't make sense to me at this point. We are as far into debt as I want to get into this series. It would be a real emergency thing that I had to borrow money for now, because we pretty much have everything that we need. So yeah, I don't want to be going into to debt for anything else. There we go. That's nice and quick. I love how quick that goes. It does lay it on the grass as well, and actually that probably means that grass has a longer bit there before it has to be relimed. But I'm going to... I'll basically, rather than reliming the entire grass field now, we'll relime the entire grass field, including the new patch, when it needs it. Because we're going to generate a lot more lime before then. Speaking of lime, we are, at some point, once I get these, our 2 fields done, I want to get... our 2 barley fields, sorry. Once we get those cut, those need liming this year. And once we've done that, and we've done all of our lime for this year, we'll be able to sell the excess lime we get in our stone crusher. And as a result, we'll be able to make some more extra money for the farm, which will be great. That is going to work out very nicely for us. So we're actually not going to be spreading any fertilizer with this spreader for a while. So we'll leave the lime in it for now. Our next thing we need, of course, is this. There's nothing else that needs doing before we actually get the grass in. I think we've got a decent amount of seed in here already. We do. We just need to switch it to grass seed. And away we go. I am looking forward to getting a seed bag mod that is actual individual seeds. I'd love to have that, because you then plan to buy which... I'd buy 3 seed bags, one with grass, one with barley, and one with the sorghum, and that'd be great. But yeah, it's still a general seed bag at the moment. Right, let's line this up, pop out, and then we can turn this on, drop it down, and we can... Oh, did we start at the right point? It's just, I think I missed a bit. Yeah, I did miss a bit. There we go. And away we go. And in goes our brand new patch of grass, ready for, well, hopefully ready for harvesting by the end of summer. Hasn't taken much to get this seeded. I don't think we used hardly any seed at all on that, but we have got a whole new load of grass seeded in. So let's get this back and get this switched out now for the field roller, so that we just get this rolled, and then we can give this a quick check over and make sure that everything is done and dusted, and then we need to turn our attention to the rest of the grass field. And for that, we're going to need to buy a new roller, which is why we raised a little bit of money over the last few videos, so that we could actually go and do that and make sure that we are able to afford the new piece of kit. Let's close that off. Disconnect this. There we go. And we'll head over and grab our roller, which is just around here. And hook it up. Reverse up. Hook it. Collect it. There we go. Right, let's get this down to the field. So we're not going to be using the roller from this pack, the Grasslands roller from this pack of Ukrainian rollers, because I did a test after somebody mentioned it in one of the comments of one of my previous videos that that it doesn't work on Grassland. It doesn't work as a Grassland roller, and yeah, sure enough, I did a quick test. I had to go through with it, and it doesn't. It's not. It doesn't seem to work as a Grassland roller, unfortunately. So I found another one. I found another that was released on the mod hub not too long ago. That is pretty cool actually, and fits in with our small rustic farm here. So we're going to go and grab that. Yeah, that did not take long. This unfortunately also does not work on grass, so we can't use this one for that. So let's take this back to the farm. And what I'm going to do is drop this off and then head down the shop so that we can go and pick up this other roller. Let's check first that we don't have anything else to do on this field. It turns the grass off. Oh no, there we go. Doesn't turn the grass. So we've now got grass in this field like that. Perfect. We are looking at first stage growth from it, which is brilliant, and doesn't need lime. Doesn't have any weeds. Fertilization, we do have this issue here where some of it was bare ground when we cut it. So there is a little bit of a fertilizer issue here that we might have to fix later. Needing ploughing, no. Needing lime, no. Need rolling, no. Mulched, we're not mulching anything, and stones, perfect. So this field is now set up for us to roll. Let's head down to the shop once we drop this off, and go and grab a nice new piece of equipment to get this job done. Up to the shop. Let's go and park our tractor over here. There we go. Now, is she going to stay there or walk off? Always the question. No, she's off again. Right, let's have a look. Used vehicle sales. There's nothing in here today that's any use to us. Even that header for a combine is way too much money. We could spend almost everything we have on a Mahindra, but that's not why we're here. We are here to grab something for our grassland care. So the one that I originally wanted to have was this one. This is the one from this is the KZK 602. This was this would have been perfect. It's only 4,200, but it doesn't work, so that makes it a little less use to me. So I downloaded these two. These are available from the mod hub. This is the CR190 190X. Now this one can be customized to add extra things on, so you can do a triple and you can tow them back to your. In fact, yeah, it has a notch there, so you can do a triple setup and tow it back, but it would be nearly 15,000 to do that, and it's only 1.9 meters to get one. So that unfortunately is no use to us at the moment. The CR290 though, this is a 3-meter roller. You can't put multiples of them together, but it should work out pretty nicely for us. 5,500, so slightly more expensive than the one I was originally going to use, but should still do the job really nicely and should still be a nice little concrete roller. So we're going to buy this. and grab that. So that is now waiting for us outside the shop. We want to hook up our little Massey to it. So let's get this over here. I've still got the 3-point link on the front of this. And I'm still sort of toying with the idea of getting rid of it. The only reason I can see to hold on to it at the moment was if we were going to try the tree planter with it. And so I've not sold it because I want to make sure that that's not going to be a problem. Oh boy. Right, so this being a concrete roller is always on. Maximum speed is 7 miles per hour. Ideally, we'd want a flatbed to transport this back. But we don't have one of those. So we're going to have a nice slow journey back to the farm. Thankfully not on any main roads. Yeah, so it's going to take us a little bit to get back. I reckon we might make it back to the farm by mid-afternoon. And yeah, then we can get cracking on the field once we've got this slow old bit of transport done. About 50 minutes later in-game, and we've made it back to the farm. It's, yeah, it's slower going. So this is basically always on, this roller. It's always active. And therefore you are going at the constant work speed of the roller as well. I'm going to come in on this corner here so that we can see exactly the effect this has. And there you go. So immediately we're in and we are increasing the fertilization stage of this field. And I think it's also turning it from harvested as well, isn't it? Let's have a look. So, yeah, we go from harvested to first stage. So that's great. And in here, fertilized. Yeah, we're getting fertilized as well, which is awesome news. So that's really good. This is going to bring us back up to full fertilizer just by running this around the field. And that's going to save us money just having this to do that. Which I'm very pleased about. It's a really good, cheap way for us to keep our grass field maintained after every cut. And as a result, we should end up in a pretty good place with it. What I'm going to do is come out around here a little bit and then come into the field. We're going to get this end bit of the field done first, so that we've got sort of the headland area here done, and then we'll start working on the rest of the field, because the way this field is shaped, it actually pays to do this little area separately almost, and then go and do the rest of the field after that. I've rolled around the edges of the field, and now I'm rolling through the middle of it. And it's going really well. I'm loving this little concrete roller. Perfect size for this field. Works really, really well. And means that we don't need to spread any excess fertilizer on here, which is good. The bit of grass we've got at the side that we've just recently planted, that will eventually come up to the same level of fertilizer probably after we do the summer cut. So I'm not too worried about that. I'm not really worried actually about putting any fertilizer on that bit. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me at the moment to go and just do a little patch of fertilizer there. I need to do the lime because the lime's going to have a longer effect, but the fertilizer, yeah, we don't need to do that right now. So this field will be pretty much done and dusted today. Speaking of fertilizer, I have found a great little sprayer that we can use. It's actually one that when it was released had a much higher horsepower requirement and has since been fixed. It's got a 6-meter width on it, and hopefully isn't going to cost us too much. We'll probably look at buying it. Well, we need to buy it sort of early summer, so we may have to cut down a couple more trees, thin out our woodland a little bit more, just to get some money to do that, because everything I got from the silage bales at the moment. I really kind of want to get that for the combine and the grain store. So we've got a few bits to do. We're going to need to cut down a few more trees, unfortunately. But I'm not going to cut many down because, as I've said, forestry is not my aim on here. I'm not trying to do a heavy forestry gameplay here. The odd tree will help pay for stuff, but yeah, I don't want to remove whole forestry areas to do that. We're looking to raise our money here in other ways and be a little bit more diversified in what we're doing. So hopefully that will work out well for us. Let's get this in here. There we go. And so yeah. We should hopefully have a sprayer in the near future to sort out that issue on field 1 and hopefully to do a second level of, well, hopefully a second level of spraying going forwards, or a certain second level of fertilization going forwards on here. If we don't have that sorted by something else, I'm a little bit nervous about it, about buying it, because it's possible that mulching might produce that level of fertilizer as well. So, yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that and see where we go. Just a small section of the field left now. And it's covered it really nicely. And it's been a lot easier to work. I'm looking forward to this grass field going forwards. It's going to be great. It's a decent-sized field. It's a little bit of an odd shape and therefore doesn't make it so useful for us as an arable field. But it does make it really useful for us in keeping animals on here. So I'm happy with it. It's, yeah, it's a cracking little bit of field. What I am going to do is leave this roller, though, at this side of it. There's, with sort of 7 miles an hour of useful working speed, or actually, you know, speed at which this works, and it always being on and always being on its working speed. We're just going to park this off to the side of the field here. It shouldn't be in the way. And means it's there ready for us next time. And I don't have to worry about it. Let's get back up to 8th gear. And I just want to pop in and have a look at our greenhouse. And because that has been going really nicely. What have we got over here? We are up to 2 pallets of strawberries, a pallet of tomatoes, and a pallet of lettuce. And how close are we to getting the next set? We've got 240 litres of tomatoes, so we're about halfway there. About a quarter of the way there for another pallet of lettuce. And we're about to get another pallet of strawberries. So, yeah, a fairly decent setup there. We're going to have some more strawberries. We'll probably, by the time we're looking at selling these, have another set of tomatoes. How does the selling price of these look? Let's have a look in here. So, lettuce, we've got a price going up at the moment, and it's 1,717. So, we'll get about half of that, because it's only 500 litres we've got. Tomatoes, we should have about, well, we're only halfway through a pallet, so I don't know if we'll get another pallet. So we've got about 400 there. And strawberries, we already have 446, and we'll add a little bit more, maybe another 200. So there's about a couple of grand, maybe, if we're lucky, that we'll get off these in the next few days. So that's really good. Water level hasn't dropped very much. I think at the beginning of next month, we'll probably top the water up. Make sure that that is nice and full. But all in all, that's really good. We're going to be in a pretty good position going into the summer. And should be able to make some decent money heading towards the harvest. And we need... so we need about 30,000 for the harvester. We need, I think it's 8,000 for our placeable silo. Here's the silos. So yeah, it comes with the silo. They're fairly beat up, but pretty good. I might put them there. but they are, yeah, they're 8,000. Holds 200,000 liters, so it's actually a great little silo that comes with this map. So yeah, we need to raise that cash, and we need about 40,000, and we've currently got 3. So it's going to be a little bit, and I don't think our bales are going to raise 40,000. So yeah, a few more of these trees are going to have to be toppled, I think, before we can actually get ourselves into the harvest. I'm going to leave this here, though, for now today, because we've done everything we need to do on the grass field, and we are nicely set up going into the summer. So we've actually jumped forward a day, and this is because there isn't actually going to be that much to do in June. Our crop is very close to being ready to harvest. I think our barley is probably going to be ready to harvest in July, which is absolutely brilliant. But it is presenting us with a bit of a problem. Our silage bales have fermented, and we've got 8 of those. Unfortunately, my calculations say the 8 silage bales are worth about £8,000. So we're going to sell those today, hopefully, and make that money. But that only brings us to 20,000. Brings us to 10,000. We need 8,000 to build our silo, unless we go and direct sell the crop. So I want to get your thoughts on that. I mean, if we have a quick look in here, then we can see exactly where we stand with the barley. So the barley price is on the way up. But if you look at the price fluctuations, there's a reason for that. We are heading right down. So by the time we look to actually be buying stuff, or look to be selling stuff, we are going to be at the low end. We don't want to be selling the barley till December, really. So if I can store it, I will. It's whether that is going to be something that makes sense to do. So yeah, it would be useful, I think, to have a storage. But that means that, you know, immediately we're going to be using the 8 grand from our silage bales to build that. On top of that, we need to get the combine. Now, the combine is 21,000 for the harvester itself, followed by another 6,000 for the header. So we're looking at 27,000 for the combine. Let's just check these silage bales are ready to sell. Yes, they are. Good. So what we're gonna, the trouble we're gonna have is that we then need to raise from whatever else we've got around the farm a good 26,000. I am gonna pop back to the yard because we cannot pick these up without our weight. There we go. That's better. Got the weight on the back of the tractor now. That should pick this up. Right. So as I was saying, we're going to need about 26,000 to get the combine. The trouble with that is we don't have enough in what is sitting there with our greenhouse to be able to do that. We do have 4 pallets of strawberries, 2 pallets of tomatoes, and a pallet of lettuce. So we'll get some money off them today, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough to buy the combine. Do I rent the combine? So if I rent the combine, then I don't think we can rent an old combine. Again, going for the realistic setup, I don't think renting a 40-year-old John Deere combine for a pittance for £1,000 really matches what we're trying to do here, and me trying to be realistic, which means I need to rent something newer instead. Now, I think our choice is basically going to be the Nova, the Rosselmash Nova. That to lease, I don't have enough money, so it's going to be a fairly large whack of money to lease that combine. This is the combine I want to buy for 21,765, and it's the 1977 version that I want to grab. So yeah, this is what we want to buy, but as I said, 21,765. I don't feel I can lease that combine and be realistic. I think what we might do is sell some trees. We'll cut some more trees down, see if we can get a little bit closer money-wise with those. And then maybe, just maybe, that will be enough for us to be able to get the combine. But it's going to be a struggle between now and July to do that. The other thing that I have completely abandoned at this point is that we will not be getting a sprayer. I know that it would improve... Oh, that was close. I know that it would improve the yield on field 1, but even the cheap sprayer that I'm looking to get on here that would do a good job for us, that is still like 5,000-6,000. So as a result, we just can't do it. We don't have the money to spare to do that. And then on top of that, we're looking at a good 3,000-ish for a pallet of liquid fertilizer. So yeah, that's not going to work for us either, unfortunately. So yeah, there's I'm not going to be spraying field 1, and we'll get the mulcher and we'll get everything set up, and then when we got some money in next year, then we can look at doing things like that. But yeah, right now that's not a possibility really. I'm actually getting better at loading these onto here with this. This is why I always recommend, if you want to sort yourself out with bales in Farm Sim, go and have a play around. Get them working. You will get better at it over time. And yeah, you'll have a lot of fun loading these up. Final bale onto the top. Hopefully, it'll be okay. I don't want to knock the other one off. Ooh. Open up and back off. Yeah, there we go. And then we actually, if I widen these, we might be able to push both of them into the middle and get them in a good spot, ready to strap down and go and sell. So as I said, yeah, I'm reckoning about 8,000. We should end up at about the 10,000 level off this. We might get a little bit higher once we get the fruit in, and we can then see where we are today on those as well. Gone a little bit over. No, we'll leave that there. It's slightly off center. It'll be fine. So strap that down, strap that down, and yeah, that straps that down as well. Front bit down, and then we'll head down to the shop, get these bales sold, and yeah, see where we are. See if my estimates match anything like the reality of what we've got here. As we approach the shop and up to the top, let's just bring this into here and see how much. I'm actually kind of hoping it's more than that, but the price was on the way down the last time I checked. So let's have a look at what the price is at the moment. For silage, we're looking at, yeah, you see it's, this time of year, everything starts dropping. So current price is £269 per 1,000 litres. Actually going up a little bit, which is good. So let's unstrap all of this. And see how much we make. 7,673. So yeah, not even the 8,000 I was hoping for, which is not great. That is, that's trouble. So we need to get back to the farm. We're going to load up the fruit next and see how much we can make off that. Because, yeah, at the moment, we still need to make a lot more money in order to get anywhere near what we need for this harvester and this silo. Now, on our way through, I need to pop into the farmyard. We need to swap our bale grab for the forks. I'm going to try and do this without taking the trailer off, because that would be a little bit of a faff. There we go. So that there. We're not doing much maneuvering in the shed. Cut those off. Reverse up a little bit. Try and get ourselves as straight onto our forks as possible. That is the biggest issue with this. Again, trying to be a little bit more realistic. I want to be as straight onto these as possible so that they clip in. There we go. And as little movement when they're connecting as possible makes a big difference. I'm also going to give my tractor a little bit of fuel while we're here. So we've got our fuel tank here. There we go. And just fill that up. It'll be interesting to see how long it is before we have to fill up. I think this will probably get us through most of the harvest. Yeah, 59 litres left. So we should be okay for a little while with that. Now, where I'm going to put my silo is probably going to be here on that patch of concrete there. That will serve us very well for that purpose. And we'll move the equipment over onto the grass where we've got our mower and stuff. Seems to be a good area for equipment storage. Now, I got a little bit of criticism last time for how I picked these pallets up. So I'm going to try and do it not from the side this time, but straight on instead. Because, yeah, as was pointed out, a little more realistic to do it from this angle. The pallets give you a little bit more support, and it really is the way it should be done. So we'll load these up on here. I think we should have enough space on this trailer to fit all of this produce on. So let's get this onto there like so. I think we are going to have to... I think I'm going to have to cut some trees down. I think that is the way to go on here. It will give us enough money to do everything that we want to do. We'll see how we do with today. It's quite possible that we could go and do in the next episode some forestry stuff and some forestry work and get a little bit more money in that way. It's not unreasonable. Yeah, not an unreasonable way to go, really. But at the same time, we could try and do a little bit of harvest, get into the harvest next time as well, if we have the cash to get it started. I'm just not 100% sure of which way to go. Ooh. What I do know is we need to lower our forks a little bit. So let's get this trailer loaded up, and then we'll go and sell this, and we can see where we are at that point. Final pallet of tomatoes loading on. A little bit further. There we go. That should do those. And out. And then we just need to strap all these down, because we're going to have to get the lettuce on top. I think I've got a strap there. So if I put them on the top in the middle at the back, that should work fine. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting to see how much we get off here. Again, I don't think this is going to take us. It might take us above 15,000. I doubt it. We're still going to be a decent amount short. So let's bring this here and very carefully get it on the middle. Actually, I'm going to put it on top of the strawberries, not the tomatoes, because the strawberry pallets are wooden and probably able to take a little bit more weight than, yeah, by the looks of it, can take a little bit more weight than the tomatoes one. The tomato ones would, realistically, without crushing any of the fruit. There we go. And let's strap that down. Not got another strap there. Right, so this lot is now ready to get loaded up and taken down to the shop as well, and get these sold too. How are we for price on these? So if we look at, there we go. Lettuce is 1,717. So we'll get about half of that for this. So we're looking at about £8.5, £850 roughly for that one. Tomatoes, we've got, we'll have about £871 for these. And the strawberries, we've got 2 sets of those. So we're, again, looking at about £800. So we're not even going to end up with 15,000 off this. It is going to be a couple of grand that we add to this. So, we are going to have to cut down some trees in order to make enough money to get what we need to get today. I find this trailer of produce really quite telling. We've got 2,000 litres of strawberries, 1,000 litres of tomatoes, and 500 litres of lettuce. And that's in roughly the same amount of time. It's a muchness. There's not much to it. It is all selling off fairly swiftly. There we go. There's one set. Might as well take that off and that off and this off, which is still selling. We're going above. We're still selling actually, and we're above 12,000. There we go. £2,597 off that. 12,400. So just shy of £12,500 in our bank account, and we need about 35,000. So yeah, we need to make a lot of money. And I think our only... Well, I want to check now that we've got some money in the bank, what is the cost of hiring this combine? 3,825. So there you go. I want to know from you guys, should we hire the new combine for 3,000? It'll probably cost us 5,000 in total to do that. To hire the combine. We can probably do that with where we are now. In fact, I am going to cut down a couple of trees because we still have plenty of time today. But yeah, what do you guys think? Do you think we should rent a combine for this first year? As I said, I don't want to rent an old one. I want to rent something new. The Rosselmash fits the bill quite nicely, unless somebody's got a newish combine that would be cheaper to rent to suggest. I don't think there's anything like that about. And we could go with that and use that for this year's harvest, and that would easily be covered by the harvest, the rental of that. Or should we try and raise a little bit more cash with cutting down some more trees and going that way? I'm really intrigued. Let us know what you think down in the comments. So I've popped back to the yard once again, and we've now got the log grab on the front of here. And I think we're going to go into our woodland over here and see if we can cut a couple of trees down. As we did before. It may be that cutting a couple of these might give us enough money to do what I want to do, and make my last bit a fairly moot point. But yeah, I want to find a couple of... We've got this area in here which basically seems to be my forestry bit at the moment. This is the edge of the map. So yeah, nothing... Wow, so nothing to my left at the moment can we work. So it's sort of this line of trees here is the edge. Yeah, that line of trees there is the edge. So I can take that one there. I can take this one here as well. Don't want to take any of the outer ones really. So I think we're going to start with this one today. We'll see how much this one is worth. We'll cut it fairly low down. I want to try and get a length of about 5-ish meters. Timber. Oh, thankfully that fell rather nicely. Someone was saying that there's a fallen tree round here that I could get a load of money for and just drag it back onto my land and use it. It doesn't seem to be in this woodland. 1. Is that about a meter? I think that's about a meter. So about there. About 3, 4, 5. Let's see how well my guesswork goes. 34 meters on this tree. 9 meters? Wow, okay. So we want to cut this in half then. Get about 4.5 meters each end. There, I think. So 9.4 meters. How's that? 4.2, 5.2. 5.2 on the thicker bit is fine. Right, so looking at the length of that, I think I want to cut about here. There we go. So that is then 4 meters. And then based on that, we're going to have to drag the rest back. So let's get the tractor and trailer in here. Get these loaded up, and then we can drag the rest of this back. And yeah, I think if I take out the middle of this woodland and then replant it, it's going to be quite good for us. And a good little bit of forestry management, especially if I'm careful about how I do it. Now, I want to put this so that it's easy to access, and so we're not on a slope where they're going to roll off. And because, yeah, we don't have a proper logging trailer at the moment. This first log is chunky. Wow. Yeah, I had a lot of tractor trying to wheelie and stuff, trying to get this first log on here. I want to put it nicely in the middle. It'll make a really good center anchor for anything else I put on here. Also, the way to keep this tractor stable with these heavier logs definitely seems to be hold them like this. So hold them like it's a grab and not the other way, because otherwise, yeah, they just try and tip the tractor forward, and that is not good. Right. 4 meter logs seem to be pretty good to fit on this trailer. Yeah, you can see the front tipping that even a log of this size is giving at the moment. Right, let go. Go on. There we go. And on. There we are. We'll try and get that. We're going to load the next one from the other side and try and see if we can get that to push everything back a little bit. Gone a little bit too much the wrong way. Right. I managed to... Oh, no, stop. Managed to push it on from one side and it disappeared off the other. I think this one, actually, maybe one of the big ones at the edges will make things a little bit easier, but, oh, man. That was looking really good, and then I pushed it just slightly too far, and at that point, yeah, it just rolled off the edge. It can be quite difficult getting things on a trailer when it's not really meant for the job that you're trying to use it for. Let's pick this up and see if we can get this on the other side. Right, open it up. Oh, you're going to go off the other side? No. What we are going to have to do, though, is push it back on to see if we can get it to stay on properly. So I push the other one back on from the other side. Let's just see if we can nudge this across. A stable base is going to be so important doing this job and getting these done. There we go. Right, that will do. That is as much as I'm willing to push that. Let's get the rest of this loaded on, I think. I think this might be the last one I stack on here. I need to just try and put it on the top. Yeah, there we go. Better to come at it from that side. It actually rolled off when I first tried to load that on. But that is now all on there. So let's just strap this all down. That will hold it on there fairly well. Can I lift this? No, I can't. So we're going to have to drag the top of this tree back at some point. Because at the moment, it's a little bit over into the next piece of land, which we don't own. We have got a good tree off of here, which is good. Oh. Yeah, my ultimate plan will be, if we take out the middle of this forest, if we take out the middle of this woodland, we'll come in and we'll replant it. And we'll get a nice, good area of trees that we're able to farm on here. And that way, keep the cycle going. I think we might have to make a good track around here as well. Give myself a nice way of getting into and out of this woodland. Because, yeah, there's scope for it. I mean, we can put it down by this bit here, around the side of this, and there. And, yeah, that would be a nice little roadway into that woodland there, where we're doing most of our forestry work right now. So, let's take this load of wood down to the shop. See how much we make for this. And, yeah, see how close we get to our goals. I think we're certainly going to be able to get our storage area in, which will be great news. It's then, yeah, how are we going to get the combine to the farm? Our third trip up to the shop, and I think this is going to be the one that probably makes us the most money. Well, I don't know. Will we make more than the 7.5 grand that we made from our silage bales on this? We'll see in a moment. So take the straps off. And then we will sell it. 5,358. So no is the answer to that. We are now halfway to the amount of money that we will need in order to do everything that we want to do. I honestly think our harvest this year is probably not going to be with our own combine, unless by some miracle the exact combine we want turns up in the shop. Because right now we're looking at hitting about 22,000 from today's work. If we cut another tree down, that would mean we will probably need to cut another 2 to 3 trees next time in order to in order to actually raise the money. That's very possible. But, yeah, what do you guys think? Should we have a forestry video to get the extra cash and cut some more trees down around here next time? Or do you think we should crack on with the harvest and jump forward to July? I think putting a road in here would be a really good plan. Round the back, and yeah, that takes us into the forest. Then we will probably want to have a look at a tree this end this time. Because we've got a lot more space here leading up to the edge. Yeah, the edge is right over here. So all of this stuff this way, this is all within it here. Yeah, this one. That one? How tall is that? That's not a... yeah, that's not a very big one. That is. And that is, I think. Looking at those. So, yeah, I'm going to take this one here this time. We'll cut it this direction so that it's heading down here. And hopefully not towards my tractor. Oh, that's... Sorry. Okay, I might have to nudge that with the tractor. Because that's not moving. Let's bring this forward a little bit. I've got an area to unload. No, don't want to do the weight. I want to disconnect the trailer. There we go. Right. Yeah. Where's my tree? There it is. So we'll get this right up as high as I can, and hopefully that will push it over. That is just weird. Somebody said this last time. Oh, when I got a tree stuck, why didn't you push it over with the tractor? Very good point. Let's see if this works. It's going. It's going. There we go. That's the way to do it. Right, I've cleared the trunk off and got that all done. Let's see if we can... So what's the length of this? 24.9 meters. So slightly shorter than the last one. So we should be able to get the remains of the previous tree on here. I'm going to go with that being about a meter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and cut here. And see how well my estimate is. 8.9 meters. Yeah. So where's my cut? My cut is there. Okay. So middle is about here-ish. I am such a bad judge of length here. Want 4.5 meters either side. I've got 4.8 and 4. That will do. There. Is that exactly 4? Wow. Okay. There. 3.2. And I'm going to go there then. And that takes the end off. And that's 5.1. Fine. That will do nicely. We can get this loaded up now, and then we'll drag the remains of that other tree here, and get that loaded on the top. This is the last log from this tree, so then we're gonna go and grab the other one, drag that into this area here, so that we can get that cleaned up and put onto here. Oh, I didn't quite have a good enough grip on that. Gone over the top of it. Try that again, shall we? That is the one downside to using this like a claw rather than a set of forks, is that yeah, stuff can fall off it. So you're better off like that, because stuff's not going to fall off it. Yeah, you see, when it shifts, it does that. But with the larger logs and things, it's then too far from the front of the tractor with the smaller weight that we've got on here. And that's the thing. I think going forward, if we're going to do more forestry and more logging stuff, then yeah, it's going to need to, or it's going to require us to spend a little bit of cash, get a large weight back again, so that we can work with that. Let's grab this bit of tree and drag it back this way. Should be okay. I don't think this is going to be that heavy. Might actually be able to get the forks underneath. You see, this is how this should work. You should get it underneath and pick it up like that. Might put a couple of these little trees. I mean, we want to clear out these little trees. They are never going to grow to any kind of height. So let's take here. I think that will, yeah, that cleans it up. So we might as well just cut them down and stick them on. We should be able to pick them up. So it would make sense. While we've got a trailer that isn't quite totally full, just take these 3 little trees out here and clear them off. Right, so I'm going to do that as well, I think. And wow, that actually is nice and long. Will help us to make a little bit more of it, because the longer the piece of wood, the actual, the better they'll pay for it. So, yeah, we will do that. Let's knock that. See if we can knock that into position without knocking all the wood off. Will that do it? I don't think it's going to. I'm not quite happy with where it's sitting, but this is when I knock all of the logs off this. There we go. That's a bit better. Right. So yeah, I'm going to cut these down, cut them a bit shorter, open this area up a bit so that it's easier for us when we come to do it later. Last one of these. So I got the other 2 just cut. So basically just cutting them, stripping them like this. If I can get them stripped. Like so. And then cutting the top off just to clean it up a little bit. And then we pick it up. And this one is 6 meters. But you can see that there's, yeah, we've got some bits and pieces hanging around them as well. So we try and cut those off as well. There we go. That's cleared that. So grab that. And we just plonk it on top. Like so. I need to go a little bit more that way. There we are. And then strap this all down. And we can go and get this sold and see how much we end up with today. We're still going to be quite a way short. So, as I said, let us know in the comments. What do you think we should do? Do you think we should hire that combine? Or do you think we should do some more forestry? And get ourselves in a position where we can buy ourselves that classic John Deere. For the last time today, we're going to pull up here and get our trailer full of goods sold. Expecting maybe 3 grand off these logs. Let's see. 3,132. So yeah, we are up to 20,000. We've got a couple of costs that mean we will end up dipping maybe a little bit below that next time. But yeah, that's not a bad position. We still need about 15,000. So based on what we had before, we could cut 3 large trees down. If we can find 3 big trees and get those cut, that would probably give us enough for the combine and the silo setup. So yeah, let us know in the comments, what do you think we should do? Should we crack on with the harvest, or do you think we should cut down a few more trees and see what that gets us? You guys have spoken, and what you want me to do to get to the point with the harvester is cut more trees down. So that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to cut a load down here. I'm going to try and get them in roughly, well, we're going to cut some trees. We're going to get things set up. And then we're going to bring the tractor and trailer in here to do stuff with. Somebody had a very good suggestion for one of the ways in which I can get the right lengths for my trees. So I've got an idea and how we're going to do it. But I want to try and get some trees cut first, and then we can go from there and try and get things to go well and go better. But I was very iffy about doing a solid forestry episode on here, and I know a couple of people have said, "Oh, it's great that you don't do forestry as much as other people on this series." I had a few compliments like that, and I just wanted to sort of say, yeah, this is going to be something we do to get through this year, I think, more than anything else. After this year, I think we're going to be fairly self-sufficient. I am going to replant this forest. So the idea here is that we're going to keep this line of trees. So we've got a line of trees up here that I want to keep sort of on this bank. But the rest of this, we're going to thin this as much to the border of our own property as we can. Let's get this back out and clear that. So, yeah, we're going to try and thin this out a bit. I think if I take the end section of this off, yeah, that should clear things up. So, yeah, we should have some fairly large trees. We've got a couple that are right on the border, like this one here. I'm going to try and cut this. Well, I want to see if we can cut it. Yeah, we can cut this one. So I want to do that. But now that we've got a tree cut down, let's go get our tractor and trailer. Because somebody suggested a really great way for me to measure the length of these and get them right for the trailer. So the way I'm going to try and do this is get our trailer lined up along this side here. And then we can use the trailer to measure the length of wood we want to cut. So we want to give it a little bit more length than the actual trailer is. So Yeah, about there-ish should be good. Let's line things up. Yep. And we're going to go a little bit longer, so I'm going to go up to the hitch. We have a 30-meter long bit, and how long is this bit? 6.4 meters. That will be worth more money because it's a 6.4 meter length bit. And then I can just drive the tractor along the edge here like this and cut it in roughly the same place each time. This means that we get some nice big cuts. Again, 6.1 meters. So yeah, we're not massively different in each cut, which is absolutely brilliant. I think that's excellent. So cut the third one. Let's get that out. And again, around about the length of the hitch. Another one at 6.3. So yeah, these are all over 6 meters, which is absolutely brilliant. And then we can just back the trailer off and go and load them up. Which I want to get it as close to that first one as possible. That is going to be a very, very heavy. Well, how long was that one? That one is 6.2. So there is the point. So roughly where those flowers are. And I think that's going to do it. Right, so let's reverse this up. Like this. Get it into a place where I can easily load this one on. Disconnect our trailer. And then, yeah. This is where not having the big weight on the back is going to make things difficult. But should, hopefully, give us enough space to maneuver. Especially if I do it like this. If I use it as a grapple and place it on, hopefully we'll be fine. Ow. That is not happy. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Oh, man. Okay, right. So. There is no way. That way. There we go. Just stay in my claws, please. This log is huge. But this is where having a set of pedals and a wheel comes in quite useful, because I can just slowly move, hopefully not moving things about too much, and get this into position. Oh wow, that is so heavy on the trailer. That has not quite worked as I'd hoped it would. There's no way. Okay. This is going to lift my tractor out of the way. So I probably shouldn't have cut it as long as I have. In all fairness. We will see what we can do. Well, the trouble is I can't... No, I can't even load... I don't think I can get the trailer back down at the moment. I do wonder if my truck... Okay, I've got an idea. Let's see if we can hook this trailer up to the truck. Somebody suggested doing this before. And it might just work. So, yeah. Let's see if we can get the truck hooked up to this. And go from there. This is the kind of situation where having a second tractor would be really useful. Because, yeah. How are we gonna... I might try and weigh the back of the... You know, put something in the boot of the truck. See if we can weigh it down a bit, maybe. I haven't gotten a small enough upcut is the trouble. Back here. Bring this around. And push down. There we go. Right, truck, will you hook up to this? No, it won't. It won't. we can't hook it up with this truck. Oh dear. Yeah, it's just too much weight on the back. Well, we know for the next trailer, we're going to have to do it slightly differently. This one, I'm still going to have to try and load up like this, but that is, yeah, way too much weight at the back. Hopefully, we'll have enough weight at the front of this tractor. Actually, how am I going to do this at all? Not sure any of this is going to work how I want it to. Unless I have an idea. Right, so what I'm going to do is try and place this second one so that it is in huge danger of just rolling off. But if I can place it so it's over this front board, we might get away with this. There, it's going to hit the tractor. So we'll move it across a bit. Oh, even this one is pretty heavy. But we just need to get this weight a little bit further forward. Either that or I'm just going to have to chop. I know what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to chop the end off this. Because we cannot run this like this. So, here, there, and chop there off. I'm hoping this is going to leave this at about 5 meters. There we go. Oh, 5 meters exactly. Okay. Right. There we go. It's not great, but hopefully that big log there is going to be enough to weigh the rest of this down. Yep. And drop it on. There we go. Yeah. Again, I mean, this is, even that is too heavy to pick up. But yeah. I need to cut these down to about 5 meters. So 5 meters will be a good enough amount for us to get on here. We need to sort of, next one, what we'll do is we'll measure it and only put it slightly longer than the trailer. I thought we could handle that, but yeah, it was a little too much. So with a large amount of weight on the towards the front now, with those 2 large logs having had those sections cut off, what I'm gonna do is get these on here like this, and leave the longer sections on the shorter ones. It should still be weighted fairly well in our favor. So let's open that up, and then I'm going to add a little bit of extra wood onto here as well, in the form of the shorter trees. So we've got several shorter trees just kicking around in here that could do with the going. So we've got this one, I think is cuttable. Let's find out. Yep, so that's cuttable. So we're going to do the same with all these. Just clean them up. And we should be able to shove 4 of these on here, I think. Just cut the top off, grab it, because they should all be pick-upable, and just slot them, hopefully, on here by hand. We'll go on. Quite. That's... There we go. No, leave. There we go. That slots on there like that. And yeah, they're a decent length as well. They can even come over the front a little bit, and should work quite well for us here. So I'm going to cut these, and then once we've got a few of these cut, we will we'll strap everything on, and we'll head down to the shop. We need to make about 20,000. So this may be, well, it'll be a case of how much we can make in order to get the combine for the harvest. Oh, and we've got a bit of wood sticking through this one. Let's get rid of that. Okay, it doesn't seem to want to go. I did several rounds, and it's not having it. I think I found there was an issue I was having with the lumberjack stuff earlier. That is just sticking through it. Or before. You may remember the last a couple of videos ago, I was having a problem with the chainsaw not working. Seems that that is something to do with if you got the hand on here and then you start it, it doesn't work. You take the hand away and start it, it works fine. So yeah, that's something. If you're having a problem with getting a chainsaw to work, make sure that you've not got the hand selected or something that can be picked up first, because yeah, apparently that's a problem. And it's not a problem with the lumberjack mod. Somebody said to me, oh, the lumberjack mod was causing this. It's not the lumberjack mod, because I'm not running that mod. I am running the crosshairs mod, but I can't see how that would affect things. That did make it easier for me to see, though, when I came across that problem. So yeah, that is that I think is probably a game bug. So I will be reporting that to Giants so that they can take a look at it, I think. There we go. We managed to get an achievement, taking a leaf of absence. This is our 5th and final tree we're going to cut of the small lot. Chop the top off there. There we go. And yeah, we've got a roughly 6 meters off most of them. And this will give us a little bit extra. I'd love to try and get those extra these onto the trailer as well. Both of those are too big for me to collect, or to me to pick up myself. So yeah, are a bit of a problem. There we go. Now, despite the fact that we have managed to get the length slightly wrong, we should still get a decent amount of money. Yes, we are leaving a little bit of cash on the floor here. And yes, this trailer does feel a little bit rear heavy. Wow. We'll take that down there. Hopefully, we can get these picked up at some point. Might have to use the bucket to do it. I am just going to move my truck out of the way. And I've still got the engine running on that. We'll just park this here out the way, and then we can head down to the shop and see how much this first load makes. I'm hoping for at least 5,000. That would get us well on the way. If we can do it in less than 4 trips today, that would be even better. So, moment of truth. How much are we going to make from this trailer full of wood? Let's undo our straps and sell it. There we go. 6,358. That actually is better than I expected. That actually is pretty huge. I'm very, very pleased with that. So what we'll do is, if we can do 2 more loads like that, that will take us up to about 38,000. We absolutely will get set up for our harvest if we hit 38,000. That would be 8,000 for us to place our silo, and gives us 30,000 for our combine. More than enough for the combine. Absolutely perfect. And then, as somebody said, then all of your money from harvest can go towards repaying the loan. It'll go towards doing the animals a bit as well, because we want to get our animals set up. But certainly everything will be brilliant then. We're not having to borrow money to do anything. Fantastic. So back into our woodlands, and I'm just going to park the tractor at the edge here. I can't believe I did that. Right, so we want to take... Now we've got a little bit of clearance, we can see which trees are best to take. That one there right in front of us is a great tree. That is taller than the others. That one probably behind our tractor as well would be a good one to take. So, which one's the taller one? That one. So we want to try and cut this. This is right on the edge. This may or may not. Ah! Just outside of our land. So what else have we got around here that's quite tall? That one there is quite tall and is well within our... Yeah, that's well within our land. It is a little bit visible, but otherwise should be okay. I'm going to take this little tree out first, as low down as I can. And just move that because, yeah, these little trees... So placeables and small trees, as somebody pointed out in my in the comments, are both won't grow. So they won't get any bigger. What you want to do if you want trees that will grow in size and get bigger, what you need to do is plant them yourself. So yeah, right. I think it's this one is the tool one, isn't it? That a tool one? Yeah, that's a tool one. So we want to take this. And what we'll do is once we've cut this, we'll bring the trailer over and measure it like that. So cut it. Yeah, this is a nice, meaty, big tree. It is still right on the edge, actually, of our land. Wow, that I did not expect. But at least it is one that we can cut and one that we can hopefully make about 6,000 from. If we cut it in a similar sort of way, so I am going to cut 5 meter lengths on everything. Getting all of these branches off is a pain. There we go. But if we can get these cut at 5 meters each, that will be good. I don't want to cut it less than 5 meters. 5 meters is pretty much the perfect length for what we want to do. But yeah, this is a 34 meter tree, so it's longer than the last one. Even better. We'll bring our tractor around... And again, line it up along the side of our tree. And yeah, this time, cut it around about the length of the trailer. Maybe fractionally longer is what I want. So basically, we don't want to overload it at the back like we did last time. There we are. So that should be the first one. We'll look at roughly where the back of that is. Yeah, so we want to cut that. So, yeah. So if I have the hand, you can see the hand there. Switch to that. It does cut it. I don't know. Okay, so I don't know what's wrong. Why this won't cut sometimes. That was me just, you know, checking exactly how that works. 4.5 meters is not the length I want. So, we've got to go a little bit longer then. So the first lot we cut too long. Second lot we're cutting too short. We want it about here-ish then, I think. At least 4.5 meters means we're left with 30 meters on the rest of this. And if we can get all of these to be about 5 meters, yeah, then we're good. So bring this along and there. Like that, yeah. And then about halfway through our hitch. Should be good enough. What are you? 5 meters exactly. We'll go with that. That is, yeah, that's just about gonna be the last one, I think. We want to bring it up to there. There we go. And last one. So my target is kind of this joint here on the trailer. So cutting it there. Come on, give me green. There we go. Perfect. Oh, wow. It did leave a little bit at the end. Right. So now, I want to get my trailer into position over here. Nicely out the way. And get this lot lined up. We're going to have to get rid of these stumps at some point. Because now they're getting in the way more than anything else. But hopefully, it should now allow us to get these loaded on. And we'll see how well we do. One advantage to having cut this first one a little bit short is that it will give a really good ballast to everything else I put on the trailer, which of course is a little bit longer. Oh, no, no. I reversed when I wanted to go forwards. There we go. Get our wheels back on the ground. And then if I'm going forwards, the weight should be in the right direction. Just trying to keep this. Keep our wheels on the ground. Come on. I know we need a bigger weight. We don't have the money for it. So definitely, I can't believe I sold that bigger weight, and it's just become so important to us to have more weight on this tractor. I'm trying to be careful because I know that while holding it this way brings the weight closer to my tractor, what it also does is makes it more likely it's going to fall out of the jaws of my my log grab. No, 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 don't you dare roll off. Thank you. Right, there we go. So that's the first one on. Now I want to load from the other side, I think, if I can. So, yeah, let's see if we can get the rest of this on here. I'm going to go through and just get it done, because otherwise it's just lots of footage of me loading logs onto a trailer. Now, I do have a question about logging on here. Obviously, these are worth a certain amount for their thickness and their length. I wonder if a whole tree, if I just dragged that down to the shop, if that would be worth more than the 6 individual logs. Oh, there we go, out of gear. Than the 6 individual logs that we have. Yeah, 5 on here plus 1 plus the little one at the top, so 7 individual logs that we're putting on here, all of about 5 meters. Yeah, and see if you would make more money from dragging just that single tree down. I mean, it would be a pain to get down there, but sort of taking things to extremes, you know. Where is the sweet spot where your tree is worth the most money, and is that purely the longer the log, the more it's worth, compared to cutting it up into smaller pieces? I am really intrigued to know where the difference would be there. This, of course, was a bigger tree than the first one we cut today. So, hopefully, there's some money in that as well. Now, where is the other tree that we cut? We put it up out of here. Out the way. No. Where'd I put that other tree? Well, wherever I put that first tree I cut, it's disappeared, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. We'll strap all this down. It wasn't going to be worth a massive amount to us. So let's have a look. It may be a case that I can get a larger weight as well. So what I'm going to do is we'll drop this weight off at the farm on the way. I don't know. I might... It's been an colossal waste of money getting the larger weight. Or the smaller weight. And yeah, I'll have a look when we're down at the shop. Maybe we can offset the price of a new weight with the selling of the old small weight. We definitely need something bigger on the back of here. And as we've no longer really using the front 3-point for that, yeah, I think we can put something larger on the back. And so back up to our sell point for our second load. Let's bring this in. And then we'll unstrap it. So again, 5,000 to me would be a good amount for this. That would take us over 30,000 in total. Oh, and another 6,100. That is brilliant. So in the shop at the moment, we've got nothing on offer other than the Anderson would be quite useful. Just looking at weights, for us to get weight that would be bigger than what we have now. So we've got a 650 to get a larger weight. So the 1100, that would be, yeah, fairly not going to be cheap to do it this way. But we would have 1100, which would make us more stable. If we wanted to go mad, we get the 1500 for £1,600. But how much is our weight worth? 548. So not too bad. I don't think we can though. Combine harvester. Let's have a look. We are managing at the moment 21,765. So we now have enough money to get the small John Deere 4400 combine harvester. Absolutely perfect for our farm. On top of that, we've got 8,000 in costs for the silo, so that's 29,700. We've got 32,000. How much more do we need? Right, we have the headers here. So these are the various headers. 5,500 is what we need. So yeah, we only need one more tree. One more tree will do this today, and then we can go and buy our combine and our header and our silo, which is brilliant. The thing that worries me is we've got rain for most of July. Are we actually going to be able to harvest before August? I was actually quite surprised by the response to yesterday's, or to Tuesday's video. Yesterday, as I'm recording this, because it's Wednesday. But yeah, I was quite pleasantly surprised. I thought a lot of people were going to either say borrow the money and buy the combine, or go and don't worry about it, lease the combine for the first year and go from there. And lots of people went, no, earn the extra money, get the money, and then do it that way. We're not going to, no. Which was quite gratifying. I was very, very pleased with that, because it meant that absolutely what we were looking to do was to actually earn our way through to this. Now we probably don't need a very big tree to finish off. Didn't we have one at the far end? I think we've got one. Yeah, there's one. We'll take that one. I'm going to move my tractor and trailer because where I've got them at the moment are right in the line for where to pull on. But I think that one there stands out quite nicely and is well within our land. So that is perfect. But yeah, I think what we're probably going to end up doing with this forest over time and maybe over the winter is clearing out as many trees as we can over this winter, and then replanting it come the springtime. I think is probably a good way for us to go with this. Yeah, look at the thickness of that tree. Perfect. Timber! Oh, the sound of falling trees in FS22 is brilliant. Right. Let me clear this off, and then we'll get the tractor and trailer in position and start measuring out some logs. I'll bring this around here and in again. We'll try not to go over the tree stump because that will cause me problems. I might try and get... Well, I'm either going to get this these two short logs. We'll either put those in the back of our truck, so in the trailer bed of our truck, or we'll try stacking them on top of this and seeing if either of those works. There. What is the length of our first cut? How good have we done here? 5.3 meters. That is a really good measurement there. I'm very, very happy with that. So get that in position, and yeah, I think we've got this down now. This is such a good way to do it. Right, so that I think is pretty spot on for what we want. So I'm just going to reverse this up, put this a little bit. Well, we'll put this towards this end here. Hopefully not grounding ourselves out on that, and see if we can position this somewhere for us to easily connect that up. And yeah, this is, as I said before, it would be really useful to have a second tractor for doing this job. And that's where having a second tractor on this farm is eventually going to come in, is for helping us with doing other jobs. Also, helping me to get my butt off logs. Ah, it's going to have done some damage to the bottom of the tractor. Thankfully, damage is not a thing, but yeah. There are many ways in which I could damage my tractor on here. Right, let's bring this onto here. And again, this is just going to not make my tractor happy. Right. Marginally off the ground. It's already slipping out of the grasp of this. I don't want to lift this off the ground until I absolutely have to. Because, yeah. And on. Oh, I'm definitely getting better at this. Because, look, that's flipping off. So, we'll drop it in the middle like so. Trailer is happy. Tractor is happy. We are all good. So now, we just need to get the rest of it on. And, yeah, go and make some more money. Which means that we're going to be able to buy our combine outright. I feel so much better about this now. Oh, and that is why you don't rush things. Because it just falls out of the jaws of the grab if you do. Keep it low. And hopefully you can very nicely maneuver it towards your trailer. Last bit of the tree. Just going on the top. So get it on here carefully. Again, 6 pieces to this tree, which is means that we're got a decent amount of wood on our trailer. Now, can I get... I don't even know if these are wide enough to get in the forks. Whether they will actually be picked up by this. If they will... I think it's still going to be dodgy to get them on the trailer. So I might just shove them in the back of the thing. But yeah, I think that is... Ooh, that one I can just get. Okay, that one I can get. So let's pick it up. And try and put this on the top, maybe? Wow, this is still... Even this one is heavy. That's insane. Right. So we want to try and put this just on the top here and hopefully not cause everything to go flying off. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Right. So we're not going to put that there. We're going to put this in the back of the truck. And I'm going to drive that down there separately later. Just want to get them out of the way though. But yeah, these need to go in the back of the truck. Watch as the truck now has a fit. I know, it's in there. That's worked. So yeah, let's get the second one in there as well. And then that's that cleared up. And then I'm going to have to come in here at some point and get the stump grinder on these. Because this is just... way too many stumps around here at the moment for this. It's causing all sorts of problems. I've strapped all the wood down and we'll hook it back up. Another 6,000. We might, you know what, we might make, based on how much we've got here, we might actually make 39,000 today. Which would be unbelievable. That is way more than I ever expected to make off this. Especially as I want to finish off by getting my truck down there and just seeing how much those last 2 bits of wood are worth. Because they're chunky but short. And they might be worth a fair amount of money. So for the 3rd and final time today with this tractor and trailer, we are up at the shop. How much is our final load worth? There we hope we've got another 6,000 off here. Having finally cut these all to the pretty much the exact length I want to. I mean, these are all 5 meters, 5.1. Let's have a look. 5 meters, 5.1, 5.3, 5.4, 5.1, and 5.1. So all roughly 5 meters and all over 5 meters. £6,184, 39,058. If we can get, oh man, if we can get just 950 quid off that last couple of bits of wood, we are gonna hit 40,000 today. Fantastic. That is our entire harvest budget all set up. So, moment of truth, how much are our two big offcuts worth that we've got down here? Is it going to be enough to throw us over 40,000? Let's undo the straps. And go. Oh, it's not. It's 524, but that is still more than enough for us to get our combine. As I said before, the header, that is only going to cost us 5,500. In fact, we could probably get the 6,500. So the slightly wider header, I think, would work. Yeah, 4.5 meters or 5.5 meters. I'd rather have that one. Our combine is going to be this one at 21,700. We can't afford anything larger, so that should work fairly well. And then the final thing that we're going to buy under the silos is this. That is our silo. It's kind of old looking, but should do the job for us fairly nicely. Holds 200,000 litres. So will be more than enough. Look at this. Our field of barley is ready to harvest. So today's the day. We're going to be getting on to the harvest and getting our combine and getting everything set up. And speaking of getting everything set up, the first thing we need to do is get ourselves the silo down. So we're going to put the silo in here, as I mentioned before. So we need to move this equipment out of the way so that we can get the silo in place. We also need to get the front loader off this tractor, along with the weight off the back. So we're going to be doing those bits as well. Let's go down into reverse and go to high. We need to reconfigure our trailer. We've got a lot to do today, so hopefully we're going to get through most of it fairly quickly and get the combine and get everything set up. It's detach the hoses on this. So I'm not looking to do any forestry for a while. There have been a few people who, not last video, because as I record this, the last video hasn't actually gone live yet. But the previous video, there are a few people who commented and say, oh, you know, we don't like that you're doing forestry. We kind of want you to stick to, as you were saying before, and trying to do it arable-wise. And I actually do agree with that. I think that one of the nice things about this series should be that we don't do things in exactly the same way as everybody else has been doing everything on this map. So, there's not going to be any forestry for a little while. We've got a little bit of clearing up to do in our woodlands. We need to take the stump grinder and go and get rid of a few bits and pieces and some bits like that. But in general, I'm not going to be doing any forestry. I'm not looking to cut any trees down for a while. We might replant some and do a bit of that. But yeah, not planning on doing anything like cutting trees down to raise money or anything like that. We should be in a position going forwards now where we make enough money from our crops to actually fund the farm. We've got 5 fields and it should be plenty. We only have one bit of kit I think still left to buy, which is the mulcher. So as soon as we can buy that, we'll be in a good position there. I'm just gonna plonk all of these around here. There we go. This is eventually where our bigger barn, I think, is going to be. And that then will be an equipment shed in there. But all of this stuff is a little bit in the way here. And this is a nice little corner where we'll be able to put our... There we go. Where we'll be able to put our grain store that's nice and easily accessible to our tractor and everything like that, and yeah, should be quite good. So I'm just moving all of this stuff out of the way. Let's lower that so that we can get this done. And then once we're clear from here with this, and we'll be able to place this down. And this will be, yeah, the first of our purchases today. We then need to get the trailer up to the workshop at the shop, because we don't have a workshop here. I don't think I have enough money to actually get a workshop here. What we might do is leave the trailer till last. And if I have enough money to add a workshop in here somewhere, then we'll give that a go. Detach the hoses, lower it down, and disconnect it. There we go. Right, so that is that area cleared off. Let's get building our grain store. So the grain store is located under silos, and right at the end here, it's 8,000. I don't think there's another one. 63,000. That's a hayloft anyway. Everything else is well out of our price range on here. So we're going to be putting this in here. Let's spin it around. Now we can put it on that slab there like that, or like this. I think I'm actually going to put it round this way. Like so. I think that fits in with the yard a bit better. And means that it's something that we can back the trailer up to here. And yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. So we'll put that there. There we go. So that is our grain store. It's rather an old looking grain store, and something that we... Oh, wow. I like that. So this is the grain store that comes with the map. I love that it's a little bit wonky. That's really cool. So one day we might be able to upgrade this grain store, but for now, this should be fine. I think it holds about 200,000 litres, so that's good. So what I'm going to do now is hook up to this trailer here, and I think we'll go and have a look at our combine and get that back here. Either way, we're going to have to do something with this tractor and trailer. So we're down at the shop, and we're going to go and see the lady behind here. Oh, she's gone again. And we're looking for something under the harvesters. Specifically this. John Deere 4400 for 21,765. So it's going to leave us with just under 10,000 this. But I want the 1977 edition for no other reason other than, yeah, I was born that year. No difference, I don't think, by changing the gas pipes. So, yeah, don't think it alters anything. So, we'll go with the diesel. We'll go with the diesel tool exhaust. Wheel setup, four-wheel drive or standard. I'm going to go with the standard. And no, this combine does not have GPS. It is way too old. If you're looking for this combine, if you want to get this downloaded for your game, it's PC only. There is a link to it on King Mods. Go check it out there. We are going to buy this now for 21,765. And do you know what I haven't done? Oh, I didn't check whether it was available in the used vehicles, but it's not, so that's all fine. We need a header to go along with it. And I'm actually going to save myself a little bit of cash. I think last time I talked about getting this one, which is the 2180. But 218. I think I'm going with 215. It's not very wide. It's 4.5 meters, but we don't have very large fields here, and we have plenty of time to get our harvest done. So yeah, we'll go with the smaller header. I can always upgrade it later, I think. But just in case, and oh wow, okay, so we've got early model fingers and late model fingers. I think we're going to go with the early model fingers version of this one. So yeah, we'll go with that. Let's buy that as well. And then, yeah, all our hard work has paid off, and we've got our little combine looking really quite nice. I like this a lot. Right, let's start her up. Oh, that is a nice sounding combine. I've got an old picture from around the time when this combine would be available on my dad's farm of a John Deere combine. And I'm just wondering if it's one of these. If it was this era of combine, or whether these were available in the 1970s in the UK. I'd really love to know, because if it is, this is quite cool. I'm gonna have to get the photo out and check it and see. But yeah, that would be awesome if this is the combine that my dad had on the farm when I was born. Would be exceptionally cool. One thing this combine is not is fast. Well, that took a little while to get back to the shop. Back from the shop to the farm. It is 2 minutes past 10 though. Or 3 minutes past 10. And we are in position. Now, do I need to unfold this? Let's have a look. No, so there's no unfolding on this, which isn't that surprising. So we can turn it on. No, we must have a PTO to attach. Right, here we go. So attach power takeoff. There we go. No pipes to attach. No. So let's give this a whirl now. Lift it up. Start it up. There we go. Right. And down. And in we go. And look at that. There we are. So I can't remember how big the tank is on this. We'll see how we're going. We're getting a pretty good setup off here. I think we're going to do 3 headlands. 3 headlands should be quite good. And then we could swath 3 headlands together as well. So I think I'm going to try that. But yeah, this is working a treat. This is a cracking little mod. Really is. We've got a reasonably large grain tank on this combine as well. We are at 37%, 38% at 2,500 litres. That is really reasonably sized. Yeah, to be only 40% full on a small combine going around this field, that is quite something. I didn't expect this. I was kind of expecting us to have to maybe empty the combine. I think when we get into our bigger fields, that will probably be the case, that we will need to get that we'll need to empty it halfway through. But certainly this is handling these fields and this setup for this field very, very nicely. Not causing me any issues at all. We've done the first round the field without, with our auger in, and that's worked really well. So now I want to go and do the second, and I think what we're going to find is we're going to make it all the way around this field again and not be looking to empty it until we come back and finish and look to do our third headland. That is really good. It either says that we've not got anywhere near the yield I want off this field, or that this combine is perfectly suited to what we want to do on this farm and how we're looking to work. The dust coming off this is quite thick. It does make it a little bit hard to see, and I've got the Beware of Straw mod running. So yeah, it's if I catch any of the straw with my header, it destroys it. So I'm trying to avoid doing that. And it means that I'm being a little bit more cautious as to exactly when and where I'm putting the header on the combine down. But as I said before, it is running very nicely on this field. It is keeping... it's working the crop really, really well. What we're going to have to do in a minute is reconfigure our trailer, but because we have nearly £4,000 left, we should be able to put in a workshop of sorts today. So I'm gonna, when we get to a full tray or a full combine, I'm gonna do that. We're gonna go and get our trailer reconfigured and put a workshop in. I think we're going to put it at the side of our shed, and that should work fairly well for us. There we go. Yeah, look at that. We are at 88% off 2 headlands. And that is quite a lot of grain in that back tank. There we go. Yeah, being careful not to destroy our very precious straw. Because, of course, we'll make money off the straw on this field as well as the actual crop itself. So, we're going to bale all of this and our other barley field up and make the money out of that. I think we're going to stop, though, along the back here to empty. There we go. And then into here. I do notice a little bit of an issue with the sound files on this. I don't know if you guys heard that just then, but with the engine sound cutting out ever so slightly. Right, auger out. And we'll stop when we get to a nice full tank. So interestingly, this holds about as much as the TX by the looks of things. Yeah, 6,600. There we go. Whoa, let's not drive into our crop. So yeah, 6,540 litres we have in here. So that's good. Let's go and deal with our tractor. So what do we need to do? We need to get our tractor and trailer over here. Can I pick this up? Yeah, it's light enough for me to pick up our fuel tank. So that's good. Because I want to put in an area here that I can work with. So we'll go into construction, and under tools, we've got a few options here. So I've got 1,000 for this, which is a repair area, which I don't really want to put in. Or we've got 1,000 for this, which is a great little repair area. And what I'd like to do is put this one here, like so. And that will then leave us space to add maybe a cleaner pressure washer as well. So that then puts all of our tools over that way and gives us puts us in a good position for that. We want to have about 12,000 litre capacity on this trailer if we can. So let's see what this what we can get this up to. Back that into the space there. Right, there we go. Had to move the trailer out a little bit. Lots of stuff in the local area, but we are going to customize the trailer. That's 4,000, 8,000, 12,000 at that. Hopefully our combine will get over the top of it. And I'm just going to alter the number plate because it's slightly wrong. VF001 is the car. I want it to be 2, which is the tractor. There we go. And customize. No! Oh, okay. We can do it. We can do the 8,000 litre capacity for 2,000. So actually looks better, but we're only going to be able to get a 1.5 loads off our combine because our combine holds way more than I was expecting it to. But at least we're able to do this fairly well. Yep, and get our harvest going. It just means that we'll have to make a few more trips, which is not a huge problem. And that then needs the manual unloads because that's what we have on here. So, yeah, let's get it going. Oh, no. There we go. Let's empty it out. Like the rest of things with this combine, it's not a very fast auger, but that has emptied things out. So let's start her up again. And away we go. Managing not to clip the trailer with our header, which makes me very happy. But yeah, we'll get one more headland out of this. And then we're going to cut pretty much right down the middle of the field. because that will then allow us to work our way out and probably get another full tank off here. I think we'll get another full tank off here. If we're lucky, we'll get 2, but I'm not sure that there is that much available on here. There we go. It's taken about I don't know, maybe 6-7 rows to fill the combine when you take the headlands into account. Maybe 8. So yeah, I think we've probably got just over that left on here. We definitely haven't got twice that. So yeah, I reckon we've got maybe another full tank off here. So I've finished the headland. We are gonna try and cut straight in here now, preferably without taking any of the headland straw out. And then I'll try and get myself nice and straight to go up the field. I'm slightly over to the right so that we can hopefully open this up and take a few rows to do that. Yeah, should be about right. We're already 30% full though, based around that, so that's really good news. And we'll probably empty out. I think we can do about half a tank, so I'm going to empty out when I get half full. That means we should have enough left at the end of the row, or at the end of the field, to cover everything. And yeah, we should only have to empty into the trailer once more. So down we go again. In, and yeah, this little combine has been an absolute joy to use today. I'm very, very pleased with it. I don't know whether we'll get on to the second barley field today. We have so much time to get this harvest done, and I'm just really relishing it. I'm enjoying this little combine. It's utterly fantastic. Combine is 50% full, so let's put the auger out. Jump in our tractor here, and we'll just get this emptied so that we are oh wow, yeah, we haven't even got 50%. I think this is gonna be more than enough for this trailer. So bring this round and we'll empty this out and get it all nicely done. There we go. So into our combine and empty it out. Perfect. Turn my combine off. Yeah, just get that trailer full. There we go. Now we can go and tip this, and yeah, first 8,000 litres of barley off the farm. This is our first crop. This is what we have been working towards for nearly a year. Oh no, we've got rain on the way. Right, so yeah, we need to get this field finished today, and I think I want to get the straw baled up as well. Ideally, we don't want wet straw, so with rain on the way, it is very much going to be that today. Once it's baled, it's a lot safer, but at the moment, it's looking very, very open. So let's tip this, and then we can get back out to the field. We did suspect rain was on the way today, and it had been forecast, so it's not overly surprising. I'm looking at not having too many rows. So my original plan was going to be to use our windrower and try and row these together a bit, so that we were doing a little bit less of the less work with our baler. But I think we're actually going to be all right. I think we're going to end up with not having to do too many rows. So yeah, it's not going to be a problem, I don't think. I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, very much didn't need the wider header on this. This is going to be more than enough to do our fields on this farm. And in actual fact, it'll give us an upgrade path later on. Will allow us to, yeah, to get bigger header later on. I think we've got plenty of space for a slightly wider header, but this one works well. This is absolutely brilliant on our farm. We are getting Yeah, about another half a tank off here, so it's just over. Oh, actually, it might be just under because we had a little bit left in the combine. So yeah, we're looking pretty good and sitting pretty pretty here. We just need to empty this out, turn off the thresher and the reel, and bring our combine here. I think I might look at getting a different trailer. This is a great flatbed, but it doesn't quite hold as much as I'd like. Looking in the trailers, we want something. How much does this carrot take? So without the extension, this class will take 12. Yeah, we want one of these. So if one of these appears in the shop under here, then we want to grab it. We've not got one. There's not an option at the moment, but yeah, I think upgrading the trailer, it doesn't quite work with what we want on the combine at the moment. There we go. We're good. Right, I'm going to park my combine over here because that I think is probably done for the day. I do like that combine a lot. And then we'll get our little Massey here and get working with this. Somebody is converting over Matt XJS's Ford 6810 if any of you haven't seen that. I would love to have that on here. I'm very tempted when that comes out to either just buy it outright on here or replace our current little Massey with it, because man, to have that on here would just work so well with the setup we're running at the moment. There we go. So I'm gonna put this down here like so, and we'll get the baler out and we'll get this field baled up, and then we're protecting the straw rather nicely. Again, not a don't want to be in that. I want to be in my tractor. Again, not a thing that's a gameplay thing, just something for my own realism. Although we do have some grass on here, so it's going to be a very mixed bale that comes out of here first. Probably going to get a silage bale out of it, actually. Which is... oh no, because we're doing straw, it has switched to straw. That's quite cool. I like that that's a thing. Of our two barley fields, this is the one I'm expecting to have the lower yield on. So... in the next video, we're going to be taking on, I think, taking on the second barley field. We're not going to have much else to do, and yeah, I think we need to get that cut. So we'll be taking on the second barley field and getting, like this, getting that cut and the grain stored and baled. Unlike this field, we have it fully fertilized and everything except the lime done. So the yield we get off there should be pretty good. I'm expecting quite a good, strong yield off there. A fairly high amount of barley, hopefully to give us a good setup. We've had about, well, as I said, we've had about 13,000 litres off this field. Actually, we can check that. Let's have a look. So we've had 11,637, so just under 2 full tanks off here, and yeah, that'll do us grand. That will. It also shows me that when we get extra land, when we expand our space here, we will be able to get, we'll be able to continue to use the combine on here, which is great. I'm very, very pleased about that. I mean, this field here, I would expect to, when we buy plot 25 eventually, expand that out a ways as well. That should work quite well. I would expect the same when we get plot 27 with field 2 to expand that out and do that. So Yeah, I think our combine is going to be good for the size of field we've got for a while. Both with the header we've got and potential future headers as well. I think the tree that we got in that corner there is going to have to go, though, eventually. It's small, it won't grow any bigger, and so, yeah, we can get rid of it. It's not a tree that is going to be any use to us, really. Actually, I don't know how much we'll be able to extend this field without, yeah, going into sort of the raised area and things there, and me wanting to have sort of a separate field and maybe maintain some of the bushes and stuff that's there at the moment. It could be that yeah, we only add maybe another third onto this field. Would make it a little bit bigger and a little bit nicer, but yeah, I don't think it's a massive amount I'm looking to add on to any of these fields on here. So small equipment is very much going to be the order of the day for a while on here, and that's not going to change anytime soon. This is producing a good number of bales. We've had a nice number of bales off here, actually. Quite pleased with this. Whether we'll get one more after this, I don't know, but certainly that is another full bale. We've got that row of very little bits of straw. And we have got a whole nother field, of course, that we're going to be baling as well. So I want to grab all of the straw off this field that I can. But, ooh, how high is this going to go? This probably needs to go to about 70-80% for us to have a hope of having enough straw in that next row. And it's only gone as far as 60. Didn't pick up that last little bit. Let's go grab that. There are a few little bits of straw around this field, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get one more bale off. Still, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bales off this field. Yeah, none at the top end. That's pretty good. It now kind of depends on where we can store them. I'd like to get them under cover if I can, but not the end of the world if we don't. We can come and sort that out later. As I said, I just wanted to really get the straw up off the field, clear it off, and then we can we'll probably get these removed at our leisure. Last little bit of straw, and it takes us up to 82%? No, 81% in total. But still, not a problem. We're looking pretty good. Lift that up, take this back, and we can park this in the shed. Now, I'm not sure I have a bale spike. That's the other thing I need to check. No, we don't actually have a bale spike. So there is going to be that to go and grab. How much one is, I'm not sure. Let's have a look here. Front loaders, front loader tools. A basic bale spike is 600. So we do have enough. Yeah, we do have enough to grab a basic bale spike. I might go and grab one of those quickly so that we are not worrying about whether we can afford it the next day. Yeah, we can go a little bit into the red for that. But if we go into the red before I get it, I won't be able to get it. So, there we go. So, front loader tool on. Like so. There we go. And I'm just going to pop down the shop, grab us a bale spike, and then we'll be able to get those. Or maybe I can get those bales in that back of the in the back of the shed. I don't think that audio issue we were having earlier with the combine was actually the combine on reflection. I think there was a little bit of an issue with the audio going into my recording PC. So apologies for that, and hopefully that's cleared up now. Yes, it's fairly late in the video, but never mind. Right, we want to get this. Our bale spike, so let's buy that. Leaves us with just under £300. Really, really would like to get that weight, but yeah, we can't at the moment. We will eventually. We're gonna have the money soon because we're gonna be selling 11,000. It's not enough. We might make. We're not gonna get a massive windfall from our crops. We got a bigger windfalls from our from doing the silage bales. So back at the farm, and we're going to put the weight on the back. There we go. And that should now... I've got space in that corner, actually, for these. I know that's where my trailer normally goes. But we can get these out of the elements just by taking them over there. 3, 3... Yeah, 8. So... It's a rock there. Right, line this up with the middle. If we can get nice and straight on it. So... And then like that. There we go. And that will make things easier overall for us. And lining up for the next one. Although it is slightly far over this one. Right, line it up. There it goes. And there we go. Stacking first person. There you have it. One nice thing about a small farm like this is it's really easy to transport stuff back to your yard and back to your shed. At that. So we are going to just grab one bale each on the last two so that we can put one over to the right and then one on the top, and then that is all of these straw bales nicely stacked away. I don't think they're worth a lot of money. I think if we sell them, we won't make a lot. We're not going to be doing any animals initially that take straw bales. That's the problem we got at the moment, is that yeah, neither the sheep nor the chickens will take straw bales. So gotta fit this down on here, preferably without hitting my cedar. There we go. That's onto that. It's all a bit tight in here, despite the size of this shed. It's all a bit tight. Right, where I'm going to put the combine, I don't know. Final bale. Up on the top. Now, I think the rain that we've got on the way should clear fairly nicely overnight. But we have managed to get the straw nicely in and under cover. There we go. And off. Perfect. So, nice stack of bales there. I'm pretty happy with that. How much is that front 3-point worth? Because I don't think it's actually worth anything to us. Especially with what I'm planning to do next time we're doing some mowing. So let's go into our thing and miscellaneous. Oh, wow. I could sell that and get that new rear weight. I think that is going to be a very good idea. Because, yeah, we need more rear weight on the back of this tractor. And at the moment, we don't have the money to do it. Selling that front 3-point absolutely would give us the money to do it. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to look at that as a possible solution going forwards. However, there we go. That is us done for the day. We've managed to get our field harvested, baled, and the bales collected. We've got 11,000 litres of barley so far. And, yeah, next time we're going to continue the harvest and cut the rest of it. We should break 20,000, maybe even hit 25,000, which would be great. At top price, that might be worth about 15,000. Which would also be really good. It is our second day of harvest, the second day of July, and yep, we're just getting our tractor up to the field so that we are able to get the combine emptied. Then we're going to run back quickly and grab our combine so that we can get started on this full field of barley. Now, this one should be better than our previous one. We're expecting this field, well, this field has had a better yield bonus applied to it. The middle of this field was not fully fertilized, so there was a whole section of it that had a lower yield, whereas this field is fully fertilized and fully set up, so should be absolutely great for us. A couple of bits of feedback came in after the last harvest as well. Something I didn't consider, that on a combine on this sort of age, if you leave the spout in, the auger in when you're harvesting like this, you'll just get grain falling out the bottom, the way it's constructed. So we are going to have our auger out all the time, and that makes it even more important that we go round the field counterclockwise first time, because otherwise we're going to whack our auger on something and we don't want to be doing that. And so we'll start her up, drop her down, and into our second field of barley we go. Really quite pleased with the first day's harvest yesterday. Went massively well. Produced a decent amount of crop, and we're expecting to produce a little bit more from here. My overall expectations for the farm for these two barley fields is around about 25,000 litres. I think at the moment we're currently running at 11. So if we can get 15,000 litres off this field, which is possible considering the slightly higher yield we're expecting on it, then we might get 25,000 litres off it. If we can do that, we're going to be at roughly, I think we're going to be at roughly 16,000 for the crop when we come to sell it, which off this field will be brilliant. Oh, let's not hit that tree. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty good set of crop and value off these barley fields. On top of that, of course, we've got the straw that we're going to sell as well, so that should give us a decent amount of money too. And all in all, that is a really good position for us to be in, and that's before we've even gone anywhere near the sorghum, which is absolutely fantastic. And we've got at least one more cut of silage to do off our grass field too. So plenty of money going to be coming in. Hopefully it's going to be enough to establish our animals, but we'll see where we go from there. Coming up to the end of the first headland, we are at 44% full. So we've got a very similar level of barley, of grain, to we had on the previous field. So we're going to switch it around and come back the other way. Like with the other field, we're going to do 3 headlands on this. I think we're going to be full sort of coming back down this way. So that should be quite good. What I'm going to do is when I get to the end of the second headland, I'm just going to empty the combine anyway. I think we'll have a nearly full tank at that point. And we know that we can't fit 2 full tanks from this combine in any way. So what I think we'll do is, yeah, empty at the end of our second headland. And then once we've done that, what we'll do is go and do the third headland, empty at the end of that, so we have a nice empty combine when we come to cut in. And then, yeah, we'll be able to empty the tractor and we'll empty the trailer at that point after we finish the headlands as well, and give us a good indication of where we are on this field, I think, and where we're going to be going with any luck. Coming to the end of the second headland. There we go. Turn off the thresher for a moment while we bring this around and empty out. So 80% full off the 2 headlands, which is interesting because that's slightly less than we had off the other field, I think. I know, a little bit concerning. I don't think we're gonna be massively down on here or anything, but yeah, just I'd like to get nearly 2 full trailers off here, and at the moment we're not really in that position based on what we've had off these first 2 headlands. Combine is empty though. And looking at a, fair old whack of barley in there. As I said, we're going to do one more headland. We're going to get about 40%-ish off here, I think. Full, and that should be enough to fill the trailer up without too much issue. And then we can go and tip that, and then we're in a position where our combine is nice and empty for us to go and cut into the field and get the rest of it up and out. Now, both these barley fields, once we've got them harvested and baled, are going to need to have some lime on them. So that's going to be the next job we have on here. Probably in between doing these fields and moving on to the sorghum is when we'll be doing that. I caught my start button. Then we're going to be... so yeah, as I said, we're going to be doing some lime. And then we're going to be doing some mulching. So we've got to raise some money to get a mulcher. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Because once we've got the lime on these two fields, what we're going to be able to do is sell any remaining lime we've got. Anything that's left over. That we should be able to sell, get a little bit of money, and be able to do that with that. Oh, no, not that. We need to be much further over. That's only just in the trailer. Shorter auger on this than I thought. There we go. So yeah, we'll spread this out in the trailer a bit. Whether this will fill this trailer, I don't know. We'll find out. If we have any barley left in the combine, then yeah, it's filled the trailer. If we don't, then it's probably just a little bit under. There we go. So, yeah, we haven't got any barley left in the combine. So I'm just going to stop this here. And now I am going to turn this off. Like so. And we can take this and head down to the farm and get it tipped. Yeah, 91% full. So 7,352 litres. Not a bad start at all. With the grain tipped, we're going to start cutting into the field now, and it's quite a weird shaped field, this. But I'm going to use that line there as my lead in. Now, I'm going to have to go in at a slight bit of an angle, or I am going to lose straw, which is a little bit annoying, but there's not much I can do about it. This is the most extreme part of this, though, so not too bad. So we'll bring this in here, try and clear as much straw as we can. Like so. Down we go. And while we did take a little bit out, we did not take much. So that's good news. And a nice straight line straight down here using our compass should mean that we are able to open this field up quite nicely. I could actually take... I could either keep opening this up or I could go around the edge and do that. But I think I'm going to do this the way I was always taught. Which is to keep opening this up and going round. The brakes on this combine are not great. And it's leading me to lift the header a little bit early to prevent me losing any straw. And I'm not overly happy about how I keep doing that. So, yeah. I think it's just a little bit more care and attention I might need to make. At the end of the day, it comes down to really which is worth more, the barley grain or the straw, and it's the straw is going to lose out to that equation every time. So I'd rather pick up a small bit of barley and get that than worry about losing a little bit of straw. But obviously, if I can keep both, I will. So I'm just trying to slow down a little bit before I reach the end. And then we've got sections like this where there is no way that I can get that up without losing some straw. So that's what I'm going to have to do. We'll go in and we'll cut down the middle as best we can. But the little bit of straw at the end there, that is always going to lose out to that. As a result... But I'm pretty happy with that. That's a good, clean cut to start with for the most part. And now we can open up the other side of the field here. We're only at 40%. So, Yeah, with having put 7,000 litres in already, we're going to be putting probably another 7 to 8,000 litres in this time, if we're lucky. In fact, no, we're not even going to be doing that because that was a full tank off the previous one. So, yeah, it looks like we might hit that 11,000 mark that we had with the first field. And as a result, only end up with maybe about 22,000 litres instead of the larger 25, the 24-25 that I was hoping for. The final row, and look at this, we are on 4,000. So overall, that's going to give us about 13,000, I think. So that might be 24,000 litres. Quite possibly. No, sorry. It's still going to give us 11, isn't it? Because it was only just over 7,000 we had. So yeah, we're looking at about 22,000 litres off these two fields in total. I had hoped for a little bit more, and it's actually fairly surprising because it's not quite as large a difference as I was expecting to have off these two fields. Whoa, stop. Thank you. Keep this in the trailer. There we go. So yeah, nowhere near the kind of difference I was expecting to have between these two fields. Instead, it's just turned out to be fairly similar. I wonder, do we have, while this is emptying, I've got no parking brake on this, so leave that there, jump out, and hopefully it won't move too much. So yeah, I need to get the extended field info mod because I want to know what the difference in size between this field is and the difference in size between the other one is. I have a feeling this one is ever so slightly smaller. And if that is the case, then yeah, it is going to have been a larger yield on this field to have produced that much more or a similar amount of crop to the first one. It is going to be a couple of months now though before we use our combine again. We have the sorghum still a little way off. I think it's probably September, October time that we harvest that, and we'll check the calendar in a moment. But yeah, so that won't be doing much. What I'm considering is switching next year to a wheat and barley setup, so that we can go that way. Let's have a quick look at this calendar. So looking at our calendar, the sorghum should be ready. It could be ready as early as next month. So yeah, we may be getting the combine out again in a couple of videos time, but whether it actually reaches that point, I don't know, because let's have a look. Well, actually, no. It's very, very possible we could be having the combine out as early as next month. Absolutely brilliant. We do have a little bit of stuff to do in the meantime, so that's good. But yeah, I like that a lot. So let's hop out of here, jump into this again, and then we'll go and bale this field up. We can get these straw bales out the way as well. And that means the next game day and next video, what we can do is hopefully get these fields limed and mulched. The problem we have with that is that we don't have any money for the mulcher. And I don't really want to be going and cutting trees down again. Let's have a look in here. Do we have anything in the shop today that might be helpful? No, just a Mack truck and the John Deere header for that. So the mulcher is going to cost us... Yeah, if we get one of these, it's going to cost us 4,500. This mulcher does work, which is, again, is 4,500. Do you know what? I quite like the idea of getting one of these ones. I mean, these, admittedly, this is very much for grapes and olives, of which a new series coming soon that should cover those, I think. I'm thinking that's where I'm going to go with those. But yeah, I think we might get the Ukrainian roller because I've used this one before and it does work. So that might be the way to go with that. I think first year, though, we may have to rent it because, yeah, as I said, we got no money. And the only way we can get money in really, realistically at the moment is to sell the straw bales and to sell any produce we've got. And I think we've got... Oh, we have got a good amount of produce, actually. So we might be able to sell some of that and get some money in there as well. The alternative is to leave the mulching till later. You know, we don't immediately have to do it now. It would be good. But it's not something that we have to do right away. So, yeah. That is not on. I think our PTO isn't connected. There we go. Nope. Right, so in here. PTO connected. Pipes connected. Baler on. And away we go. So we ended up with 23,262 litres of barley off these two fields. Good amount. I'm actually quite happy with that. It's fairly close to what my target was, which was 25,000. So we're only just shy, and does show that we should get a similar amount planting these up with the same sort of crop next year, especially if we can get a larger bonus on it, which would be absolutely brilliant. We're then in a position where the sorghum hopefully should give us a similar kind of level of amount, or similar kind of level of yield, and yeah, should be pretty good. We're looking at about 15 to 16,000 pounds selling those, which will be absolutely cracking. Work really well for us in moving the farm forwards. And then, yeah, if we get a similar sort of amount off the sorghum, we should get somewhere in the region of about 20 to 25,000 for that. 92, 93, come on. Which would be brilliant. I mean, that's a £50,000 cash injection into the farm after this year's harvest. Will definitely give us a good grounding to get the animals started. We can get a sheep pen and a chicken pen in, and with that, and get those started and start sort of really getting the farm working more and more and building our money up with the limited amount of space that we have to work with at the moment. As ever on here, though, our challenge is going to be cash flow. I was talking about getting the mulch earlier. We're going to need nearly 5,000 to get that if we're going to buy it outright. If we don't buy it outright, it's going to cost us you know, a few hundred to lease it, and then with that money is lost. Is it worth the money for doing that? Then becomes the question. Because if it isn't, then is it? Can we? Do we cut down another tree? And I don't want to keep going back to that. I need to sort of emphasize this. We went to the trees to get the money for the combine because we literally had no other choice. There was no way we were going to raise the money we needed for the combine from that. Whereas you know, every time I come across a little bit of a problem and maybe need to buy something or want to buy something immediately rather than when I've got the money, I don't want to go back to the trees or go to a loan for that matter. We got plenty of time to mulch and it's all good. So yeah, we'll see how we go. We may even get a nice cheap one available to us second hand. So definitely want to keep my eye on that. And yeah, then when we have to buy it, we'll just see if we got the money, and if we haven't, we'll have to deal with it. So the yield on this field is definitely a little bit higher. We have now reached the point with the number of bales where we've produced as many as were on the other field. We ended up with about 8.5 ish off the previous field. Because we started with some grass, I think it was, in the baler that got converted to straw for the first bale. And that was about 40%, I think. And we ended up with about 80% of a bale at the end of the field. So yeah, about eight bales, 8.5 bales was what we had on the previous field. This is about to be our 9th bale that we produce here. And so I think we're about to end up with, yeah, a complete extra bale's worth pretty much. There we go. Although it's not that much more because we had about 80% of a bale starting this field. So that is 9 bales, which means we've got about 8 bales and 20% off this field so far. So how much is this going to produce on top of that 20%? It's not going to be much. You know what? That is what I said. We've got about the same amount of straw off here. We've got about 8 bales. We've got 8 bales and 20%. 40% actually. So yeah, that's interesting. That is a very, very similar amount off this field. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I think it's a slightly smaller field. It's certainly not as long as the other one, but it's a little bit wider. And yeah, I think we need to get that additional field info and check that out and see what's going on there. What we're going to do now is the same thing as we did last time as well. I am going to go and get my weight and my bale spike on the front and get these cleared up. We've not got such a rush today. We're not expecting any rain coming in, but it'd be nice to get the fields cleaned and cleared. That way, next time what we can do is get the lime onto the fields and get that done nice and early. And then we're going to be probably selling some produce off, I think. See if we can generate a little bit of money. See if we can get ourselves towards that mulcher that we're going to need by probably the end of August. If we're going to have a good turnaround on getting our fields replanted. And at that point, yeah, we're going to need that mulcher. And so getting the money together for that is going to be our next big priority. I don't think we've got enough produce to sell to get it, unfortunately. Not too difficult to get these bales back. They're coming in here fairly well. We need to get... I have disrupted the pile a little bit when I put the first 2 in. And it's made it a little bit harder to get the rest in. It's because I've got a gap in my in the bales that I'm stacking on here at the moment. Got them in though, and they should hopefully stay where I want them to go. Just pull that across a bit, yeah, and then if I back straight out, that's not too bad. Somebody said that's a cute little pile of bales I've got there, which is really quite cool. I want to get another bale on the top at the back there, so we do have a single bale to bring in. But I'm actually going to bring in a pack of 2 because, yeah, the next row up is a set of 3. So what we want to do is get a single bale for that row and a single bale for the row at the back. And we should still just be able to reach that row at the back, I think. So we've got 2 sitting up on the top of the hill up here. We've got 1 down the bottom and then we've got 2 on the other side. So let's grab this like so, and I want to try and position it and maneuver it into the, yeah, so we get as little gap as possible between these, really. Not that it's going to matter, seeing as we are well, I want to separate these 2. I need to find out if I can actually reach that back one, but this little tractor is still doing us really, really well on here. We've got 21 hours on this tractor in our first year on this map, and it's been such a useful little bit of kit. It has done everything we've asked of it, and I absolutely love that about it. I've had a look actually at I did try and look at seeing if I could replace it with another classic Massey or something like that, because there's a few of them out now, and actually it's more expensive for me to get an older Massey to replace this with, now this has these hours on it, than it would be just to keep this one running. So we're just going to keep this little tractor running. Yeah. Can we reach up at the back there to put another bale on? We should be able to, I think. Yeah, we've got enough reach. So I want to get another bale on the back there. We'll probably put another one on the front first. And that is then going to leave us with just a single space at the front again, because we've only got 3 more bales. Last 2 bales up here. And these are actually unloaded at a slight angle so that they wouldn't roll down the hill. And worked really well. Yeah, get that in the middle, like so, and we get as little gap between these as we can. Actually easier to load these first person than doing it third person, which I always find interesting. There we go. So position it there. Look at that. 2 perfectly positioned bales on the front of my tractor. It's just so nice when it works like that. Unfortunately, though, we are going to have to separate them because they've got to go into different places on this stack. So let's grab this one first. I'm going to get us... yeah. I need to actually get both of them on the the left fork instead of the right fork, because it's the easiest way for me to load them on these stacks. So... get that on the right fork. Oh, no, not quite. I'm a little too high. There we go. This is where it gets more difficult to do this first person. Like that. Oh, that is still off to the left. One more try. 3rd time lucky. Put that down. Get it positioned. And in. Wow. Where are my spikes? Right, there we go. Spikes down. Yeah, you position them right in 3rd person first and you're okay. But that is... the nice thing about this bale spike is it has that lower spike. It means that stuff stays on here a lot more easily. But if you miss, you miss. And then this onto there like that. There we go. And then... we've got 17 bales here. That's not bad off these 2 fields. I'm quite happy with that. We're going to have... well, we're going to be creating from our summer cut a load of silage. And then our autumn cut of grass, we will create our hay that we're going to be using ultimately for our sheep. But there we go. That is a very nice pile of straw bales, all ready to be sold later in the year. Our combine is done for this month. We'll probably be out again next month in August. And everything is looking great. We've got some clearing up to do around the farm next time, though. We need to get rid of the stumps that we created. We need to sell off some produce to get a bit of money in. Oh, and we need to get our 2 fields limed and sell off the lime, because that might actually allow us to afford the mulcher. For now, though, I'm going to leave this here. So all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below. Follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.